At the beginning, we see a blonde, golden-eyed girl. She smiles delightedly, looking up at her father from below. He affectionately calls her his pie and gently rubs her shoulder. A father stands before his daughter on one knee. It is a noble knight, in armor and red robe, promises his daughter to make her the first lady of this country. She laughs happily and throws herself around his neck. He nuzzles her gently in return, pleased with her reaction. But then, the vision is replaced by a much scarier one. The girl smiles and embraces a skeleton in armor and a red robe. These were the memories of an adult Reinhard Rinke, who is at the estate of the Marquis of Rinke, in front of her father's coffin. He had passed away 15 years ago. She is called out by a young man, saying that she is boring people because of her endless sobbing. The crown princess cannot behave like this and show herself like this. Reinhardt recognizes his voice, turns around and sees that it is indeed who she thought it was. The crown prince, Michel Alenkis, statuesque and self-loving. Michel, however, adds, looking at her haughtily from top to bottom, that she's not only a crown princess, but she's also about to have her marriage annulled. Reinhardt is still at her father's casket. She can't believe what Michel just said and interjects. He says he's about to make his wish official. She anticipates his words, and indeed, he says that he wants to divorce her. At this, he leans toward her and says this while looking into her eyes full of tears. Reinhardt tries not to lose face and respectfully asks if Michel has to say this while standing at her father's casket. She reproachfully reminds him that Father Reinhardt died in Mikkel's place in the war. She can't hold back her anger and tears, remembering that she already told Michel this 15 years ago, and he died because of an order given by Michel himself. She does not understand how dare he speak of divorce right in front of her father's coffin. It was a marriage of convenience, so the Marquis of Rinke had indeed given his daughter the most important title in the Alenkis Empire, as promised. The engagement took place when Reinhardt was only 12 years old. Since then, she has been crown princess and consort to Michel Alenkis. As is common in marriages of convenience, there were no feelings between them. She had to put up with his infidelities. Michel didn't even try to hide them. He had a mistress. Princess Dulcinea of Canaria, taken hostage, took advantage of her position and swayed the crown prince in the direction of her Principality of Canaria. Dulcinea asked the prince to stop importing Sarawak desert salt in exchange for her principality's salt. The prince realized that Sarawak would then revolt, but he could not resist her request. In love, he became a tyrant. When Sarawak did mutiny, Michel didn't care at all. When he was reminded that it was the crown prince's orders to deal with this, he said it should be handled by an experienced general. He summoned the Marquis of Rinke to lead the army in Michel's place. Father Reinhardt thanked the crown prince for honoring the retired general, but in return, he asked the crown prince for one request, and that was to put a stop to his relationship with the Princess of Canaria. Father Reinhardt, a retired general, died fighting in place of his daughter's husband, the crown prince, in a rebellion that started because of the crown prince himself. Still standing at his coffin, Michel continued to mock Reinhardt and said that she was to be rewarded for her father's valor and honor. 1,000,000 Alenkers and the lands of Helk. Reinhardt reasoned that, as a deposed crown princess, she should be grateful for such generosity. The lands of Helk are vast and the most fertile, but she turns Michel down, no matter how tempting his offer sounds. She asks for the life of the Princess of Canaria in exchange for her father's life, because it was her request that got the general killed. Reinhardt tells Michel that chopping off Dulcinea's hands will be enough for her. She is not going to take such humiliation from the crown prince now. He becomes horrified, screaming that it is cruel and inhuman. Then she grabs Michel by the pecs and, with a sarcastic look in her eyes, suggests that she can take his head in return. She will chop it off and give it to the dogs. Only then will her anger be appeased. Michel, in a rage, hits her so hard that she flies to the floor. He screams at her for being rude, insults her, and calls her crazy. He keeps yelling that he's going to send an official confirmation of the dissolution of the marriage soon, screaming that she has no right to choose if she's crazy. Reinhardt thinks of the lands of Helk, of dying on those lands of opportunity for 15 years. She remembers lying on her bed, sword in hand, and surrounded by wine bottles, mentally begging her father to let her go back in time and kill Michel Alenkis. She rushes forward and stabs the crown prince in the leg with her sword, looking at his reaction. He didn't immediately realize what had happened. Michelle cried out loudly in pain. Reinhardt mentally went back to her pleas to kill Michelle again. She was determined to end him as soon as she had the chance. Michelle began to scream for the cardinal, shouting that Reinhardt had attacked him. She shouted back that he dared not speak the name her father had given her, and decided to herself that she would throw him off and go mad as she ought. This is where we learn that Reinhardt has managed to go back in time after all. The self that mourned at Marquis Rinka's coffin when the crown prince decided to break up with her, to kill him and avenge her father. We're being transported back 2 months to a courtroom. Reinhardt is on trial for the attempted assassination of the crown prince. The Rinka family is stripped of all rights and all property and lands are taken over by Michelle. Reinhardt realizes that she has managed to go back in time 15 years, but instead of killing, she has only mutilated the crown prince. She gloats that now he won't be able to do his favorite dances and starts laughing gleefully, right there on his knees with his hands tied in the courtroom. Michelle is furious at this laughter of hers and yells at her father to do something about it. In response, the emperor only calmly orders him to shut up. He tells his son that because of Dulcinea, the trust in their family is already shaken, the whole country is grieving for the general, and the crown prince is also announcing a divorce. Let him be thankful he wasn't banished from the throne. Reinhardt is sent to the Rudin of the Filden family. These are the only lands Rinka has left. She thinks sadly that means they want her to die of cold. She recalls that Rudin belonged to her mother. It is a beggarly, desolate place where it snows 6 months of the year. She realizes this is such an ornate sentence of death. At this point, the guards grab her and drag her down the carpeted path. She is ordered to express her gratitude to the emperor for such a generous descent and to express remorse for her crime. But Reinhardt is not discouraged. She realizes that she will not rest until she has cursed the Alankis. She will survive to the end, even in the ruined lands where they have banished her. She then walks along the snow-covered ground and is escorted by a man. At one point, he refuses to go further, to which she turns to him and replies with contempt that since he has taken the money, let him fulfill his duties. It turned out that they had already climbed this snowy mountain a month and a half ago. Reinhardt had made a contract with the man, and he had already fulfilled 2/3 of it. It was too late to cancel it. He is a mercenary hired by her good maid Johanna to escort her to Rudin. Otherwise, she'd have to get there alone. She had wondered at first why he had so easily agreed to go with her on such a long journey, but now she began to understand why. She sent him back and kept moving forward, but he stopped her. She realized that now he was going to demand money for travel expenses. He grinned and demanded that she give him all the money she had, plus her sword. Reinhardt answered him that Rinka's sword could not be carried by a man like him. His head would fly from his shoulders. The mercenary replied that he would have time to cut off the head of her, the former noble princess, and put his own blade to her throat. Reinhardt decides she can't waste her father's hard-earned life and throws the bag of money and sword into the snow. She tells him to take the money and get out. Instead, he roughly grabs her shoulder. Stopping her, she violently throws his arm off. With a dirty smile, the mercenary says that he asked her to give him all of her things. Reinhardt replies that she gave everything, but he says there is something else. He unzips Reinhardt's cloak and says it's a shame to let her go without even trying, smiling even more disgustedly. She orders him to disappear. He instead becomes enraged and lashes out at her with his fists. He yells that she is no longer anything and slaps her hard across the face so that she falls backwards. Grabs her by the hair and yells that he wanted to try the former crown princess, but he doesn't intend to put up with her bickering anymore. Reinhardt won't stop screaming. Not shy in her expressions for him to let her go, digging her fingernails into his arm and scratching his bare skin. From the sudden pain, the mercenary abruptly releases her, and Reinhardt falls into the snow. He screams that if she hadn't resisted, he would have been gentle with her. He grabs his sword, grinning evilly. She looks at him angrily and fearfully, lying in the snow, preparing to get up and run away. She screams at him that he will regret his action. The mercenary says that no one will worry about the girl in exile. Suddenly, his face is contorted with pain and incomprehension. He falls into the snow in front of her before he can say or do anything. The mercenary convulses as Reinhardt tries to understand what happened. The mercenary convulses while Reinhardt tries to figure out what happened. Reinhardt immediately forces himself to stop thinking about it, but to come to his senses and grab his sword. This is a chance to survive. She shouts death wishes and lunges at him with her sword, her only chance to save herself. Hardly believing what had happened, Reinhardt removes the sword from his still trembling body and falls into the snow, exhausted. She notices a certain fruit in the snow. It is bloody, and she realizes that it was the fruit that hit the mercenary in the head. She tries to figure out where her salvation came from. Out of the corner of her eye, Reinhardt catches movement in the trees behind the body and realizes that someone is hiding there. She grips her sword again and shouts that if it is someone who does not wish to die, it must show itself now. Stunned, she sees a child emerge from the bushes. He is probably hungry, overgrown, dirty, with huge, sad, and frightened eyes. Reinhardt is amazed. At first, she mistook the child for a demon, but now she sees that it is a little man. She tries to understand what a small child is doing in such a place. Suddenly, she thinks of the barbarians on the northern ridge. Her father had told her about them, that they lure people with children and then feed on them all winter long. Reinhardt picks up her sword to be ready just in case the child decides to attack. She tells the child loudly that she will slaughter him if he comes near. The kid is surprised but not afraid and lunges right at Reinhardt and her sword. She yells at him that she's not kidding. Let him stop right now. But the child continues to confidently run at her. Reinhardt loses his patience and hesitantly lowers his sword in front of him. The child intercepts the blade above his head with his bare hand. The blade stops, hitting his palm, blood dripping from his hand. The child stands, gripping the sword blade with both hands, looking calmly into Reinhardt's eyes. She marvels to herself that he didn't even move when he grabbed the sword and cut himself terribly. She tries to wrestle the sword from his hands. Suddenly, the demoness reaches for her face, still holding on to her sword. It takes her hand firmly and aims its sharp teeth at her fingers. Reinhardt has time to think that the child is trying to eat her, but instead, the child takes her fingers in her mouth and runs her tongue over the wound between them. Reinhardt can't remember when she appeared. She realizes she hurt herself killing the mercenary and didn't even notice. It seems she cut herself on her own sword in her haste. She realizes that the child only rushed to her to heal her wound. He had already moved away and was now just staring at her from beneath a mop of hair with his huge dark eyes. Reinhardt asks if he threw the fruit at the mercenary, pointing to a bloody object in the snow. The child can't answer anything, only stifled and lowered his eyes. Reinhardt thanks him sincerely, but he does not seem to understand her speech. She realizes that before she can thank him for saving her, she must first treat his wounds on her arm. But she is disappointed to discover that all her bandages and even the card are soaked in blood that they can no longer be used. Reinhardt thinks that even in death, the mercenary is giving her trouble. At this point, the child is trying desperately hard to tell her something, and she realizes that the moment she killed the mercenary and swore hard, she called out to this child. She decides that the child thinks the swear word is her name and just came at the call. She tries to pat him gently on the head, but he turns away, frightened, and then covers his face with his hands. It looks like he was beaten where he grew up. Reinhardt feels even more sorry for him, and she tries to reassure him that she won't hit him. The child stares at her in amazement as she repeats her words of thanks over and over again, and slowly reaches her hand to the top of his head. Finally, she manages to place her palm on his mane as he stares mesmerized at her face. Later, she bandages his arm and hurries him, saying, "We must hurry before the sun goes down." She looks at the map. It doesn't show well, but she knows which way is Rudin. But then a child shrieks and blocks her path. Reinhardt thinks of those barbarians again, but tells herself not to be afraid. It's just a child who helped her. She decides to calmly ask him which way they should go. She leans over and patiently asks the child, but he persistently repeats, "No." He points his fingers in the other direction and jogs over there. She yells at him to let him wait for her. She can't walk as fast as he can. 2 hours later, they are on the approach to Rudin. Reinhardt realizes that they would have walked longer according to the map and squints suspiciously at the child. She wonders how he knows the way. She decides to camp here for the night, in a small cave. It's dark, it's snowing. You can't go down the mountain in such conditions. She starts to make a fire, using 2 dry stones. She reasons aloud that she is sure of the road and knows that tomorrow they will reach Rudin. The boy hardly listens to her. He watches mesmerized as Reinhardt builds a fire. Then he walks over to her, picks up the pebbles, and taps them against each other in the same way, knocking out sparks. She sits down in the distance and watches him. She asks him if he is having fun. The child repeats no again. She ironically asks if that's all he can say. His answer is still the same. She thinks to herself that before she goes to Rudin, she should teach him to talk first. Looking at his delight at playing with pebbles, she wonders where the boy came from in these snowy woods and what he was doing. The next morning, the guards at Rudin's gate heard a strange noise. It was the boy who was breaking out of Reinhardt's arms as she tried to pull him toward the gate. She did not expect the child to dislike the settlement so much. She tells him that even without knowing what he does, she realizes that the child has no guardian, so let him come with her to Rudin. He screams and desperately lashes out. Reinhardt realizes that force will not hold the boy. She tries to think of what they should do. A bread merchant comes out of the city gate, wanting to know what all the fuss is about. Reinhardt grasps at the straw. She decides that the boy can be lured inside the city with food and runs to a merchant, shaking a bag of money. She shouts at him to sell her 2 loaves of bread. Reinhardt buys bread and returns to the child. She is slightly surprised that the boy didn't run away, but then she notices that he is drooling at the sight of the 2 loaves in her hands. Reinhardt tries to show the child how to eat, in case she doesn't know it either. She takes 1 loaf in her hands and opens her mouth wide as if she's about to take a bite. Then she holds it out to the boy. He takes the bread in his hands and looks at it briefly in surprise, then bites it and begins to chew hastily. Reinhardt praises him and encourages him. The boy has no sooner finished the first loaf than Reinhardt holds out the second loaf to him. He takes it too, and then he looks up and sees Reinhardt's friendly smile in front of him. He continues to eat the bread while she rubs his hair, saying he's doing great and teaching him a new word, bread. He obediently repeats the new word after her, and she praises him again. And then Reinhardt tells him in an enticingly friendly way that if the boy comes into town with her, she will give him more bread. He stares back at her enchanted with bread-filled cheeks, and then trustingly puts his palm in her hand, and they walk into town together. Reinhardt admits to the boy that she is the lord of the place. They arrive at the castle where they are greeted by a stern woman named Sarah. She has long administered Rudin to the Feidlon family, and the lord has come to town in person for the first time in 20 years. Reinhardt is angry back. It's a mess. She spent 15 years of her past life in the lands of Helk, which were very different from Rudin. Lord Helk's castle was 10 times larger than Rudin's castle. Rudin, on the other hand, looks like it's 300 years old, and the constant cold and hunger and lack of soldiers to defend the land is doing its job. Reinhardt grinned, thinking, no one will invade this territory, so there won't be any wars. But she couldn't imagine that the lands of her mother's clan, Feidlon, would be in such a state. She declares to an apexed Sarah that she wants to see all the papers of the previous lord. That is her cousin. Sarah replies that the previous lord did his work without a deputy because he was born and raised in the large city of Belkane, and he only came to Rudin 3 times in his entire life. Reinhardt realizes that Sarah just doesn't want some out-of-town lord meddling in their affairs, but that won't stop Reinhardt. She still has a plan to kill Michelle to execute. She tells Sarah, with quiet anger, that apparently the former crown princess, banished for her crimes, is too troublesome a lord for her. She starts to retort, saying she doesn't mean that. Reinhardt sharply replies to Sarah that she should give her business advice from now on. She thinks to herself that she will revitalize the land. Sarah replies discreetly that she will help as much as she can. Reinhardt begins with the first request, which is for the boy. She tells Sarah that he saved Reinhardt's life, but he is most likely an orphan. So have him tell her if anyone knows anything about his origins, but in the meantime, have him washed. Sarah summons a maid to take the boy to wash, but she doesn't have time to even touch him. The child dodges out from under her hands and runs away. Reinhardt watched with a smile as the boy ran off, the servants chasing him around the palace courtyard. She laughed at the child's mischief until Sarah called out to her. She tells the new lord that the butler who carried the groceries recognized the child immediately. Reinhardt asks what his name is then, if he has parents, and how old he is. Sarah starts to say what clan the boy belongs to, but Reinhardt already realizes she means to say Halona. This clan has fallen because of the barbarian attack. She can't believe it. The boy's name is Will Halona, and he was the mad dog of her worst enemy, Michel Alenquez. Will Halona has suddenly appeared in the Empire and has become a hero of the Alanquis War. Everyone believes that he is blood related to the barbarians, but Reinhardt knows his true origins, namely that Will is the bastard son of the Emperor. Halona is a small aristocratic family from the north. Lady Halona became pregnant just when the Emperor was touring the northern lands. The Empress was furious when she heard about it. Michelle was enough for the Emperor and herself, and a provincial woman had no right to bear another child by the Emperor. The Empress ordered the entire Halon family to be burned so that not a single soul would be left alive. The entire Holland clan was wiped out, falsely accused of treason. Everyone, even children, pregnant women, and animals, were subjected to the sweep. Everyone thought Will, the Emperor's bastard, was dead. But 10 years after Reinhardt divorced Michelle when he was 34, he brought Will back. Will fought fiercely, bringing victory in every battle. He took possession of vast lands for his master and earned the nickname Mad Dog for his incredible loyalty to Michelle. All honors for merit in battle went not to Will, but to his master. And when the time came for him to ascend the throne, Michelle Alanquis became the Emperor's favorite. Reinhardt was sure she would succeed in the rebellion until Will came to her Helk lands where the war began, as if always ready for battle. Although Reinhardt had Helk's army and the untold wealth of her lands, she wasn't sure she could stand up to Will alone. And now, in her new reality, she has washed little Will and wipes his head with a soft towel. She laughs and calls him handsome. 3 maids are standing nearby, apologizing to Reinhardt for not being able to help her get the boy cleaned up. She's not angry with them. He won't let anyone touch him, only Reinhardt. So there was nothing left for her to do but take care of him herself. She lets the servants go, and meanwhile she herself looks thoughtfully at the boy and tries to realize that this is the same Will of Halona. She can barely contain her rage and clenches her trembling hands tightly into fists. She told him with a smile that they had finished washing, and now he could go to the dining room and ask for bread. Will was very happy and rushed to the dining room. He closed the door behind him and clenched his face with his hands. If this kid really is Will, he'll be on her side this time. She cries, unable to hold back tears of hope. This time she can get revenge on Michelle. Her main goal may come true. Reinhardt mentally asks her father if he has purposely granted her the opportunity to go back and start a new life, only for her to meet little Will Halona in it. Yes, she decides. This is only the beginning of her new journey. When there is a knock on the door, Reinhardt wipes away her tears and sees Will peering cautiously out of the ajar door. She decides to herself that in this life, Will Halona will be by her side and not her worst enemy. The boy runs up to her with a beaming smile and holds out the bread. She tells him that he will be by her side from now on, that he will be her knight. Reinhardt gives him a new name, so he's called Wilhelm. That way, Michelle Alanquis would never get to this child. She ruffled his hair affectionately. It is later revealed that Will, despite his small stature and skinny build, is a full 16 years old. Reinhardt braids his hair behind his back as he sits at his desk learning to write. Sarah stands by and apologizes for not being able to help Reinhardt with the baby again. She replies that it is not Sarah's fault that the boy is afraid of people. Reinhardt moves on to more important problems now. They need to distribute food and things to the residents for Thanksgiving. Winter in these parts is merciless, and if the Lord doesn't help the villagers, they may starve to death. Reinhardt stands by the table and looks at the lists. Salt, flour, and dried beans, but flour is too expensive. Suddenly she gets the idea to grow corn and make flour from it, because corn can grow even here. Sarah replies worriedly that it's a good idea, but they simply don't have enough manpower to do the job. Reinhardt doesn't believe it, for there are 100 soldiers everywhere. But Sarah says that even if they counted all the young men, there wouldn't be 100 because of Ruden's small population. Sarah continues that maybe the capital does eat fat turkey for this holiday, but Reinhardt finishes for her that they won't find it in Ruden. Sarah agrees and says that perhaps Reinhardt can eat wild goose if the captain can catch it on the current hunt. With a bitter chuckle, Reinhardt asks Sarah if anyone is coming to the dinner party. She replies that the Lord has not visited the city all this time. Reinhardt says that if he doesn't come this time either, Sarah is free to go. Later, Reinhardt seethed to herself that the obscenely poor Ruden was very different from the Helklands where she had lived in her previous life. There were 3,000 soldiers there, and she could change hundreds of carpets and blades every year, not like here. She continues reading the documents. It says that this year, Ruden's soldiers were given 1 sack of dried apples as a reward. Reinhardt couldn't help but curse loudly, and Will turned to call out. She apologized and said she hadn't called him. It was an accident. She decided not to swear in front of the baby, but sometimes she can't help it. She apologized again, and he responded with his usual no. Then she asked him to show her if he had done the homework she had made up for him. With the boy in his arms, Reinhardt reads what he has written during their conversation with Sarah, and sees that he has written down the key words they spoke: corn, flour, soldiers. She jokes that maybe she should appoint William as secretary. She praised him and patted him on the head. Reinhardt realizes that it is very difficult to find a teacher for Will in Ruden, partly because there aren't many people in town with enough qualifications, and partly because someone started spreading rumors about her. She walks with Wilhelm through the city and hears in the back that she, the new lord, is the former crown princess who went mad over the loss of her father, attacked the prince, and was exiled here as punishment. So, Reinhardt decides, she will have to teach the child herself. Fortunately, Wilhelm is a smart enough boy, but there is no one who can teach him sword fighting. She imagines him attacking a soldier with a sword and then happily running to her, throwing the sword away. Reinhardt ponders, looking at the diligently writing boy, that Michelle had quickly found him a teacher. Michelle knew for a fact that Will was the Emperor's bastard, but Reinhardt can't yet figure out from where. She thinks that since the dim-witted Michelle found out the boy's origins, the method must have been simple, and then she notices the ring on Wilhelm's index finger. Reinhardt thought that the ring might belong to the imperial family, though it was a silly idea. The boy finishes writing and excitedly shows Reinhardt the paper. She praises Will and wanted to pat his hair as usual, but he suddenly stops her and reaches out to touch her head himself. She is dumbfounded, and William is already leaning his face against her neck and begins to suck in the air near her with his nose, as if studying her scent. Reinhardt tries to ask him what he's just going to do, but the boy sits for a second, with a blush flooding his cheeks, without looking at her, and then quickly runs out of the room. Before she knows it, Wilhelm is gone, and then she starts giggling and thinking about all the cute things he does. On Thanksgiving morning, Reinhardt wonders if a smile really does attract good luck. She hears someone come through the door and jumps up from the table. She shouts Dietrich's name loudly. A young man with piercing green eyes enters the room and gets down on one knee and loudly asks if Her Highness is in good health today. She also kneels down in front of him and can't believe her eyes. Her eyes fill with tears as he apologizes for knowing too late about what happened to her. He says that he went after her as soon as he learned that she had left the capital of the empire alone. She stops the stream of apologies and tells Dietrich that she is grateful to him for coming to her already. She tells him that they are on close terms. Meanwhile, Wilhelm, having overheard the conversation, quietly peeks at them, turning around at his desk. Dietrich Ernst had been Reinhardt's friend since he was a child. Growing up, he also became one of the general's knights. He trusted Dietrich more than anyone else. For a while, Reinhardt was even in love with Dietrich, and now he stood before her and told her how he had walked to her. Dietrich had not expected it to be so cold in the northeast. Feigning to wipe away a tear, he jokes that as he passed the last mountain, he wandered in search of Her Highness, who might have been covered in snow. She tells him that she is no longer the crown princess. Dietrich, however, sits down on the edge of the table, keeping a joking tone, and asks what she should be called now. Meanwhile, Reinhardt briefly sends Wilhelm out of the room. Flirting slightly, she reminds him that before her marriage, he called her "my lady." Intimately bending down to her, Dietrich quietly tells her that now she has a title and he can call her Viscountess. Reinhardt tisks and tells him to call her at his discretion. He admits to her that everything here is better than he imagined. He was worried that the land would be completely depleted. Reinhardt almost gives himself away when he answers and starts to compare her time in Rudena to the time when she was ruling Helka. But she bites her tongue and compares it to her life at the palace. Dietrich, without paying much attention, asks what she intends to do in the future. Reinhardt is surprised by his interest and asks him directly about it. Dietrich apologizes for crossing the line. She asks him to offer her ideas, if any. He tells Reinhardt frankly that he is sorry that the crown prince has lost her. She answered nothing, and they sat in silence for some time. Reinhardt reflects on the fact that if Dietrich had appeared to her a year ago, she would have thought that he was simply interested in her well-being. But he had arrived 3 or 4 months after the exile, followed her straight to Ruden. For now, the crown prince was still recovering from the wound Reinhardt had inflicted on him, and all the lords were groveling before the emperor. And here Dietrich comes straight to the banished crown princess. Reinhardt asks him directly if he was kicked out of the city or if he left willingly. He replies, non-seriously, that if he had to choose, it would be the second option. Reinhardt says with a smile that Dietrich must have said too often that he would leave the family, so his older brother kicked him out. He agrees with her. Dietrich finally tells her in earnest that he is concerned about Michelle's desire to seize all of Rinka's lands. The crown prince takes advantage of the fact that his ex-wife has become a criminal and no longer owns the lands. He says that the main wealth of Rinka consisted in his knights. Michelle is trying to capture them too, and Dietrich himself just couldn't bear to watch a man who couldn't walk properly controlling the fighters. Suddenly, the meaning of Dietrich's words came to Reinhardt, and she laughed, telling him that his father, Sir Ernst, would have reprimanded Reinhardt severely for such a gesture by his son. She goes on to tell Dietrich with a laugh that in these parts, knights are presented with frankincense as a gift, but she doesn't have any. She has nothing to give her knight. He asks what a badian is. Reinhardt replies that it is a spice for tea. He jokes that he doesn't like tea. She tells him that he has nothing to do here, really. Dietrich says that he noticed when he entered the town that there were not even 50 people in the town. Reinhardt looks at the documents with horror and says that the soldiers are only 30. Dietrich hesitates incredulously. She confirms. He stretches with feigned fatigue and lazily says that Ernst will have to take over as leader. Reinhardt asks herself incredulously if Dietrich will really have to rot here. An idea strikes her. She offers Dietrich the position of fencing teacher in addition to being in charge. He turns around to face Reinhardt incredulously and asks if she really wants him to teach young children about weapons. She continues excitedly, reminding him of the child who is sitting here, and now he must be in the dining room. Dietrich half-jokingly tells her that he should get more than 1 sack of wheat for such a thing. Reinhardt replies to him, taking him under her arm, that he will have a sack of wheat and a wild goose for tonight's dinner. They continue to banter on their way to the dining room, Dietrich asking if she was going to give him anything at all. She replies with feigned arrogance that she has no dinner for uninvited guests. When they enter the dining room, they see Wilhelm there, and Reinhardt tells him to say hello to Dietrich. She introduces the boy to Dietrich. Wilhelm and Dietrich look at each other. The former has a wary look of consternation on his face, while the latter looks on appraisingly. Later, Dietrich asks Reinhardt what the child is. She briefly tells him that the boy saved her life. She asks him to speak kindly to Wilhelm and to become friends in general. She beckons Wilhelm to sit next to her. Will sat down shyly at the table in front of the bowl of food, ignoring Dietrich's greeting. But after a moment, he couldn't stand it. He jumped out of the table and hid behind a column, then cautiously peeked out. Reinhardt begins to call him back affectionately and coax him to eat. Dietrich, with a sly expression on his face, whispers to her, asking her if he should try to bring the boy back to the table. Reinhardt answers him in the same whisper that Wilhelm experienced abuse growing up, which is why he is afraid of strangers. She will handle the situation herself now. And then, to Dietrich's surprise, she begins to eat her food quickly and aggressively, saying how delicious the food is. Dietrich listens in shock to her remarks about the incredible flavor of the food and tries to understand what is going on. Reinhardt asks him to trust her. It is easier to get a child interested in food that way. She glances with her mouth full at Wilhelm, who is still standing quietly behind the pillar watching them. Dietrich tells her that a bystander would think that she really does have experience in child rearing. Here, Dietrich caught her idea and decided to help when she was beginning to despair. He took a bowl of sauce and started pouring it over the meat on her plate to make the food look even more beautiful and appealing. But suddenly, they hear a rumble, turn around, and see that Wilhelm is running away from the room after all. Dietrich again offers to bring him in, but Reinhardt replies that after fasting for a few days, the boy might get bolder. Now the two of them need to eat. This may be the last dinner party of the year. After a while, Dietrich and Reinhardt are standing in Wilhelm's room. The boy has hidden under a blanket, lying in a ball on the bed. Reinhardt sternly reprimands him that he has not left this room in 3 days. She reminds him that he hasn't eaten anything in all that time and asks him why he's been acting like this. The answer is the usual, he hasn't. She threatens him, saying that if he doesn't come out of his cocoon now, she will punish him. Reinhardt turns to Dietrich and asks, "How can you threaten a child like Wilhelm?" Dietrich asks how old the boy is. Hearing the answer that he is 16, he can't help but swear. In response, she menacingly asks him if he just swore at his mistress. Dietrich apologizes on his knees. He was just surprised that the boy was 16. He's so small. Reinhardt agrees with him. She too doubts his age because of his size. But Dietrich tells her that there are small and frail teenagers everywhere, and many knights who have become emaciated due to malnutrition. Then why does Dietrich doubt the boy's age? Asks Reinhardt. He answers her that it is hard to believe that a person who behaves so primitively is already 16 years old. He brags that at the age of 16, he was already in the service of the Marquis of Rinka and followed him to war. Reinhardt confirms that he was indeed her father's escort. Dietrich reproachfully tells her that she shouldn't coddle and cuddle nicely with Wilhelm just because he's acting like a little dumb kitten. Reinhardt is outraged. Dietrich asks her to hand over the reins of the child to him. In the next instant, he slides his hand under William's blanket and grabs him by the ankle. He lifts the boy into the air, holding him by both legs as he struggles to cling to the blanket. Dietrich asks the boy if the Viscountess gave him the name Wilhelm. He warns him that if he behaves in this way, he will never become a man worthy of the name. Wilhelm listens to him with clenched teeth and still clinging to the blanket. Dietrich unclenches his hands sharply and the boy flies back to the bed. While Reinhardt is indignant, Dietrich thoughtfully repeats that the boy is 16 years old. And then, with no shyness whatsoever, she informs him that when Reinhardt was 18, she proposed marriage to Dietrich. Reinhardt is furious. She screams at Dietrich that he is crazy, that he could tell the child everything, and why he is even talking about it now. And then they noticed that Wilhelm sat down on the bed with his feet on the floor. Dietrich praises him wryly, saying that even though he looks like a child, teenage boys are sneaky, and then asks if Wilhelm will be hiding and peeping on Reinhardt the same way in a couple years. Wilhelm answers in the negative in his usual way. Dietrich is not gentle with Wilhelm and orders him to look at him with respect, for this is only the beginning of the lesson. He gestures for Wilhelm to get out of bed. We see little Reinhardt. She is climbing a plum tree, and from below, Dietrich yells at her to come down. She yells back that Johanna wants to make plum jam for her, and this plum tree is growing in the perfect place, so let him wait a bit. She climbs higher and higher, but suddenly her foot finds no footing. She slips and falls down. Fortunately, she is caught by the strong arms of Dietrich, who was waiting for her at the bottom. She stares at him for a long moment, amazed at his strength and speed of reaction, and he only smiles back and asks if she's okay. Back in the present, Dietrich drags Wilhelm by the scruff of the neck while Reinhardt runs after them screaming. He calmly tells her that men know how to talk to each other. She yells at him that Wilhelm is still a little boy. Dietrich turned around, looked at Reinhardt in surprise, and asked if he should just spank the boy then and return to his manor. She hesitated, and for a few moments they just stood there, looking at each other. Then Reinhardt comes closer, brushes his hair away from Will's forehead, kisses him, and apologizes. She tells him that Dietrich will indeed be a good teacher for him. Let Wilhelm in turn be a good boy. Dietrich tries to soften the situation and asks for compliments. They banter for a while, and then Reinhardt earnestly asks him to be kinder to the boy. He promises her this and humbly kisses her hand. Wilhelm saw this and began to boil with anger. Dietrich, noticing the boy's reaction, looked at him with a sly squint and walked on, laughing. Reinhardt asked him what was so funny, but he dismissed it. Later, Dietrich began Wilhelm's apprenticeship. The boy fell carelessly. Dietrich, without sparing him, frankly said that he hated children who did not understand words, that he was not his mistress to allow the child such liberties. He looks down at William and says venomously that under Richard, all he did was throw out scoundrels with looks like the boy's. He looks into the boy's eyes and decides he understands. William only looks at him with anger. Dietrich doesn't understand why his mistress saved Wilhelm, a child who can't even speak. How did someone like Wilhelm ever get such an honor? He tells the boy that since the lady wants it, Dietrich will make Wilhelm worthy of such an honor from her. He orders Wilhelm to stand up and move, and throws a wooden sword into his hands. The boy stands up and grips his sword tightly with vicious determination. He approaches Dietrich. He stands quietly and thinks to himself that he only went to this cold wasteland to persuade Reinhardt to leave the empire with him. He orders Wilhelm to attack. A few weeks later, Dietrich gives a small performance in the street to a group of people. They marvel at how carefully he cuts the neck of a pig, and in general, it is the first time they have seen such a knight. He modestly thanks them and says that this praise is more pleasant than praise for neatly cutting human necks. It is the first time he has ever been praised so sincerely. Reinhardt stares out the window, amazed at Dietrich's ability to find common ground with people so easily. And yet, as the lord who has been in charge of the town's affairs for 2 months now, she is shunned by the people. Suddenly, she hears Wilhelm say her name and turns around. She sees a trim, neatly dressed Wilhelm, who embarrassedly covers his face with his hand. She chuckles and asks Wilhelm what's up with his hair. He squeezes out the name Dietrich. She realizes it was Dietrich who cut the boy's hair that way and laughs even louder. She says it looks like a rat chewed it off. She finally laughs it off and affectionately beckons William to come closer. She reassures him that she is about to trim his hair herself. Reinhardt recalls Dietrich saying that since the boy was 16, he should be able to both speak and swing a sword. He said that Wilhelm had to be beaten to make him human. Reinhardt was furious then. That doesn't make sense. She thought at the time that it was just an excuse on Dietrich's part. However, Wilhelm did start to talk a lot more, in words that Reinhardt had not taught him. And now he asks her if he looks strange. She, smiling, tells him that he doesn't look weird, but cute, and will be even cuter when she trims him up. Let him sit still. Reinhardt has never cut her hair either, but still thinks she can do better than Dietrich. She ends up cutting Wilhelm's hair so short that Dietrich can't contain his laughter when he sees him at dinner. He laughs and asks if Wilhelm has enlisted in the military. The boy answers no again, and Dietrich continues to laugh, saying that even after training, Wilhelm has not weaned himself off the word. He gives Wilhelm a ringing slap and tells him that an open forehead is great. The boy rubs his forehead with his hands in shock and bewilderment. He continues to tease the child, not even hearing Reinhardt tell him to stop. And then they get their lunch. Dietrich looks sadly at the plates of food, boiled potatoes, porridge of oatmeal and corn. Reinhardt orders him to eat, a delicacy at this time of year. He starts barking again, saying that he is not a child who complains about food. Reinhardt replies with a sigh that the child next to her doesn't complain. Dietrich explains wryly that Wilhelm needs to eat more meat to become as stately as Dietrich. Then Reinhardt thinks hard. Dietrich is right, but what can they do? And then she gets the idea to give the boy the meat that is meant for her. Dietrich immediately flares up. He shouts that the Viscountess would have gone 6 months without meat, even in the capital. And it's winter here. To which Reinhardt embarrassedly replies that she is not cold. He suggests that she take off her coat in that case. He adds that he is going on a winter hunt anyway and that he is taking Wilhelm with him. Here it is Reinhardt's turn to burst out. How can a small child go on a winter hunt? Then Dietrich asks Wilhelm if he is too young for such a thing. He shakes his head vigorously in response. Dietrich laughs, and Reinhardt looks at them anxiously. In the end, Reinhardt decides that because there aren't even enough people to guard the castle, there's really no other way to get meat, so she lets them go, and only asks them not to die from being stabbed by a deer's antlers. At night, Wilhelm stands by a bucket of water and looks thoughtfully at his toothbrush. Then, Dietrich jumps up and whispers insidiously that if Wilhelm does not brush his teeth, he will be ahead of him in the deer hunt tomorrow. This is when Reinhard comes up to them and says that she didn't like brushing her teeth as a child either. She spits out the water and continues that her father then told her that if she didn't brush her teeth, her prince wouldn't take her. She thinks to herself, wiping her lips, that she didn't know not then that she would make this very prince an invalid by stabbing his leg with a sword. Wilhelm interjects in his own way, and she replies that yes, of course she didn't. Then she shouts sharply, folding her fingers in a rake, that she doesn't like guys with unbrushed teeth. Wilhelm then immediately begins to brush his teeth vigorously. Dietrich reproaches her for treating Wilhelm like a 6-year-old child instead of a teenager. She asks him to be lenient because Wilhelm is so charming, it is impossible to treat him as an adult. Wilhelm spits out the paste, and Reinhardt comes closer to check how well he brushed his teeth. He opens his mouth wide as she examines his teeth and praises him for his cleanliness. She leans over and strokes his head affectionately, and he blushes with embarrassment. Later, warming himself by the fireplace, Wilhelm falls asleep in Reinhardt's lap while she tells them a tale of local deities and gently strokes the boy's hair. Halsey, the goddess of vengeance, hates reindeer. Alutika, the god of fertility and tranquility, once came across Halsey in the guise of a reindeer. In his horns grew a tree of peace, and Halsey was very eager to eat the fruit from this tree, so she could not avoid Alutika, no matter how much she wanted to. Halsey ate one fruit each time they met and fell asleep on the reindeer's back. Dietrich, listening to this tale while fixing her bow, tells her to better tell something more useful to the man who is about to go deer hunting. She asks him to be quiet. It's the only thing she knows about reindeer. Wilhelm also raised his voice and asked Dietrich to keep quiet. Wilhelm listened with wide-open eyes to the continuation of the tale. The weather had been calm while Halsey slept. Alutika had carried her on his back all over the continent and had sown abundance and tranquility everywhere. And so now, when the winter suddenly gets warmer, it is said that it was Alutika who put Halsey to sleep. However, after the thaw comes a blizzard. This is Halsey's anger. Dietrich hears this and reminds Reinhardt that this is not a fairy tale for children. She replies that it is a tale her father told her. Dietrich suggests that Marquis Rinka may have been sparing the little girl's feelings. He continues the story instead of Reinhardt. Spring comes after a hard frost. New life appears thanks to the goddess of spring, Anilak, daughter of Halsey. Probably to conceive, Alutika and Halsey did adult chores throughout the frost. Reinhardt stirred and tried to cover Wilhelm's ears so he wouldn't hear what Dietrich was saying. The knight noticed that it was too late. Finally, Wilhelm falls asleep, and Reinhardt covers him with a blanket. Dietrich asks her permission to ask one question. He asks if this child reminds her of her father, and then he began to do to her his own memory of the Marquise of Rink, when the Dietrich was only 6 years old. He remembers the day the Marquis brought a 4-year-old girl into his home and adopted her. Dietrich greeted her with a bow, announcing to himself that this girl was his mistress. He still remembered that he was treated as an equal, even though he was only the second son of a vassal. The Marquis asked Dietrich to take care of Reinhardt. Dietrich now realizes that the Marquis asked this in order for the girl to have a friend about her age, and also so that her family would have someone on her side. Dietrich thinks that Reinhardt is unconsciously repeating her father's actions with herself as a child when she kisses the boy's forehead, holds his hands, and reads him stories. He calls out to the subdued Reinhardt, and she responds by saying that she realizes her father's death. But Dietrich replies, let her forget the loss of her father if she can. But if her love for this child helps her come to terms with her loss, then she needs to continue to care for Wilhelm. Reinhardt gently placed her palm on the head of the sleeping Wilhelm and thought she was pleased to have such a cute child chasing her tail. And she did act as if she had forgotten about her father. But she hasn't forgotten the real reason she doesn't care about Wilhelmina. It's revenge on Michelle, and she can never forget that. She coldly replies to Dietrich that if she could have forgotten about what that scumbag crown prince did to her by simply wounding him in the leg, she would have done so a long time ago. She thanked Dietrich for reminding her of her offense. It sobered her. But he thought he'd said something that disturbed her. He put his hands behind his head and faltered. He jokingly tells her that either she has a keen eye or she's just lucky, but there's a black viper sleeping on her lap right now. Reinhardt doesn't understand what he means. Dietrich explains that Wilhelm has broken 5 wooden swords this week, and Reinhardt smiled in response. Dietrich advised against this and went to wake the boy to take him to his room. The languid Wilhelm opened his eyes with difficulty and said his teacher's name questioningly but incorrectly. He and Reinhardt laughed. Dietrich asked him to repeat his name correctly. The boy was still having trouble pronouncing the words clearly. Reinhardt affectionately suggests that, if the hunt goes well, he call her simply Rain. It was easier to pronounce than her full name. He grudgingly agrees. The very next day, Dietrich and Wilhelm went hunting. They were accompanied by 5 guards, and in a week they managed to catch only one, but a huge stag. They say that the head of the deer was cut off by Wilhelm himself. And that winter, except for a couple of severe blizzards and a dozen residents forever lost in the snow, all was quiet in the town. 2 months after the hunt, Reinhardt remembers, looking gloomily out the window, that in 3 years a great forest fire will rage in the northeast. It is always cold and dry there, and the danger of fire is always present. But the scope of the Rhineland mountain fire is different. That fire will take over a year to extinguish. The northeast will be almost completely destroyed. It will also be an opportunity for Michel to regain the trust of the people, because his father has lost it. The only reason for this fire growth is the combustible mud, peat, buried in the Rhineland bogs. Fallen leaves, soil that has accumulated over time, and also floating substances in the bog, harden and become this combustible coal. And no one, except now Reinhardt, knows the amount of peat in the bogs. She reasoned that we need to prevent fires, so we need to collect mature peat. This will also increase their capital. The problem is that she doesn't own the Rhineland bogs. Her thoughts are interrupted by Wilhelm, who calls her by the shortened version of her name. She turns around, smiles happily, says she hasn't seen him in a long time, and sees a visibly older Wilhelm. She asks him why he has come. He says, looking down at the floor and rubbing his sleeve, that Dietrich sent him and that he wants to talk to Rain. Reinhardt responds sternly to this by saying that during a conversation, you should stand next to and look into the eyes of the person you are talking to. He nodded in response. Rein thought that Wilhelm still wasn't good enough at talking, even though he had spent 1 season with her. In other lands, that would count as 2 seasons. Though on the other hand, she thought, since a child is taught everything by his parents, it's not such a long period of time. She added to Wilhelm that he should communicate politely with Dietrich. Will turned his head away sharply with annoyance. Rin strokes his cheek with a gentle finger and reproaches him affectionately. He's at it again. Dietrich is his mentor and must be addressed respectfully. She thinks about the fact that she and Dietrich haven't had a private conversation in a long time. The knight had spent the entire winter with the boy, keeping him on the plaza to pay for all the deer he had eaten. Raina sometimes called Wilhelm to her room, the warmest in the castle, on particularly frosty days. This made Dietrich terribly angry. His ex-wife, even if deposed for a crime against him, could not drag this boy to her room. Rumors would spread around the neighborhood. Rain agreed with him, but she thinks he is too hard on Wilhelm. Apparently, Dietrich sees the boy as a sort of little brother. And then she noticed that Wilhelm had matured a lot. She appreciated the work that Dietrich had done. The boy now had broad shoulders. The scars on his face were gone. She was pleased. But even more, she liked his mature face. Rein gently touches his face with one hand and remembers the one time in her past life when she met Will Helona. Then, at lunch, she gave him advice to destroy a man named Michel. It would make his life easier. She considers his scar on his eyebrow. She's seen it in a past life as well. Rein doesn't understand how this child could be the same Will Helona. He calls out to her, and she pulls her hand away fearfully, apologizing for being too close to him. But he suddenly asks her, glancing furtively at her, "What's the big deal about being close to each other?" And then she remembered Dietrich's advice. He had told Rain, while Wilhelm was hiding behind her skirt, that she should stop the child if he suddenly started talking informally. And she had asked him the same thing in return that Wilhelm was now asking her. She laughed and replied to Wilhelm that there was really nothing wrong with that, and reached to take his hand, but Wilhelm got nervous. Rhine jerked her hand away again, too close to him. He answered in the negative and grabbed her arm himself. Suddenly, he drew her to him and pulled her tightly against his chest, hugging her with both arms. She doesn't understand why he's acting this way and complains about her dress being too light and thin, where he can feel every touch. Raina feels the heat coming off the boy, probably because he's just come back from a training camp. Wilhelm pulls back a little and looks her straight in the eye. He asks her why she is embarrassed. She waves it off and says that who else could be closer to her if not Wilhelm. They snuggle together again. Later, they go to Dietrich's stable. She asks him what is the matter, and he reluctantly tells her that he has received an order to be conscripted. She wonders how the order reached these lands. Dietrich replies that he himself is surprised, but yes, it did. Rin assumes it is because the authorities hate her. Dietrich replies that maybe it's partly about him too, and the worst part is that the number of conscripts is 30. That's literally the whole of Ruden's army. Dietrich adds regretfully that in addition to all of their army, he too has been conscripted. He was the only one officially called up as a knight. In the Alanka's empire, the lords were given conscription orders every winter, all because of the starving barbarians coming down from the north every winter. And in this case, the lords had a choice: give the emperor soldiers or pay off with money. Most lords choose to pay because, paradoxically, it costs less and is simply more convenient. Except Ruden doesn't have that kind of money. Rhine is talking to Sarah while standing in the winter yard. She asks how many people from Ruden have been drafted before. She replies that it's usually 10, given the size of the area. So, Rin thinks, 3 times as many have been called up this time, and 1 knight on top of that. She realizes that she can't just give them all her soldiers. The point is that in spring, predators have cubs and come out to human dwellings and sometimes attack people. Therefore, the city needs to ensure maximum safety. Rain tensely reasons that if all the soldiers were given to the Empire, there would be no manpower left in Ruden at all. She asks the approaching Dietrich how the capital knows he is in the north. Dietrich shrugs his shoulders and says that apparently rumors spread throughout the neighborhood. He recalls that on the day he left, a very large number of people gathered outside his house. Dietrich is one of the Empire's most prominent knights, having fought shoulder to shoulder with the Marquis of Rinka on more than one occasion. Rain believes that it was Michel who spread the rumor that Dietrich had gone to see her in Ruden. He wanted Dietrich dead on the way. Rhine gives Michel a firm booing, then consults with Sarah and Dietrich about whether Ruden should ask the neighboring lands for help. Maybe if he asked his neighbors for help with the number of conscripts, they wouldn't refuse. Dietrich cuts her off abruptly, saying that the neighboring lands are also in hot water because of Ruden. It turns out that he has already asked the neighboring Nadantine settlement to send them half of their troops and a couple of knights. But they only have 2 knights, one of whom is the Lord's second son, and the first son died due to illness. The conclusion is that Ruden just needs to pull himself together, grit his teeth, and hold out without soldiers for a while. Reinhardt is furious. She unrestrainedly swears so loudly that her voice echoes throughout the castle neighborhood. Michel dares Ruden to cut off the air. Dietrich meekly agrees with her. But Dietrich doesn't think this is a dead end. He proposes to still send 1 knight from Ruden, not Lord Nadantine's son. Rhine doesn't know what he means, because among all the local knights, only Dietrich has an official title. He says that he does, but he will not be the knight. He turns slightly to the side and directs his gaze somewhere. Rin moves closer and tries to see where he is looking. Then she sees Wilhelm practicing sword fighting. Rain starts to say that she can't believe Dietrich's decision, but he interrupts her and says that Wilhelm is excellent with weapons. Rain refuses because Wilhelm can't go there, and she starts wailing that he's still a child. Dietrich looked at her with a sigh and said that he himself had entered the battlefield at the age of 16, and a man with a look like Wilhelm's would not let himself be killed. He asks Rin if he's wrong, but she abruptly turns away from him to face Sarah. Dietrich continues, saying that a few days ago the boy broke his sword on the chief of the guards. He is growing very fast, having already changed 3 sets of clothes over the winter. He continues to exhort Rin. The villagers will revolt if all the guards go to war, and Wilhelm is destined to be a knight. Have her send him as a knight from Nathandine. Carefully adjusting the shawl around her shoulders, he tells Rin that he understands how much she treasures the boy, but her revenge needs something stronger than a knife in her hand. She can't dwell on one child while living in a dilapidated settlement. She can't let anything spoil her plans. Dietrich thinks to himself that Rain still cannot remain cold-blooded. He remembers that at first he didn't believe the rumors that she had stabbed the crown prince and been imprisoned for it. Since Mrs. Dietrich's name was Reinhardt, and that name is only given to the official heir of the noble Rinke, she simply couldn't stumble like that. Her father, Marquis, by marrying off his daughter to the crown prince, made her the noblest woman in the world. She was protected by the entire empire. But the defenses were apparently too strong, and Reinhardt never learned to defend herself on her own. And she is exactly the same now, Dietrich thinks, not changed at all. He thinks sadly that only the way he has proposed can keep the city safe, but he has little faith that he will be able to persuade her. Suddenly she asks if Wilhelm would replace a knight rather than a simple soldier. Dietrich even hesitates. He begins to say that there are some conditions. But she interrupts him and, with an expression of calm calculation on her face, says that even a dozen soldiers would not be enough for such an exchange. It would cost more to rent one knight, she asks Dietrich. Besides, it's about saving the Lord's last son, and that means exchanging not for a bunch of soldiers, but for a piece of land. Dietrich agrees. She says she wants the Raylan marshes. There are tons of peat buried there, so the price will be comparable. Rain thinks that in that case they can borrow Will. Dietrich laughs to himself and thinks that the Marquise did not give her that name for nothing. He gets down on one knee before her and bows his head humbly. He will follow her orders. When Dietrich and Wilhelm went winter hunting, Dietrich, sitting in the cave by the fire, kept telling the boy that tale of Halsey and Aluki. He wondered if she really hated him. He concluded that she did, because he was interfering with her work and always trying to lull her to sleep. Wilhelm objected, for Aluki loved Halsey. Dietrich agreed with this, for they later had Annalak. The boy thought for a moment, then suddenly asked what happened after Annalak was born. Dietrich wondered that he wondered how it had ended. Dietrich had no reason not to tell, and he continued. The goddess Halsey was always very busy. The flow of people seeking vengeance never ceased. After Annalak was born, however, Halsey left her business for 100 days, at the end of which time she placed the baby in Aluka's hands. His castle was very far away, and the journey to it took 100 days. Leaving her daughter behind, Halsey immediately left the castle without a moment's hesitation. Wilhelm asked if it was because she hated Aluka so much. Dietrich agreed and said that Halsey nevertheless loved her daughter very much, and that was why she voluntarily returned to the castle every year to see her. Halsey didn't even look at Aluki because she hated him from the start, and she had become a goddess of vengeance thanks to a man. Dietrich grinned bitterly, thinking to himself that in spite of that, she had 2 more children with Aluki, like all stupid adults. Wilhelm said that Alutika was happy anyway, since he had gotten Halsey. Dietrich objected, "How can you be happy when the woman you love despises you?" Wilhelm opined that it didn't matter. Dietrich did not like his words very much. He didn't understand who the boy was thinking of when he said such things, but his opinion of him was shaken. So they are standing by the carcass of a downed deer. Wilhelm asks what he has to do. Dietrich replies, surprised, that he must now chop the deer's neck. And they must not be afraid, for otherwise their mistress will remain hungry. Wilhelm, hearing these words, drew his sword high above his head and brought it down sharply on the deer carcass. Dietrich realizes that the words about Reinhardt always resonate strangely in the boy. He noticed this the first time they met, and since then, no matter what training and restrictions he has undergone, nothing in the boy has changed about Rain. He becomes reckless, cruel, and greedy when he thinks of Reinhardt. Dietrich thought to himself that he would never let the child with that look even come close to Reinhardt. But aloud, he only praised Wilhelm for his determination to cut off the deer's head. Dietrich is sad that some people grow up like ducklings looking only at their mother. After all, it is important to become a human being first and foremost. Finally, he saw an opportunity to separate Wilhelm and Reinhardt, namely the military draft. Now, Sarah presents Reinhardt with a letter from Nadatine about the transfer of the rights to the Rhineland marshes. Reinhardt asks her to give the letter to her, but when she does, Sarah hesitates for some reason. She must be wondering why Mistress would want to go to the swamps. Rhine asks her about the departure date to coincide with the draft dates. Sarah replies that in 2 days, at dawn. We also need to prepare provisions for these soldiers. Rin realizes that there is not enough budget for that. She gives Sarah the diamond necklace to sell. She says that although the stone is slightly damaged, the amount from the sale will be enough to buy food for the soldiers. Dietrich immediately squeals that it's her late mother's necklace. Reinhardt mentally agreed with Dietrich. Her family's property had been confiscated by the crown prince. This necklace was the only thing she had left. She smiles and says that if she had known in advance how things would turn out, she would have treated her mother, who left her this necklace, better. Sarah respectfully bows her head, thanks and promises, leaving, to immediately look for a merchant who will buy the necklace. Reinhardt stares after her thoughtfully, and Dietrich stares at her in turn. She flares up and orders him to get ready now, for he is going to war in 2 days. Rhine sighed in relief, leaned back in his chair, and thought that they had almost completed all the preparations. The only thing left to do was to inform the person concerned, the name in mind being Wilhelm. He was just hiding behind the door, counting on her not seeing him, but Reinhardt loudly tells him to come in. He looks at her sadly instead of answering. Wilhelm enters the room but does not approach the table. Reinhardt asks him what's wrong, and he embarrassedly replies that he hasn't had time to wash and now smells of sweat. She laughingly told him that she had long since gotten used to sweaty nights, so he should not be shy and come closer to her. At those words, Rhine thought of his father. Wilhelm asks gloomily if it is because of Dietrich. She replies with a smile that it was probably because of him, too. Dietrich sometimes smelled even worse than the Marquis. Suddenly, Wilhelm moved closer and was behind her. While Reyna was trying to figure out how he'd gotten here so quickly, he leaned over and hugged her. She is perplexed to hear Wilhelm whisper softly, right in her ear, about how he hates the fact that Rin is used to Dietrich. She thinks Will is showing his dangerous sense of possessiveness again. But decides to keep it quiet and laughs merrily as she strokes his arm. He continues to whisper in her ear with a note of obsession that he now knows what she smells like. It is not the boy's current behavior that particularly bothers Reinhardt. She is concerned about Wilhelm's reaction when he learns the news that he is going to war as a knight of a neighboring settlement. After all, whatever Will Helona is from her alternate future, Wilhelm is just a child who is unconditionally loyal to her. Rin thinks wistfully that she's sending him to certain death just for the money. She finally tells him the brutal news. He is going into battle instead of the 15 guards of the city so that they can stay and defend Ruden in the spring against predators. Wilhelm listens to her calmly. She adds mentally that if he doesn't want to go, he can stay, but instead only says that if Wilhelm doesn't want to go, he can think of her, of Rin. She failed to give him the choice to decide his fate for himself. Rhine can't order him not to fight. After all, she is the mistress of Ruden and must take care of the people of her town. She gently took Wilhelm's hands in her own. In return for all this, she promises him to pray for his well-being every night. Reinhardt vows that she will pray for him day after day, every night before she goes to bed. And she said, solemnly handing him the sword, that therefore she was asking him to go to war for her. She tells Wilhelm that this is no ordinary sword, but his father's. He once fell from his horse in the heat of battle and died before he could bear the blade. It is very precious to her, so she asks Wilhelm to return to her alive. Rin tells Wilhelm, in some sort of mad fervor, that she's not going to stop at just Michel Alankes' mangled leg. The crown prince owes her his miserable life and therefore must die with that sword. She asks Wilhelm once more to return to her with that sword. He, with the same solemnity, promises her he will definitely come back again. In the meantime, Wilhelm said he had read in some book that ladies gave their handkerchiefs to knights before they marched. Reyna was embarrassed by his implication, but still, she resolutely tore a piece of cloth from her sleeve. Wilhelm is taken aback, and she explains that she doesn't have a handkerchief and there are only a few weekend dresses, so it's a pretty broad gesture on her part. And Rin ties the cloth around the hilt of the sword. Wilhelm looks at this hilt with undisguised fondness and thanks Reinhardt for such a gift, realizing what it means to her. But 2 days later, before they set off, Wilhelm watched irritably as Rein sheathed Dietrich's sword in the same way. Finally, together with 15 sentries, they set off northward. Rin realizes that about 9 months ago, she pierced Michelle's leg with her father's blade. Later, 3 years later, Rein learns that Dietrich and Wilhelm will return home this year. Sarah clarifies that, according to the date on the letter, it will be in about 2 weeks. Rin is so excited that she tells him to open up more apple cider, which they bought a while ago. Sarah objects, because the cider was bought for cooking. Rin laughingly replies that she doesn't have to be so stingy, because they can now afford more cider. The time without the boys flew by. Lord Nadanthan was happy to give Reinhardt the Raylan marshland. After 2 months, he regretted it, as he saw that the excavated peat was being sold at a furious rate. He sent a representative to Reinhardt. This representative asks how Reinhardt knew about the presence of peat in the land of Raylan. In response, she tells him about the book Abandoned Ruins of the Cold Lands, which was written by the first Empress Amaryllis Defapina Alankes. The book had inexplicably ended up in the library of Ruden Castle, and it was the one that wrote about the existence of peat in the marshlands. Although the last part was rather strange, something about magic and dragons. Thanks to the sale of peat, Ruden finally began to develop. Even the winters became warmer because people had something to heat themselves with, and no one had finally died of cold in the past 2 years. Rumors spread throughout the empire, and thanks to the newcomers, Ruden's guards were greatly augmented, and Reinhardt made a gift to Sarah from the bottom of her heart for helping her mistress so much all this time. Even the locals' attitudes toward Rin had reversed. They waved to her when they met her on the street. They wished her a good day and invited her to dinners. Everything was fine, except for one but. The war never stopped. Usually, the battles with the barbarians began in the spring and ended in the height of summer because they had to harvest their crops. This time, however, the war had been going on for 2 years in a row. William killed the chief's son, and Lord Nadatin received incredible dividends, and the barbarians were so enraged that they abandoned the harvest and continued the battle. Reinhardt reasoned, reading the letter from Dietrich, that the situation was not hopeless anyway. Again, because of Wilhelm. The boy is not even 20 years old, and he fights his enemies like an experienced warlord, for which he has earned the nickname Mad Dog. In his letter, Dietrich reports that the Margrave of Glensia offered Wilhelm money if he would submit to him. The Margrave was upset, but said he would not leave the Marquis's daughter, Rinka. Since Wilhelm was almost always on the battlefield, Dietrich wrote to his mistress mostly. He wrote that despite his inattentiveness in battle, the boy had become an excellent knight. But a soldier, in the literal sense of the word, from Wilhelm, is worthless, because he cannot get along with the rest of the team. Rein reads that such a first pupil at Dietrich's is an embarrassment to all the Ernsts, and all because she raised Wilhelm that way. In his last letter about a year ago, Dietrich wrote that 6 of the 7 barbarian chiefs were dead, so the war was nearing completion. The barbarian tribes have also been destroyed, and now they are marching farther north in pursuit of the last chieftain. It will be harder for them to contact Reinhardt. Dietrich writes that he learned from his brother's letter that he had a child, so he asks Rein to give him a leave of absence from military service to see his nephew. Rein laughs and promises to give him 3 days off. Then she saw something else in the envelope besides the letter from Dietrich. It was a note on a scrap of cloth from Wilhelm. He had written that he thought of Rein every day when he looked at his sword. She is touched, bows her head, and tears drip from her eyes onto the letters. She feels that she misses the boys very much. On the evening of the same day, she receives bad news from the battlefield. At first, she hopes the news is good, but no. One of her closest people has died at the front. Rein can't believe it. She asks the messenger to explain what happened. The messenger replies that all the forces of their army were concentrated on the outer border, a situation that changed in an instant. Reinhardt simply can't believe what is being said. Outraged and horrified, she clenches the hem of her dress into her fists. The messenger goes on to say that the barbarians were closing in on them from both sides and that friendly reinforcements were unable to reach the outpost Dietrich occupied. Wilhelm was late to learn of Dietrich's encirclement in the outpost. He quickly dispersed the barbarians surrounding him and rushed to the knight Ernst. However, he came face to face with the last leader of the barbarian forces. For this reason, the battle lasted much longer than they had originally anticipated. And when William finally cut off the barbarian's head, the sun was already dawning in the east. Reinhardt, no longer holding back, sobs. This was the price at which the Empire ended the war with the barbarians. This was the end of Dietrich's life, bravely fighting alone against a crowd of besieging enemies. She remembers laughing so merrily just this morning as she read his letter. But it turned out that he had died a week ago. She blames herself for smiling so happily while reading a letter from a man who had already died. She threw herself to her knees, unable to keep her feet from the unbearable pain. Sarah and the messenger also bowed their heads, hiding their tears. Rin can't believe that the little boy who used to lie next to her on her bed as a child and listen to her father's stories is dead. She bitterly realizes that she is now alone. The people who loved her most and whom she loved even more are now dead. All because of one single scoundrel who is so careless with human lives. Rin blames herself. She sobs and thinks that Dietrich died because of her. The long-awaited day of the return of the brave soldiers arrives. A little boy runs to the knight, clad in lats, and tearfully throws himself into his arms. Friends meet friends. But then the joy is overshadowed by the appearance of Wilhelm, who follows the coffin of his mentor. People whispered, wondering if this was Mrs. Reinhardt's favorite child. The women whisper to each other that the sight of him makes them shiver. No wonder, since he's been in the war for 3 years, they say to each other. One of them shuts the other up and tells her to watch her tongue because he's Knight Wilhelm now. They say this guy put up a decent resistance to the enemy troops, which means that Mr. Ernst is in that coffin. Suddenly, Wilhelm stopped and saw the grieving Raina in front of him. He rushed to meet her, but she rushed past him. Rain stops at the coffin, lifts the lid, but it's empty inside, because not even Dietrich's body could be found. The guards start whispering about what they are ordered to do in such a case. Rhine angrily wipes away her tears, thinking that no one should see her crying. He stands up and loudly greets the homebound. She announces that they will all be paid handsomely for their services in the war. She will also give their families land for farming, free of charge for 10 years. And there'll be a feast, so they can eat enough. The whole town is abuzz, happy. The war is finally over. Hats, helmets, and confetti flying into the sky. There are cheers everywhere. People are cheering and hugging each other. Everyone is incredibly jubilant, except for 2 people, Wilhelm and Reinhardt. Later, at the cemetery, Dietrich's older brother, Baden Ernst, tells Reinhardt that there was not a single thing found to put in his coffin. He refuses to accept an empty coffin. And since Dietrich died as a knight of Ruden, he will be buried here as well. Baden added that Dietrich chose Reinhardt himself, and this is the consequence of his decision alone. In the evening, Reinhardt throws herself on the bed. She is very tired. The post-war business, the funeral arrangements for Dietrich and the arrival of his brother, had exhausted her. For some reason, unknown to anyone, even the heir to the Glencia family had arrived, and he was completely insane. Since the day the soldiers returned home, Rin has not spoken a word to Wilhelm. She blames herself for the fact that the child who loved her so devotedly fought bloody battles for over 2 years. He shouldn't have done that. She decides she has to call him. But first, she has to change her clothes. And then there is a knock at the door. Ryan decides it is Sarah, complaining to the manager that she can't move a finger because she is tired and asking for help to change her clothes. She is lying on the bed with her back to the door, unaware that Wilhelm has entered the room. Ryan says that the zipper in the back isn't unzipping properly, as she must have been in a hurry this morning, and asks for help. Wilhelm willingly leans over to her, touches her exposed shoulders, and asks if she's asking the right person. Realizing it's not Sarah at all, Rhine abruptly puts the dress back on and sits up in bed. She hadn't expected him to come, and now she was surprised. She looks at him and thinks he's not the good boy she thought he was 3 years ago. Now this man is more like a predator in the woods, and no matter what his gender, he is inherently dangerous. As if nothing had happened, she admits that she was expecting Sarah, not him, and motions for him to sit next to her. At the same instant, William is suddenly right next to her and pulls Rhine sharply against his chest. She looks at him and wonders when he got so big. She remembers how nice it was to cuddle with him when he looked like a baby. Guilt comes over her. She remembered what she'd been told about Wilhelm, as if he had guarded Dietrich's empty coffin for 3 days straight. She realized that this must be the first separation in his life. He has been through so much because of her. She sincerely apologizes to him. Rain hugs Wilhelm and says that her heart hurt like hell when she saw Dietrich's coffin, even though she thought she was ready for it. She didn't push Wilhelm away out of spite, but she shouldn't have done that. Wilhelm soothingly strokes her head and tells her it's okay. He asks that Rhine just tell him that she's glad he's back. Rain asks herself in bewilderment how she could have compared such a gentle young man to a predatory beast. She tells Wilhelm honestly that his return is a great happiness for her. He confesses to her that he missed her. Rhine responds in kind and thinks to herself that she made Wilhelm like that. He asks Rhine to keep talking. She has no idea how much he missed her. The long nights on the battlefield, he thought of nothing but her. The next day, Glencius's heir, Fernach, comes to her and asks her to give him William for 100,000 alanque. Rin asks with lazy wistfulness why so little. Fernach is taken aback. Glencia comes from the places where the war with the barbarians began. He says 100,000 could provide for Ruden for decades. Reinhardt kept wondering why this guy was still in town, even after the funeral, but now realizes he had an ulterior motive. She tells him, tucking her foot in, that even though she is Mistress Ruden, he should realize who she was before she arrived here, namely the crown princess of the empire and daughter of the Marquis of Rinka. There are 2 ways to transfer a knight to another clan. The first, by paying money to the master and taking the knight with him, and the second, by the will of the knight himself, by means of a chevalier's oath. Reinhardt realizes that Wilhelm has already rejected Fernach's offer, so he comes to Ruden's mistress, even though she has already decided that she too will refuse. She tells Fernach that 100,000 is an unreasonable price for a man who killed a barbarian leader, even though he was not even 20 years old. Glencia was very confused by such a reprimand and immediately apologized with a bow and offered to increase the amount for the knight 5 times. Reinhardt interrupts him halfway through and says that he will not give Wilhelm up for any money. Fernach starts to get angry. Ruden doesn't even have soldiers that Wilhelm can command. Rain reprimands him for being rude, and Fernach goes on a rampage. He shouts that in that case he has nothing to lose. No matter how many people live in Ruden now, they still only have 42 soldiers. It's not fair to put a knight like Wilhelm with such a small unit. Fernach promises to pay him an additional 5,000 alanque every month on top of the deposit. In a desperate impulse, he also promises to give up his sister. Reinhardt is shocked, but Fernach continues to talk about how beautiful his sister is. She asks him to be quiet and is stunned to think that Lord Glencia wants William as her son-in-law. Rhine turns to the knight and begins to ask him a question. William calmly interrupts her with the simple statement that he is not interested in anything or anyone but his mistress. Glencia leaves in a frenzy, and Rain asks Wilhelm if he has had a hard time under such an unstable man. Wilhelm replies that Fernach was nevertheless very famous on the battlefield. Rhine looks at her knight and thinks he looks like a completely different person from the one who came into her chambers last night. She asks him defiantly if he was popular with the girls. He is so handsome. Wilhelm faltered, and she laughed. Rin runs a hand through his hair and says his bangs have grown back. Must be uncomfortable by now. She should get it cut again. He takes her hands in his and tells her that just the thought of her parting words gave him strength on the battlefield. He kept telling himself that he'd promised Rin he'd come back alive. Reyna smiled embarrassedly and praised Wilhelm. He intercepted her hand again, pressed it to his cheek, and said that he had kept his promise to her. He would always come back to her from now on, so she should give him his reward. Rin asked him what he wanted from her. Wilhelm replied that it was hard to say for now, but he would be sure to clarify everything later. He kissed Reina's hand gallantly. Without letting go of her hand, he said that he would be sure to let her know what he wanted before it was too late. Meanwhile, Glencia and her adjutant, Alzen Schuttgall, are talking while sitting by the fire in the woods. Fernach complains that he will now be reprimanded by his father for not bringing Wilhelm to him. The adjutant agrees, saying that nothing can be done about it. Fernach recalls his words when talking to Rin about not needing anyone but her. Glencia, of course, knew that the knight was not quite in his right mind, but he hadn't expected this. When William triumphantly cut down the head of the barbarian chief, everyone was delighted, but the Margrave of Glencia was horrified. Fernaz explains that the barbarian invasion of the Glencius lands was an annual spring event and did not do much damage to either side. The barbarians were simply beggars trying to wrest food, all taking about a month. Eventually, they were given a couple of stockpiles of supplies and obediently went away. It was for this reason that the soldiers fought them through their sleeves. They could instead manage 10,000 conscripted warriors. It was an equal exchange. For a long time, things went on like that, until Wilhelm came along. One day, they asked him if he had really killed the heir of a barbarian chieftain, thinking it was just a child. Wilhelm answered in the affirmative. They ask if it's true that he took him alive. Again, he answered in the affirmative. Then Fernach told him, rubbing the bridge of his nose in a deliberately tired manner, that important prisoners must be kept alive in time of war. He asked why, then, he had not hesitated to kill the barbarian. Wilhelm, after thinking for a few seconds, replies that the bastard dared to touch his sword. And this sword belonged to the Marquis of Rinca himself. The barbarian took the blade away and began to sneer. No one in his place would have endured such humiliation. Wilhelm added seriously that, for him personally, letting that scoundrel live was an even more shameful act. Fernach goes on to tell Alzen that he heard that the deposed crown princess came to Ruden as a feudal lord. He thinks the boy Reinhardt lent them is crazy. Alzen asks his master what he intends to do now. He replied, rubbing his forehead tiredly, that he might come to Ruden again, taking his sister's portrait from home. Alzen says that this is a useless undertaking. Fernach flares up at this, and shouting asks what the adjutant thinks he should do. They hear hoofsteps and see the silhouette of a man on horseback in the distance. They wonder who it could be, and then they see that Wilhelm himself has arrived. Often war changes a person. After all, if you constantly see dead people lying around, a person's moral values change. Once, during the war with the barbarians, the soldiers were gossiping in the camp while Wilhelm polished the sword Reinhardt had given him. They were talking about the crown prince's new wife, and when they heard this, Wilhelm became wary and looked in their direction. Flowers and bread had been distributed to all the inhabitants in the capital for 3 days in a row, and there was a cheerful bustle, and this in wartime when so many people had been fighting the enemies of the empire for months. The soldiers are eagerly discussing the new crown princess. She's beautiful, of course she is. The last one was dishonorably banished. There's laughter. The crown prince has found himself a good new wife. The previous one was the kind of woman who would stab you in the leg when she heard of a divorce. Apparently, their married life had been rather dreary lately, but she was beautiful. And now she could get any guy she wanted since she wasn't a virgin. A couple of soldiers began to indecently baud and say that they should offer her their candidacy, that she was definitely uninhibited in bed. And then a sword pierces the throat of one of the soldiers. The blade pierced through the back of his head. The rest of the soldiers fell silent in horror. It was Wilhelm, having heard enough about his mistress, who stopped their tales. He pulled the sword out of the still living soldier, and he fell to the ground. The others backed away in fear. The warriors started yelling at him, trying to quiet him down. Then Wilhelm cut off the head of the next gossip. The others tried to flee. One fighter threw himself on his back, trying to make him realize that he was chopping his own men. Wilhelm calmly replied that the dead man had been condemned to death for disrespecting the imperial family. This episode is recalled by Alzen, while Fernach is talking to Wilhelm, who has just come to their doorstep. He thinks that it is not the war that has changed Wilhelm. It is just that he has always been such a psycho. He looks in his master's direction and sees his face twisted with rage. Fernak calls loudly for the adjutant, who comes hurriedly, and Fernak shouts that they are going back to Glencia at once. He turned abruptly and ordered them not to ask him any questions, just to follow. They mounted their horses and galloped away. Wilhelm stood for a moment, looking after them thoughtfully. When Reinhardt wakes up in the morning, she finds bread on her bed. She remembers how little Wilhelm used to bring her bread in the morning. She laughs that he's all grown up and still goes to her room. We should teach him some etiquette with the girls. Rain starts to say that Dietrich could, but then falters and remembers that he is gone. She thinks with anger that Michel Alenquez has taken another person dear to her from her. She should have stuck the sword in more than just his leg then. She thinks again that it would be good to go back and try again. She doesn't realize she's spoken aloud. Suddenly, Wilhelm is shown in the room. He comes out of hiding and interjects what he means again. And what's going to happen next? Rein asks how long he's been standing there. Wilhelm says he was just about to leave, but then Rein wakes up. He is at her bedside in 2 steps and kisses her hand possessively. He asks if she slept well. She's embarrassed that she's not in the right clothes to be talking to him face to face right now. Wilhelm asks her lengthily if she enjoys managing the lands. Rein replies that there isn't a person who doesn't like it. He leans over to her with a sweet smile and says that in that case he has a present for her. Reinhardt does not attach much importance to his words. She thinks it is the natural attitude of a child toward his parents and took his words as a joke. She, with an answering smile, told Wilhelm that she was counting on him. He offers her a walk with a charming smile. She is surprised, but thinks why not? The weather is nice and she has time. Rein asks him to go out for a while so she can change. Just then, a maid bursts into the room and yells that mistress urgently needs to go outside. Rin hurriedly dresses and runs out after her. The maid points in which direction to run. Rin ran out into the courtyard and, amazed, froze. Dozens of knights were standing outside the castle waiting for orders. She frantically asks Wilhelm what is going on. The one with a beaming smile tells her to land, because she said herself that she likes that sort of thing. Turns out he's come to Ferna to make a deal. He asked him for the army of Glencia. Toth was slightly disappointed. He had hoped that William had come to secretly escape with them to Glencia. William patiently explained that the war was over, which meant that the Margrave of Glencia had nothing to do with the 10,000-man army of warriors he had gathered from him to fight the barbarians. If Marquis Rinka were alive, the imperial family could use him to control Glencia's army through a marriage contract with Rin. But Rinka is dead, and his soldiers have scattered throughout the empire. He said with a deliberately thoughtful look that the imperial family would now try to weaken Glencius. It would only be good to order the soldiers to disband. But if he were Glencius, Wilhelm would be the first to attack the emperor and win back independence for his lands. Alzen jumped up and shouted that Wilhelm was making no secret of the call for rebellion. Let him not drag the conscientious citizens of the empire into it. Fernak asks Wilhelm with an uncertain chuckle if this is what Ernst taught him. Wilhelm still as calmly replies that Dietrich was a good man who had no thought of rebellion, but he did want to propose negotiations with the emperor. Fernak looked into Wilhelm's serene face and asked if he was going to involve Glencia in a territorial war. He answered in the affirmative and added that he would take the entire northeast for Ruden. Alzen watched with dismay as Fernak shouted unrestrainedly that he did not have to trust Wilhelm to give him his army. Wilhelm calmly replied that he now understood why Fernak was nicknamed the Fox, because he was too cowardly to take drastic action. After all, if he won, Glencia would gain a powerful friendly territory to ally with. Wilhelm explained that he meant his mistress, the mistress of the vast lands in the northeast. He asked Fernak why he was still hesitating. Fernak thought the idea wasn't so crazy, because under Ruden is Orient, the richest land in the east. However, Marquis Rinka favored the imperial family, unlike his daughter. Fernak thought that if Reinhardt took possession of Orient and Glencia became her ally, the emperor would come down on them with redoubled anger. He voiced his fears to Wilhelm. Wilhelm responded by assuring him that everything was fine. By then, all the restrictions would be gone. Alzen intervened in the conversation and tried to reason with his master. Wilhelm asked Fernach to calm down his adjutant, and he obeyed. Alzen sat down to the fire with a drooping head. Wilhelm continued to say something to Fernach, and after a few moments the latter shouted fearfully to Alzen that they were returning to Glencia at once. After telling this to Reinhardt, Wilhelm asks her if she is glad. She jumped on him with the fact that they don't have the money to feed such an army. He kept repeating that she said herself that she liked the land. "So it's not the land, it's the people," Rein shouts. Then Wilhelm gestured affectionately at the shawl around her shoulders and, as calmly as ever, looked into Rin's eyes. She thinks, looking at him, that his gaze seems foreign and scary to her, as if she's seeing him for the first time, even though she's seen him countless times. Wilhelm, meanwhile, says he knows. She trusted Dietrich far more than she trusted him. She tries to interrupt him, but he continues. She says that if 1,000 soldiers were brought to her by Dietrich, she would be jumping for joy. Of course, there is no point in talking now about his teacher, who is no longer around. He dare not claim to understand her grief and her anger. Wilhelm gets down on one knee and continues. Michel Alenkes took Dietrich away from them, so Wilhelm wants to share that hatred with her. He kisses the hand of Rena, who thinks about the fact that the man in front of her is not familiar to her. Rin realizes that she always saw him as just a little kid. She thought he didn't realize what was happening. She doesn't understand when he had time to grow up like that. This boy grew up feeding off her feelings. William stares mesmerized into her eyes and tells her that he did it to get back what is Rin's. And this is just the beginning. She replied, taking her hand away from his, that she had never asked for such a thing. Even if she was going to give something back, she should do it herself. Wilhelm objected. She was going to do it with his help anyway. Her eyes widened. She mumbles that it was just a misunderstanding. Wilhelm interrupts her and says, with the same serene smile, that Rein would have used him as a tool anyway. He takes her hands in his again and says that, in that case, whatever he does will be the result of the effort Rin put into him when raising him and her personal anger. Wilhelm promises her that he will be the thunder and lightning of her hurricane. After all, a hurricane has a path, and thunder and lightning only follow it unwillingly. He rises from his knees, uttering his last words, standing in the ranks of the new army and bearing his blade. She stares at him mesmerized with an expression of alarm on her face. He says that he only hopes that the road he takes will be to her liking. In the summer, Ruden started a territorial war, and at first everyone laughed. The former crown princess had gone completely insane, and that was because Reinhardt had put a 20-year-old commoner at the head of the army. Nadanthin surrendered himself, and everyone began to laugh at his cowardice. But soon the rich and wide lands of Delmaril lost to Ruden, and no one laughed anymore. The Alenkes Empire did not wage wars unless it came to the taxes levied on the imperial family. In addition, this was the first precedent for such a speed of land seizure, and so the emperor simply did not notice it. That same year, by the end of winter, the war had brought 6 new territories to Ruden. Encouraged soldiers went on the offensive to the east. The army of 1,000 soldiers had doubled in size. It was rumored to be the work of the Margrave of Glencius. Some prominent lords began to voice concerns about whether it was time to stop Ruden. But it was too late. Orient in the east, Delmaril and Fala all the nearest powerful lands had fallen. The chief knight of the invaders soon changed his nickname from Mad Dog Ruden to Thunder Ruden, and those lands that gave the most taxes to the empire became Reinhardt territory. Finally, Michel lazily orders, sitting in his castle a meeting of advisors, that the order to disband the army given by Glencius be rescinded, and an attempt must be made to get Margrave Glencius to control Ruden. The emperor is careful to say that half of Ruden's soldiers belong to the Margrave of Glencia. That means that if the Margrave calls them back, they will return and be as loyal to him as before. The confused counselors try to hide their faces. The emperor blurts out that there is a high possibility that Ruden and Glencia may be like-minded. The crown prince reluctantly says it's the same as the order to disband the troops. We need to take the soldiers away from her and interfere with Ruden's relationship with Glencia. The emperor's hands are shaking with rage. He calls his son a fool and shouts that it is useless to do it now. He thunderously asks his son if the Margrave is allowed to gather enough men. What will he do? Bring back soldiers from Rudin's army or increase his power by hiring new ones? Michel doesn't answer anything, just squints at his father and continues to sit with his fist on his head. The emperor rubs his forehead tiredly and thinks that it's just crazy. His only son is dumb as a cork. Michel has no sense of people's abilities or political acumen. If the emperor's heir had personally participated in suppressing Sarek's rebellion from the beginning, none of this would have happened. One of the imperial advisors said that Michel had become cranky because of his leg injury. The emperor is very hurt that his heir is not interested in the affairs of the empire and thinks only of his own well-being. After all, he will have to rule this country one day. One of the counselors says that Rudin has achieved so many victories because of an outstanding knight. This man was trained by the family's second son, Ernst. The emperor raises his head and listens to him intently. The one says that this knight doesn't actually have an official appointment. He is not originally a knight, and he entered the war under a false identity. They usually don't get punished for this kind of thing because they die before they are even charged. But it is still a crime. They may invite him to the capital, and then he will have to answer for his crime personally. Soon a letter arrived at Rudin from the imperial palace. It was an invitation to go to the capital for an audience with the emperor. In return, the imperial family guaranteed the restoration of Marquis Rinka's title and the return of his body. After Reinhardt crippled the crown prince, all her property was confiscated and all titles and privileges were revoked, the knights coming under the control of the imperial family, and her father's body had to be buried in a public cemetery far outside the capital. Rein can't refuse the offer. She feels that she is one step closer to Michel. Now, unlike the last time she was banished to Rudin, she needs to go through the Crystal Gate. There is a man yelling in the hall, Count Melee. He yells that you can't go through the gate with weapons. Have one of the warriors put the sword away. Rin approaches them and says that these men work for her, so she vouches for them. Melee disagrees. The rules are the same for everyone. The Crystal Gate is made of crystals of magical power. It is a transportation that allows you to travel quickly from one gate to another. It is said that magic once existed in these parts, but over time, magic itself has declined. The founder of the empire, Amaryllis Alankis, being the last mage on this earth, created the Crystal Gates. As a new means of transportation, they brought prosperity to the entire continent, and the Alankis family became firmly established as the ruling family of the empire. Only Alankis relatives can pass through the gate without a resonance crystal. In addition to this, there are special rules, such as weapons. Count Melee is still kicking himself. Then Rain tells him that she's already been through the gates as crown princess. Not only do they not lead straight to the palace, but they are guarded by 20 knights. Melee tries to object, but Rin cuts him off and says that even though going through the gate is an order from the emperor, if the procedure is so difficult, it is better to go on horseback. After all, it is the emperor who needs Rin urgently, not the other way around. The count does not give up and says that Wilhelm is not allowed to take his sword with him, as one cannot go into the capital with a blade larger than 1 relis. No exceptions are allowed even for the crown prince. Then Rin approaches Melee and informs her that this is her father's sword. And realizing the real meaning of returning to the capital, she will not take this sword from her knight. The count pouted, stomped, and strode noisily to the exit, telling them he understood and would wait for them at the gate. He told them to come at once with the crystal, as soon as they had finished their preparations. Rin thinks the Earl has an obnoxious temper. Wilhelm thanks her for protecting his weapon. Rin runs up to Sarah and asks her to take control of Rudin while Rin and Wilhelm are away. She figures that there is not a person who will not enjoy the annexation of new land. But in 6 months, Rudin has grown so large that it is difficult for one person to manage it. William fought for new territories without realizing the extent of the land, and Rin and Sarah had to deal with the consequences of those victories. She thinks sadly that the system of government is still flawed, but she has to leave. She apologizes to Sarah for her departure and promises to return as soon as possible. In response, the manageress asks her to return no sooner than when she has achieved all her goals. Sarah recalls the day they met. She admits that she was not at all happy to see Reinhardt. though no one in the world would have taken the former crown princess lightly at the time. She takes Rin's hands in hers and says that she never hated her. Until now, Reinhardt had given Ruden so much, so now it was Ruden's turn to support Rain. No matter how long the current journey would take, there was no need to worry about that. May Rein return with honor, having accomplished all that is necessary. Rein warmly thanks Sarah. She thinks that, at the time of her banishment from the capital, she couldn't have imagined that she would be living this life. She mentally asks her father if he gave her this chance so Rin wouldn't give up. In that case, she won't run away again. She approaches Wilhelm and says that she needs to be sure to tell him something before they leave. That day, when they had talked in the castle, Wilhelm had seemed a stranger to her. She had once felt at peace when she'd leaned on his shoulder, but he was no longer the sweet child Reyna had cherished. The child, who she thought didn't understand anything yet, actually saw right through her. Reyna was also ashamed that this unconditional devotion could not seem to be reciprocated. Wilhelm had won one victory after another. News of them came even when she did nothing. It proved too hard for Rin to fulfill the duties of being the owner of all those lands that William, already a war hero who knew no defeat, had conquered for her. But, unintentionally, in a way Reinhardt had never realized, her long-awaited revenge was coming. She remembers to give Wilhelm whatever reward he sees fit. However, she does not know what she can reward him with for such accomplishments. And so they stand before leaving for the capital, and Rin tells his knight that this trip is like sticking his head in the lion's mouth. She thinks that in that case, she should trust Wilhelm completely. She reminds him, brushing invisible dust from his camisole, that he promised to avenge Dietrich's death. Reinhardt admits to him and to herself that she trusts Wilhelm. Leaning her head against his broad chest, she says she is going to tell him something she has never told anyone before. Rin says softly, running a finger over his shoulder, that William will be able to pass through the gate even without the crystal because he is the Emperor's heir, a blood relative of the Alankises. She admits that it is hard to believe and mentally begs Wilhelm to believe her. She swears to him that it is true, that he is indeed the Emperor's son. She repeats in her mind that she believes him so that he may trust her. Rain explains that she didn't tell Wilhelm the truth earlier because she can't answer how she knows it. But since it concerns Wilhelm, he should know. He doesn't say anything, and Rin is already filled with anxiety as she suddenly touches the hilt of his sword and asks if it's the cloth she tied for him. Wilhelm asks her not to touch the cloth because it is dirty and has blood on it. Reyna replies that it's her sleeve, there's nothing dirty about it, and thinks to herself that she's tied the flap tighter than she thought. He apologizes to Rein for not returning the blade to her because of his own greed, but she's even glad that he appreciates her gift so much. She is relieved to think that no matter how much Wilhelm has grown and changed, he still has that same child inside him. Rein slides her fingers lightly over his torso and apologizes for really wanting to use Wilhelm as a tool, but she trusted him with her father's sword. That means that no matter who Wilhelm becomes, no matter what he does, no matter how much he changes, and even if he leaves Rin, as long as that sword is with him, she will trust him completely. Rin is afraid of Wilhelm, but she is not going to repeat the mistakes of her past life because of her cowardice. In this life, he belongs to her. She tells him with a radiant smile that he can come back to her whenever he wants. Wilhelm promises her that. She reaches out and strokes his hair as she once did as a child. Wilhelm tells her that he has something to tell her too. He brushes her hair off her shoulder and says quietly into her ear that he too knows he is the Emperor's son. Rin pushes him away in shock, shrieking, asking since when did he know that? Wilhelm calmly grabs her hand and pulls her back against him. He says that he cannot yet say where he came from or when. At the same moment, one of the soldiers enters the room and announces that Alzin has arrived and that it is time to leave, followed by the announced man himself, who apologizes for the delay. Rein thinks to himself with annoyance and embarrassment that Alzin has come surprisingly out of the way and hurriedly says he's on his way. Let them get everything ready. Wilhelm tells Rin that the moment for such a conversation has passed, but they will definitely get back to it. With a quiet murmur, he walked around Rin and went to give orders to get the horses ready. Later, riding his horse to the gate, Rain realizes why Fernach gave them so many soldiers so easily. As collateral, Wilhelm left them himself, or rather, the emperor's blood flowing in him. This means that the empire's ruling family is acting in Reinhardt's favor, which means the emperor can't charge her with anything. Because of the empress, Michel remained the emperor's only child, not by his will. The empress is no longer able to give birth due to her age. Michel is not bright, but he will not be the only heir for long. The appearance of another candidate for the throne will certainly please the emperor. Rhine suddenly bumped her eyes into Wilhelm's scrutinizing gaze and quickly looked away. Finally, they arrived at the appointed place. Mele was waiting for them at the gate. He tells them to take the resonance crystal and follow him into the gate. Then he disappears into this glowing blue archway. After a moment, Wilhelm leans in close to Reina's ear and reminds her that he still hasn't said anything about his reward. She nervously clutches the hem of her dress and asks him to repeat what he has just said. Wilhelm says that Reina asked him to come back alive, and he did, and he will always come back alive for her. They, keeping side by side, approach the gate. Wilhelm asks her to give him the reward. The other members of the delegation rush them, and she agrees with an awkward smile. Rain pokes Wilhelm about what kind of reward he wishes to receive. She doesn't have anything that she can give him. Wilhelm smirks slightly and asks Rin to give herself to him. In that instant, her head goes blank. Wilhelm tells her honestly that what he has always desired in every circumstance was only Rin. She hesitates to answer and hurries him through the gate in case the others hear him. Wilhelm says he doesn't care about that. He confesses his love to Rain as he stands on the threshold of the crystal gates. He repeats that he loves only her, looking into her eyes. Meanwhile, in his chambers, Michel tells Dulcinea that he is in a bad mood. She, sitting at his feet, suggests sprinkling some perfume as she has just recently received a magnolia scent. The Crown Prince capriciously replies that there is no need for any floral scents in this heat. He orders his wife to wash his feet. Dulcinea meekly agrees. She has nothing else to do. After all, she was only 12 years old when she was taken as a hostage from her home small principality of Canaria. The last gift before she left her father's house was a tasteless, odorless poison. It was a small black brick that she had to chew and swallow if she got too sick to eat. All the hostages languished in the dilapidated palace and were ignored even by the servants working there. She lived like that for 10 years. There was no way she could fall in love with someone. Michel stops her and asks her not to use such force. It hurts him. Every time he made her, a princess of another country, his wife, wash his feet, barely a wounded leg hurts. He squeamishly informs her that that woman is coming that night. Dulcinea asks if she understood correctly who he means. Without hesitation, he confirms that he is talking about that trashy woman, Rin. Dulcinea begins to apologize that she has caused the Crown Prince to be wounded, but he says he does not blame her and places his palm on the top of her head. Michel's mood is also bad because of that woman. In his mind, he compares Dulcinea and Rain. The second wife is much more attentive than that lousy woman. He clenches his fingers on his own knee and screams in rage that he hates Rin and wants to destroy her. The Crown Prince shouted that he had hoped she would die on the road to Rudin, either at the hands of bandits or from the cold. Not only did she survive, but she befriended a rogue. And she's a powerful lord now. It's the shameless one who dares to buck the system. Michel, with hot anger, kisses that will make Rhine regret his act. He will send the insolent woman to the scaffold by all means. He asks Dulcinea to give him a necklace he made especially for his wife. Let her wear it to the party tonight. Dulcinea tries to object, saying that the Viscountess is coming, but he interrupts her, saying that the Crown Princess does not participate in such events, but they must break the spirit of this upstart. Rin was originally of low status. That's the beauty of Dulcinea. She's a princess by birthright. He tells her that she rules perfectly in the Crown Princess's shoes, asks her to personally show everything to Reinhardt. Dulcinea Canaria, living as an invisible person for so long, could not refuse. She smiled carelessly at Michel. Sometime later, the guests finally arrived. The emperor, the crown prince, and his wife met them in full dress in a richly decorated hall. Michel ordered Dulcinea to raise her head. After all, she is his wife. He is the one who chose her. She should not be depressed. She agreed with the same humility. The emperor gave them a stern look at that moment, coughed, signaling them to stop talking, tisked, and quickly turned away, looking at the doors again. He ordered Lord Rudin and her knights to be let in. Michelle quietly told Dulcinea to look at the despair of the woman she had displaced from the throne, but the sight of Reinhardt took his breath away. Dulcinea remembers meeting Reinhardt and her retinue in the palace garden one day. The weather was lovely. Rin was as beautiful as a flower. That day, she wore the same jewelry that Dulcinea is wearing now, and the same crown. The new crown princess thinks bitterly that it was because of her that Rin lost everything. She's embarrassed to meet Rin now in the palace and in this outfit. She furtively raises her hand to her neck and hides the stone on her necklace in her fist. Meanwhile, Reinhardt and her knight escort walk down the carpeted walkway straight to the imperial family, and Michelle grits her teeth in fury. Dulcinea is shocked to notice that Reinhardt is not wearing any jewelry at all. The girls meet their eyes. Rain's gaze is full of coldness and contempt. She thinks, looking at Dulcinea, that she will get back everything she has taken from her. Dulcinea shivers at the sight, and the crown prince puts his arm around her shoulder. He whispers irritably that he asked her not to be depressed. At this time, the emperor, not rising at the sight of the guests from his throne, thinks he has summoned them ostensibly to congratulate them on receiving the title of Great Lord. It must be an honor for Reinhardt. He chuckles gloatingly. Rein came in wearing mourning clothes. She had the courage to speak her mind before she could say a word. The advisor accompanying them solemnly honors the honorable emperor and then announces the arrival of Viscountess Reinhardt Delphine Feildal. Rain and Wilhelm bow their heads and greet his majesty. The emperor asks Rin to raise her head, purposely catching her eye with the Viscountess. He notices with a smile that she doesn't react to it in any way, so she came all this way to reclaim the title of Marquess of Rinka. He slyly thinks that he had no intention of giving Reinhardt back her title from the beginning. Rain introduces William. He explains that he has no last name, but was a temporary knight of Feilden. Wilhelm respectfully greets the emperor in a formal manner. He raises his head and looks at the emperor's face with dignity. He looks at the knight and turns white as a sheet. The counselor coughs tactfully and turns to Wilhelm. He asks how old he is. Wilhelm replies that he is in his early 20s. The counselor says with a degree of indifference that Wilhelm is indeed an unprecedented brave man for his age. Wilhelm modestly asks not to exaggerate. The counselor says that nevertheless Wilhelm does not have a last name. At this point, Michelle sees that something is going on with his father. Rein responds to the counselor's remark. Wilhelm's mother lost her family and died due to an attack by barbarians just after the child was born. The emperor intervenes, asking if Wilhelm must have had a father. Reinhardt replies dryly that it is best not to speak of it in the Amaryllis Hall, as it might bring shame to some of the family. The emperor addresses Rin personally and calls her Marquess this time. He says that there are not many distinguished lords in his empire. Therefore, negotiations for the return of the Marquess of Rinka's territories should be quick and productive. He invites Rin to his garden for a tea party in an hour. Rein said yes, and Michelle kept trying to figure out what was going on between the three of them. The emperor informs them that in 2 days there will be a feast in honor of her proclamation as the great head of the lands. He is happy to invite Rin and her knight. Reinhardt says it will be an honor for both of them. Michelle is confused. He mentally tries to bring his father to his senses, for there will be no return of the title. It is just an excuse to lure Rain to the capital and to deal with her and her knight. The crown prince is trembling with barely contained rage and curses foully at Rain. He dreams of killing her. Dulcinea is also very confused. She touches the stone on her necklace again, feeling her own frantic heartbeat, and tries to figure out whether the young man, Wilhelm, has really smiled at her. Reinhardt and Wilhelm leave the hall. She is jubilant that she and Michelle have finally met. He's limping. Apparently his life isn't as sweet as it used to be. No less than Rin's life in marriage to him. She had come back to this place only to get revenge on him, to take the life she had once carelessly saved, to make him feel what it was like to live in hell. Rain makes a plan for the next tea party with the emperor. He needs to please him. First, he must make him recognize Wilhelm as his son. That's when Alzin calls her out and hints that they owe Lord Glencia something. Rin realizes that they need the resonance crystal to confirm Wilhelm's lineage, but she also needs it to show the Emperor during the tea party. She sees that there are too many extra eyes around. We should let Ansel know that. She says cryptically that Amaryllis will bloom this season. Ayazel isn't quite sure what she means by that, but he remembers that the first empress was named Amaryllis. It's also the flower on the Emperor's coat of arms. He goes on to reason. The words about the blossoms meant that Rhine had better evidence than the crystal, namely the Amaryllis crest. He mentally cursed at the aristocrat's complication. Rin sighs, too much to pay attention to. Wilhelm sees that she is tired, gently picks her up under her arms, and says that somewhere they must have prepared a room for the new great lord. Let her rest there. She wonders about his knowledge of such things, and he replies that he has learned much from the war. Ansel watches them and realizes with a shudder that the rumors about the couple were true. He wants to take the crystal he owes Glencia and go home. Wilhelm escorts Rhine to her quarters. She thanks him as she sits down on the bed and examines the crystal closely. They're disposable, shattering immediately when they pass through the gate. Wilhelm had told her, before entering the crystal gate, that the very proof they needed. If they show the unbroken crystal to the Emperor, he will no longer doubt his paternity. She clutches the crystal resolutely in her hand and thinks she can gain the Emperor's trust with it. Wilhelm gets down on one knee and asks permission to go with her to the Emperor's tea party. After all, there may be an assassination attempt on her. Now is the best moment for the people who want to destroy the new, great Rudin. With Rin's death, all the newly acquired lands will be destroyed as well. She must be prepared for the Emperor to try to kill her. She asks him if Dietrich taught him that. Wilhelm says it's a lesson he learned during the battles. He doubts that the Emperor will actually try to kill Rain, since he seems to like Wilhelm. Rin agreed with him, though she was visibly nervous. She asks Wilhelm what he himself would like to do, if he would like to be the imperial heir. He answered honestly that he did not know. Rain thinks it would be nice to see Wilhelm as crown prince. Michelle will squirm in shame and misery, deprived of her status. Wilhelm said that it was too complicated, so he didn't know. Raina thought he was joking, but he replied seriously, resting his head in her lap, that he would just let her handle it. Now he just wanted Raina to kiss him on the forehead. Raina was embarrassed and remembered the moment at the Crystal Gate when William had confessed his love to her. She doesn't know how she should respond to this. Then she simply tells him that Wilhelm should go guard the room and she should get some sleep. He gets up and she falls on the bed. Falling asleep, Rin thinks she has a hard time with him. Wilhelm is too complicated for her. And now comes the exciting moment of meeting the Emperor in his garden, face to face. They greet him again. He invites them to the table, addressing her again as Marquise. Raina sits down, and Wilhelm kindly pulls up a chair for her. She decides that, judging from his treatment of her, the Emperor is not thinking of killing her yet. The Emperor interjects her knight's name, smiling condescendingly at him. He had heard him referred to as the thunder of the Marquis of Rinka's lands. Let him sit down too. Raina belatedly realizes that she has not taught Wilhelm the etiquette of the palace. But the knight gratefully accepts the invitation and says that he would not dare to sit next to respectable aristocrats. So he just stands. Raina is surprised at his correct answer. The Emperor says, sipping his tea, that unfortunate circumstances have caused them to become estranged from Reinhardt. But that is in the past, he suggests. Forget the conflict. Looking openly at Rin, he says he will return all her privileges, her family's property, everything Michelle took away, and, of course, her father's body. But before she does, have her present him with her knight's birth certificate. Raina calmly agrees and says that she will give it to the Emperor in person right away. Wilhelm again gallantly pulls back his chair for her. Rin takes the scroll, and as she walks past the knights, she thinks they are worried. She is the one who pierced the crown prince's leg. They are wary of what she might pull this time. She leisurely approaches the Emperor and tells him with a radiant smile that she is glad to see him in good health after such a long separation. She hands him a fake birth document with a crystal hidden inside. This is to make sure that no one dares to interfere. And the Emperor's entourage around doesn't understand why she's being so nice. Apparently, she wants to become the emperor's daughter-in-law again. The deal is both hidden and genuine. The emperor takes the scroll from Rin's hands with a polite smile, his fingers touching hers. He tells her that he is pleased to have her back in the capital. Through this transaction, Rin expects to regain the emperor's trust. Later, already exhausted, lying on the bed in her chambers in front of a lit fireplace, Rain complains to Wilhelm and the maid Mark that her business in the capital does not end. He reminds her of the emperor's promise to formally knight him at the banquet, so they need to get their clothes ready. Rhine marvels at his knowledge again. First in the garden at the tea party, now this. We need to talk to Wilhelm about this. She asks the maid to leave them alone for a while. Wilhelm asks her with a sly smile if she wants to be alone with him. He leans over and warns her that if she is alone with a man late at night, she risks the reproach of strangers. Rhine laughingly replies that there will always be reproaches. Besides, everyone already thinks they are a couple. Wilhelm is slightly taken aback by this. Rain says that she doesn't care what others say about her as long as her conscience is clear. Wilhelm doesn't understand what she means. She explains that she's been raising him since he couldn't even talk. So to her, Wilhelm is more of a capricious child than a man. Mark manages to hear those words and sees how angry Wilhelm is. She giggles that even Ruden's thunder is just a child in front of Madame and hurries to hide. The door slams shut behind her, and Rin continues. She wanted to ask Wilhelm something when they were alone. Wilhelm doesn't let her finish, quickly approaching her and putting his knee on the bed beside her. He rests his hands on her arms and looms over Rin, forcing her back down on the bed. He asks her defiantly if she can see the baby now. She tries to turn it into a joke, jumping up and down and saying she was embarrassed at his age too when her father called her apple pie. Rin apologizes for making fun of him in front of Mark. Wilhelm says that's not what he's mad about. Wilhelm says, still hovering over her, that there's only 8 years difference between them. Rin, still as non-seriously agreeing, he gets angry again. She starts to say that what's more important now is how he found out about his kinship with the emperor, but Wilhelm clamps his hand over her mouth. He tells Rin that children hate parents who are too nosy. Wilhelm picks up abruptly and leaves the room, closing the door behind him with a clatter. Left alone, Rain repents. She is the only woman Wilhelm knows well. Of course he thinks he is in love with her. That said, he's her only trump card. She can't commit to him with something so abstract. Rhine thinks that if he knew how fleeting love is, he would be able to understand her. Wilhelm walks away from her through the courtyard and laments that he confessed his feelings to Rain at the Crystal Gate. And then he was called out. He turns around sharply and sees 2 girls. One of them is the new crown princess Dulcinea, and she looks at Wilhelm fearfully, unable to take her eyes off him. Her escort, Kilia, yells at Wilhelm, asking who he is and what he is doing here. Dulcinea recognizes Wilhelm as the knight who has come with Rain. The guard orders him to observe ethics, for he is facing the crown princess. Wilhelm obediently got down on one knee and bowed his head and introduced himself. Kilia warns him that the crown princess comes to this place every night. He can't be here. Have him leave immediately. He defiantly replies that he lives here now, so he has nowhere to go. Cilia starts to threaten William, but Dulcinea stops her. She says that this is the knight's first time in the palace and that he cannot know that outsiders are not allowed here. Wilhelm apologizes, and Dulcinea looks at him with all her eyes and wonders how it is that an arrogant young man with such an angry, stubborn look kneels before her and bows his head. Kilia snatches her sword and yells that the crown princess has shown her mercy, and this man hasn't even thanked her. Dulcinea tries to reason with her and asks Wilhelm to ignore it. She says that this place is not far from the palace where she used to live before, so she is used to walking here. She forgot that the emperor is receiving important guests today. Dulcinea could leave now for the sake of the precious guest, but these walks are the only joy for her. So she asks Wilhelm not to come into this garden again from now on and take away the last joy in her life. She's still thinking, struggling to keep her heart pounding in her chest, that there's no way a man like that would get down on one knee for her. Wilhelm smiles enigmatically and says he understands. The girls leave. He still does not get up from the ground. As she walks away, secretly from her escort, Dulcinea drops her handkerchief on the ground. Wilhelm picks it up perplexed, then smiles the same mysterious smile. 2 days later, on the day of the banquet, Rin asks Mark if the preparations for the gala are complete. She replies that the accompanying knights have dressed for the occasion, leaving only Rhine herself. The lady replies that she is quite ready. She asks if Alzen has been called, which is more important. The adjutant showed up right away. He announced that he had arrived at the first call. Reinhardt tells him that her call has nothing to do with Amaryllis. She hands him a note. It contains personal information about the person Rin is looking for. Rain tells him that he knows he will be absent from the upcoming banquet. Let Alzen rest and find this man in the capital. Rin thinks, looking at him, that he has a look of displeasure on his face, that she won't give them the crystal, and makes some strange requests. But this man is now in the capital, and it is urgent to find him. This is a man from her past life who was capable of single-handedly controlling Helka. However, now she is not going to reveal the circumstances of their acquaintance. She tells Alzen that Sarah isn't young anymore. She can't manage the sprawling Rudin alone, and the man she needs is qualified for the job, so let Alzen find him. Alzen agrees with a sigh, but as he walks to the door, he turns around and says that he is Glencia's adjutant after all, so everything Alzen does will be told to the Margrave. Rain smilingly tells him that she knows. In fact, she needs Alzen to tell the Margrave. That way, Glencia will consider her competent enough. She needs to make him believe that Rudin will not be lost without Wilhelm. Her knight hadn't shown up in the 2 days since he'd left her room. Rhine decided to leave him alone to gather his thoughts. But she needs to prepare herself to conduct business even without him, just in case he suddenly decides to leave her. After all, this is her personal revenge. Rhine doesn't hear the door creak open. She thinks about how much she misses Dietrich at times like this, when she needs someone to confide in. Sobbing, she involuntarily says his name aloud. Wilhelm, standing outside the door, hears this, sees her sobs. He slams the door angrily without even making his presence known to her. Wilhelm remembers all those moments when Rena preferred Dietrich to him. He stands at her door, with the box in his clenched fist that he wanted to present to Rena. He clenched his teeth in anger and went into Rin's room. She asked him worriedly what was wrong, since he hadn't heard from her in 2 days. Wilhelm, instead of answering, asks what her meeting with Alzen was about. He knows Mark wasn't around. Any other guards weren't either. Rin was in potential danger. Rain looks at him sadly and asks him why he is acting as if he were her master. Wilhelm is immediately embarrassed and apologizes. She tells him to close the door, and he obeys. She asks him to tell him now if he wants to be crown prince. With a deliberate bowing of her head, she says she would be happy to call him Your Highness. He is even more embarrassed. She looms over him, pushing him closer and closer to the wall with each step. Reinhardt tells him that His Highness the Crown Prince cannot be her husband, and from the moment he agrees to accept the title, he will not lose the chance to be family or anything else to her. Wilhelm asks him with despair in his voice why she is doing this to him. He tells her that she knows he's not doing all this for her to call him Crown Prince. Rhine objects that in order to cross the Lord, he needs to rise to Prince. Wilhelm is finally confused and in a stammering voice apologizes to her, dimming his eyes. She notices the jewelry box in his hands and snatches it from Wilhelm's grasp. He says that it contains the jewelry he has prepared for Rain for the banquet. She sets the box aside and says that now is not the time to discuss jewelry. Wilhelm tenses, and she tells him that they need to talk about something really important. She reminds him that the banquet will be tonight. She realizes that Wilhelm has been avoiding her deliberately because she rejected his confession of feelings 2 days ago. Rin confesses to him that she really needs him for her revenge on Michelle. She says she spent a lot of time alone, referring to her past life, and she really had a hard time. Wilhelm says that Dietrich was there for her, and adds that he himself was too. Rin says she was completely alone and rebuked him for his disbelief. He quickly said that he believed what she said. She, on the other hand, replied that she couldn't trust Wilhelm. She starts to approach him and says that Wilhelm confesses his love, but has been hiding his secret from her, and Wilhelm isn't very obedient for a loving man. As he gets closer, Rin asks how he can say he cares for her. Coming to the capital was not part of her plan. She was going to wait until Michelle ascended the throne, gradually laying the foundation. But thanks to Wilhelm, her plan had fallen apart. He resented it. Rhine wasn't even going to give him her heart. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he helped her, she wouldn't let him be there for her. If he was just a tool, there was nothing more he could do. Rin tells him that she's just a toy for Wilhelm that he's eager to get his hands on, and it's not love at all. Ryan wants to be honest. She grabs him by the tie and hisses that it's actually quite easy to accept his clumsy love, and pushes Wilhelm onto the bed. He watches in horror as she unbuttons his shirt and can't say or do anything. Ryan starts unbuttoning his blouse as well. She says that as everyone is blabbing, William can really come to her bedroom even every day if he needs to and sleep with her. Rin settles on top of him and indifferently says that Wilhelm is her last weapon. So if he wants Ryan right here and now, let him have it. She places his hand on her half-bare chest and adds that Wilhelm, in that case, will get nothing but Reinhardt's body. She leans over to him and asks him what he will do. Wilhelm can barely breathe. His hands are shaking and his eyes are dilated with panic. Rin decided that if the beast she had raised showed her his fangs, she would only tighten the chain around his neck. She holds Wilhelm's face in her hands and repeats that the choice is his. Let him decide whether to have a relationship with her or leave things as they were. Wilhelm looks at her resentfully, but doesn't look away. Rain leans down to his lips. William finally asks if Rin will be able to love him back when her long-awaited, devastating revenge is accomplished. He runs his hand down her thigh under her dress, and with the other he clenches her shoulder. Reinhardt is slightly startled by his actions. He firmly says he will push her away now to give her the confidence that he loves her, and therefore will do anything to get her completely. He rests his face against her shoulder and adds that even if he has to do something to push her away, he'll do it. She thinks back to her experience with Michelle and thinks that although those feelings are similar, she is now experiencing a whole new emotion with Wilhelm. She runs her finger over his lips and tells him that he is very good to her and kisses him gently on the forehead. Rhine realizes that they can't go back to the way things were. Dulcinea was washing the prince's feet again in his chamber. Someone came rushing toward the bedroom, and the door swung open with a clatter. The prince lazily greeted Empress Casteria, who entered. She immediately lamented that she had come as soon as she heard that her Michelle was unwell today. She rushed to her son's bed, roughly pushing Dulcinea away from him, and continued to whisper and pry why there was such bitterness on his face. Whether it was that rude girl who had done something wrong again. Michelle waves her hand and says that Casteria is getting ready for the banquet. She shouldn't have come here. She replies that she couldn't sit and wait for the weather, because for a mother, the most important thing is her son's happiness. Dulcinea sat on the floor without drawing attention to herself, while Casteria asked her son if the arrival of that wench was to blame for his depressed mood. Casteria tries to comfort her son. She reminds him that he is the emperor's only heir. No matter how much Rain thinks she is a great lord, Michelle will still be on the throne. She places her hand on top of his and admits that she'd love to slit Reinhardt's throat too. But if they wait any longer, Michelle can have plenty of time to play with the Hellcat when Rhine is finally in his arms. She strokes her sons and says that though it's hard, it will have to wait. But when Michelle becomes emperor, he'll give them hell. Dulcinea got angry and clutched the jug with such force that it shattered. Castaria glared at her and called her names, and she began to pick up the shards. The Empress threw in her direction, saying she was useless, and Dulcinea cut herself with a shard. She slumped, holding the shards in her hands. Blood oozed from the cut on her dress. The long-awaited banquet has finally arrived, even for those who have had a rough day. The people who used to mock Rin behind her back now occupy her with conversation when they meet at the banquet. The knighting ceremony is about to begin. William, as the emperor's new knight, is ordered to come forward and stand facing the sun. He kneels before the emperor. Castaria looks at him and feels like she's seen him somewhere before. She feels a strange sense of déjà vu. And then the name of William Holland is spoken, and the Empress's eyes widen with shock. She remembers everything. She was once informed that a low aristocrat somewhere in the periphery had dared to conceive a child with the emperor himself. Then, Castaria ordered the entire Holland family burned and no one left alive. But here he is, William Helona, Castari. Suddenly her legs fail her and she almost falls into her son's arms. At that second, the initiation is declared over. William has become the Emperor's new sword. Castaria bursts into tears and whispers questioningly how the Emperor could do this to her and without even consulting her, a traitor. Michel tries in vain to find out what the matter is. His mother tells him if poor Michel does not know what his father has done. Dulcinea, standing next to the crown prince, hears the Empress whispering angrily. She says that Helona is the surname of the woman with whom the Emperor had an affair. Michel shockedly asked his mother if he had correctly realized that Wilhelm was the Emperor's illegitimate son. Meanwhile, the banquet continued. The Emperor ordered that Rain and Wilhelm be brought to him. They walked confidently to the balcony where His Majesty stood. The Emperor asks Wilhelm who gave him that name. Rain answered for him that he got the name from his own mother. The Emperor concludes sadly, "That's the name she chose for him." Wilhelm glances at Reina, who thinks he is wondering why she lied to the Emperor. She reasoned that the Emperor was in a state of longing and reminiscence. He probably suffered a great deal, thinking that Michel was left as his only heir. He was probably incredibly relieved to hear about Wilhelm. Rhine is just trying to increase the value of the goods for the bargain, so you have to thicken the colors in William's birth story. Suddenly, the Emperor turns to Reinhardt and says he knows she, born on the road, had a special bond with her adoptive father. Her hatred for her adoptive father's death was so strong that Rhine can't let it go, even years later. He wonders if Michel's leg wasn't enough to quench the anger. Rin is shocked. In her opinion, it was a stupid question, and she simply answered that she didn't. The only reason she lives a second time is for revenge. She wants Michel Alankes's life. She explicitly tells the Emperor this. The Emperor said with a slight smile that people often don't take into account that he has two sons. One is Michel, the lame son from the woman who killed the Emperor's lover, and the other is the Empire itself. And for his empire, he is willing to do anything. He admits that he dislikes Rain, but she brought Wilhelm instead of the crown prince, and that's enough for the Emperor. He's willing to play his part gladly, even knowing he's being used. Rin tries to understand why he is giving her Michel's life so easily. The Emperor says he'll give her anything she wants. He will give her the crown prince and become her puppet, but adds that in return, she will have to wear the crown of a princess one day. Rin is horrified. Later, she sits by the warm pool in her room and thinks about what a trickster the Emperor is. He uses the rumors about Reina and Wilhelm's love affair. Yes, she was able to increase the scale and power of Rudin unprecedentedly in such a short time, but that is the achievement of Wilhelm, the thunder of Rudin. The Emperor wondered why Wilhelm would risk himself so much for Rudin, and then he heard a rumor that the knight was in love with his mistress, which meant that he only wanted Rain. With his question, he made sure that the rumors were true. Wilhelm's reaction was eloquent. He had exposed his weakness. If Rin becomes a princess, Rudin will join the imperial family. Besides, he called her princess, not crown princess, so no one considers Wilhelm the crown prince yet. She asks Wilhelm, who is standing at the door, to call Alzen. Wilhelm grudgingly replies that he is not back yet. She adds that she shouldn't go out with a strange man wearing only a nightgown. She's going to be Wilhelm's wife. Rain, with a touch of embarrassment, says it's a bad joke. Wilhelm is the only one who looks at her that way. He replies that he thinks those who don't look at her that way are strange. Intentionally stern, he says she looks too provocative for a 20-year-old man, standing in wet clothes in the bathroom. Rin, on the other hand, replies that he sounds like a 30-year-old right now. Let him just walk in instead of embarrassing her. Continuing to joke around, William says that now she's also dragging him to the bathroom. She cuts him off and says that all she has to do is wash her feet. He replies that he will wash them himself. Reina is flustered, but he tells her he won't do anything against her will, so don't worry. Wilhelm gently massages her fingers and strokes her feet. He says he's already finished and kisses her knee through her dress. Rhine feigns outrage. He said he wouldn't do anything without her consent, and he replies that you don't ask a god for permission to bow before him. She thinks to herself that she has almost fallen for his tricks again, and already seriously offers to talk about the Emperor's proposal. Rain says the offer is very tempting. The Emperor deliberately called him prince, not crown prince. She fears that the Emperor will play around with them until he is convinced that William is better than Michel. Wilhelm smiles and says it doesn't matter. After all, the emperor said he would make Rhine Wilhelm's wife. Rain annoyingly tells him not to believe everything the emperor says. She tells Wilhelm that this old man is like a 100-year-old fox. He's checking up on both Rin and Wilhelm and their relationship with Glencia. Wilhelm replies that he understands, setting aside the basin of water. Rin is not satisfied with that answer. Wilhelm doesn't know this old man well. Wilhelm interrupts her halfway through and picks her up in his arms, telling her she's right. She looks at him perplexed, and he repeats with a smile that he really doesn't know anything about the emperor, so let Rin teach him well. William gently lays her on the bed and tells her that Mark will be right over to clean the room, but Rin needs to rest for now. Wilhelm leaves the room, and Rain thinks about the fact that he's still worried about how he took the emperor's offer, despite what he said. Wilhelm walks down the road along the flower bushes and is angry at how dare this old man treat Rin like a tool. Wilhelm bitterly remembers that when Rain smiles sincerely, a dimple appears on her left cheek. She has never smiled like that at him, only at that man, Dietrich. Wilhelm, all he wants is that smile of hers for himself, wants her to belong to him entirely. He has never wanted what others have offered him. The emperor is plotting against Rin. Wilhelm wishes he could kill him like that time. And then he hears shouting behind him. It's Michelle, having discovered him in her garden, shouting what the devil this lad is doing here. His wife and maids stop him, but the crown prince tries to swing his sword. He hits Dulcinea in the face. She falls. He stands over her and asks why she, a silly girl, is following him and getting in his way. Michelle puts a sword to her throat and angrily asks if she too is in a relationship with this bastard. He threatens Dulcinea that he will kill her if she dares to interfere with him again. She tries timidly to apologize. Michelle calls his wife an annoying insect and turns away from her. Wilhelm comes up to Dulcinea and helps her up. She thanks him. Michelle turns white with indignation. He still hurls insults and asks Wilhelm if he understands who he is touching. Wilhelm calmly replies that Dulcinea had fallen, so he helped her. Michelle shouts that only he has the right to touch his wife, and she fearfully clings to Wilhelm's shoulder. Wilhelm replies that he is not familiar with the rules of etiquette of the capital, so he didn't know that. Michelle, bursting with anger, approaches Wilhelm. He shouts that it is not the behavior of a man to ask for forgiveness. The crown prince thinks that Wilhelm knows his origins, and that is why he dares to behave like this. Wilhelm has no other reason for such insolence. The knight looks down at him calmly, and Michelle shakes slightly with rage. Michelle replayed in her head her mother's words that her father had betrayed them. She can't stand it, and clumsily draws her sword over her head in an impulse to kill Wilhelm. Dulcinea gasps and presses her palms to her mouth. Wilhelm, without flinching, grabs the crown prince's hand and squeezes it tightly. Michelle whimpers, begging to be released, but he says he will only let him go when Michelle lets go of the sword. Michelle is already shaking with rage and hisses in Wilhelm's face that she will kill him. Wilhelm calmly replies that everything is the prince's will and abruptly lets go of the crown prince's hand and he flies to the ground. Wilhelm manages to grab Michelle's arm to stop him from falling. The servants rush to them, and Wilhelm apologizes for his rudeness. He tells Dulcinea that this was a stopgap measure to the conflict that was beginning. At this point, one of the maids puts the crown prince on the back of another to carry him. Wilhelm says to tell Michelle in the morning that he dreamed the whole thing and is so drunk he won't remember anything. Dulcinea falters, then says that William has been extremely disrespectful, and to preserve his life, she prefers to believe that there has been a mistake. He looks her in the eye and thanks her for her support. Dulcinea realizes that she has been staring at him for too long and is very ashamed. She hastily suggests that Wilhelm go back to the palace. Then a servant calls out to her, and she runs to them and picks up the crown prince as well. Together, they hurry inside. Wilhelm looks after them and thinks that Michelle Alankes, already pathetic, is now a completely worthless piece of trash who has lost the last of his dignity. He realizes, without wanting to, that Michelle was married to Rin, which means they had an affair, and unknowingly imagines this picture. Wilhelm becomes enraged at the realization that this mockery concerned Rin, and swears to himself that he will surely tear the crown prince to shreds. Dulcinea turns around and gives Wilhelm a quick smile, then hurries away again. Wilhelm thinks as he watches her go that some things remain the same. The next day, Reinhardt has a meeting with the very person she needed to control Rudin. He is a shy young man with glasses named Hayes Elto, who is very tense and can't even look Reinhardt in the eye. She thinks while sipping tea that in her previous life, Hayes fell for Helka completely by accident. However, in this life things are very different, so she is a complete stranger to him. She asks him about whether he is Baron Elto's second son. Hayes flinches in surprise as she addresses him. Rin says that Hayes is now working as a petty clerk in the Treasury Department. She thinks to herself that she's about to create his circumstances. She asks Hayes if it's true that he doesn't get enough recognition working in finance, and being the second son, he will not inherit his father's estate. He must have heard the news on Rudin that the 6 territories had merged to make one large domain. Hayes shyly congratulates her on her success. This is where she upsets him with her plan for him to manage Rudin's affairs. Rudin was originally quite small, but now it has grown, and Rin needs an extra person to be in charge of the finances. She says that Hayes was recommended to her by an acquaintance. He jumps up and nervously asks who she's talking about. Rin playfully replies that she'll tell him who it was if Hayes agrees to work for her. He started to talk back, saying that the offer, though flattering, was very unexpected. Rhine interrupts him. She knows that last year he was involved in tax evasion in the east of the country on behalf of his superiors. She's done the math, and she's also looked at the books. In fact, she knew this from his personal stories in a past life. Once, Hayes had yelled that he was the only one who had collected taxes in that bloody Orient out of the entire Treasury Department. Rin had agreed and told him he was incredible. Hayes continued to complain that his superiors not only don't appreciate him, but also bypass him. He is afraid of being stripped of his position. Rhine knows that, though he doesn't show it, Hayes has always been unhappy with his position in the ministry, and she knows the look on his face as he tries to hold back a smile. After all, Hayes has been unrecognized for his talent all his life and has been an outcast. He is very pleased now to be appreciated by the great lord, even though they have only just met. She tells him, nonchalantly sipping her tea, that she memorized his name after seeing Orient's book. After Orient's capture, she found his name on the tax documents. Hayes was the one who counted everything correctly. Rin adds tantalizingly that she can give him what he wants most. He asks even more nervously how she knows what he wants. Rhine replies, more seriously, that she's not the kind of person who would thoughtlessly hire a stranger for service. She shows Hayes a palm with spread fingers and says she needs 5 years of his labor. After that, he can leave if he has somewhere to go. Hayes finally accepts her invitation and thanks her, bowing his head respectfully. He says he'd love to work with Rin, and she thinks triumphantly that now she has the Empire's best financial officer. We see a gazebo on a clear day. Dulcinea is in the gazebo with a man, but their faces are hidden. He is holding her gently by the waist. Next, the maids stand at the door to the crown princess's chambers. They tell each other that she is refusing breakfast again for the umpteenth time. They say Dulcinea didn't have dinner last night. Maybe she's toxic. It's possible, since she spent the night with someone. They giggle. But if so, that's the crown prince's problem. Luckily for Dulcinea, Michel really didn't remember that night. They were lying in bed when he told her that he had dreamed that he was walking through the garden and William was there. The knight was cursing foully, as if he had come from the slums themselves. She thought contemptuously, what slums are we talking about if it was Michel himself who was throwing foul language? In the afternoon, Dulcinea was walking in the garden and feeling dizzy. She decides to sit down in the gazebo for a while. It must be because she skipped breakfast. She felt terribly weak and felt as if she were about to fall. She stumbled, unaware of what she was doing, and fell, but William's arms immediately picked her up. They lay down on the grass and look at each other. Dulcinea is frightened. She doesn't understand what he's doing here. Wilhelm, on the other hand, is calm as usual. He escorts the crown princess to the gazebo and she fussily tells him, hiding her eyes, that he is not allowed to be here. This is the crown prince's palace. He says he knows it, and he came here just in case he met Dulcinea, and indeed he did. She looks at him with growing delight, but Wilhelm holds out her handkerchief. She blushed and clutched her handkerchief to her breast with words of gratitude. She did not think he would return it. It was a very impulsive gesture on her part. Wilhelm suddenly leans to her feet and lifts the hem. With a nonchalant face, he gropes her ankle. Dulcinea jumped up and shrieked at what he was doing. He apologizes in confusion, as he thought he had hurt Dulcinea. He feels his leg again and is glad that his ankle is not swollen. But it could get worse on the way back to the palace, so he walks her out. Wilhelm rises and gives her his hand. Dulcinea thinks she wants to stay with him a little longer, but still she refuses, saying she wants to walk some more. He objects. She was staggering before she fell. Why not call the maid of honor to look after the crown princess? Dulcinea suddenly blurts out that she doesn't want to do that. She immediately realizes she's overreacting and explains what she means by grabbing his hand. She wants Wilhelm to be the one to walk with her some more. She frankly presses her whole body against his hand and says that if there is an interesting interlocutor, you do not pay any attention to pain. Wilhelm fears that there will be bad gossip. Dulcinea replies that it's not the first time she's heard bad things said about her. Wilhelm, hearing this, remembers that Reinhardt said the same thing to him, and then he recalls an episode from his past life when Dulcinea violently slapped him across the face and cried out in tears that Wilhelm was the reason she was being spoken ill of. Thus, we are convinced that he too, like Rain, is living this life anew. Wilhelm is uncomfortable with this memory. He is disgusted to be so close to Dulcinea now. She repeats to him, still snuggling, that she wants to go for another walk. They walk arm in arm through the garden, and Dulcinea asks him about his parents and how he grew up without them. And Wilhelm's mind flashes back to a memory. Dulcinea tells him, looking ominously into his eyes, that he is a despicable lowlife and must therefore obey her. Wilhelm can do nothing about these memories and the feelings they evoke. Dulcinea is in the present prying into Wilhelm's plans for tomorrow. He tells her that the Marquis of Rinca's burial is to be moved. Wilhelm can hardly suppress his disgust at the memory of all the nasty things from Dulcinea in his past life. He thinks of his beloved Reinhardt, looking at the white roses in the imperial garden. Dulcinea laughs merrily, while Wilhelm thinks about how Reinhardt, though she looks vulnerable, is actually tough as flint. She acts like she could kill anyone without blinking an eye, but it's not true. She's his only salvation. Even if the crown princess is thrown out of the palace naked, Rain will not pluck out her eyes, but will drop her with her cloak. William does not want to let Raina dirty her noble hands, so he decides to deal with Dulcinea himself as an inglorious bastard. So the two of them end up alone in the gazebo. He bent down to her face as if he were about to kiss her. Dulcinea obediently covered her eyes and moved towards him. But she was surprised to realize that nothing was happening. When she opens her eyes, she sees Wilhelm covering his face with his hand in some thoughtfulness. He looks away. Then he pulls her away abruptly and politely apologizes. Wilhelm turns his back on her and says that since this is the Crown Prince's garden, Dulcinea can wander here alone. He leaves, but she runs after him, asking him to stop. She notices Wilhelm's glove on the grass. Dulcinea clutches it to her chest and thinks that this knight is so shy that he can't kiss her. She decides that Wilhelm wants her to be the one to find him this time. The next day, Rinka's father's coffin is moved to a more suitable location. She was given back the title of Marquis as promised by the emperor, but her estate and mansion were given to the crown prince as compensation, but they could not be returned. Therefore, her father's body had to be transported to Ruden using the Crystal Gate. Wilhelm says that Reinhardt must be sorry she can't go with her father's body. Rin replies that she unfortunately still has business to attend to outside of Ruden. The lords whose lands border Ruden wonder if Rin plans to take them over as well. To placate her, they send her many gifts. Her advisors tell her that she is the first to receive the title of Great Lord so quickly, it's incredible. She laughingly replies that it is because she has such a wonderful knight. Wilhelm replies that he is only trying to be a good servant. No matter what jewels he brings her, she will still remain indifferent. Raina is surprised that he is still replaying in his mind the time she rejected the box he brought her on the day of the banquet, and that he was so upset. They are alone in the hall, and she asks Wilhelm directly about it. He proudly replies that he dare not be upset. She can see in his face that he is hurt after all. Rain sees him as a child at times like this. She had acted decisively that day to curb Wilhelm's selfishness. Now she is sorry that she deliberately hurt him. She tells him that it is time for them to go, and thinks to herself that one day his feelings for her will fade, and then she will accept with a smile all the jewelry Wilhelm has given her and his sincerity. A week later, the emperor summoned them to him again for a conversation. Unlike the last time, this meeting remained a secret to everyone. The emperor gave them a gift, the Amaryllis tablet. It is given only to members of the imperial family. A servant opens the box in front of Wilhelm. Wilhelm simply took the plaque and put it away in his inner pocket. The emperor, seeing this, is amazed that Wilhelm did not even look at it, but simply put such a valuable thing into his pocket. The emperor beckoned him to come closer, but in the meantime, Rin was looking at a painting hanging on the wall. It depicts a beautiful, very kind-looking woman, the first empress, Amaryllis Defapina Alankes. This painting was a gift from one of her lovers, but there is no official portrait of this free-spirited and businesslike woman. Rin wondered, looking at her, how busy she had been since she had joked that she had lived 9 lives. She wondered if such a busy woman had time to write a historical treatise on how Rin knew about the peat in the bogs of Rayland. Maybe she wasn't the author of the book. And then she sees a ring on the finger of the painted empress. It is the exact same ring that Wilhelm is wearing. Reichardt tries to remember where she has seen it before. Wilhelm calls out to her. She apologizes and says that she was looking at the portrait of the founder. The emperor laughs good-naturedly and says that he is very happy to see his ancestors' dream of eradicating the barbarians finally realized. He says Amaryllis had another wish. It had to do with the dragon of the Fram mountain range. It is believed that an ice dragon sleeps in those mountains. The mountains are chained with ice and no human foot can set foot there. Their ancestors wanted to cross the mountains even more than to find out if the dragon really exists, because no one knows what is on the other side of the chain. Amaryllis even joked that she would meet her 10th death in those very mountains. Wilhelm asks where the portraits of the imperial family are. His father laughs that Wilhelm is so interested. He was just about to show them off. He points to the paintings with his hand. Rhine thinks that all the portraits are just as she remembered them. Her own has already been burned, but for some reason there is no portrait of Dulcinea. That means that the new crown princess was never recognized in the palace. The emperor chuckles and says that although the artist has been very busy, he will have even more to do now that he has another family member to portray. Reina is shocked. He wants to hang William's portrait before Dulcinea's, but they have no reason to refuse such an obvious show of favor. She tells Wilhelm to thank his father, but Wilhelm, as if not hearing her words, defiantly asks the emperor where the Reinhardt portrait is. The emperor flinches at Wilhelm's insolence, turns around and asks sharply what he means. Rin tries to salvage the situation and says that she hasn't been painted in Ruden yet, so if her portrait survives, she'd like to take it for herself. The emperor immediately laughs relaxedly. He says that since she is now a great lord, she urgently needs a portrait painted. He will introduce her to an artist. She thanked him, and they went on their way. Later, Reinhardt angrily asks Wilhelm what he was doing there in the first place. She has committed high treason. She can't have a portrait. Wilhelm apologizes briefly. She asks him to be more careful from now on. She fears that because of this incident, the emperor will decide that this son of his is dumb as a deck as well. Now the crown prince is a man blinded by love, a frankly stupid man. Wilhelm has to show that he is not the same, for that is so much of the reason the emperor is pleased with him in the first place. Rain asks him how long until the great religious gathering. He replies 3 weeks. This event is otherwise known as the Taejong Church, which is held every 3 years. For several days, prayers are offered to different gods in all the temples in the capital. Aristocrats and priests from all over the country gather for this big event. The emperor invited them there for a reason. Rain says that it is there that he will announce to everyone that Wilhelm is his son. And so, with Wilhelm's help, Rain will declare war on Michel. If the crown prince wants the throne, he must win it. In 3 weeks, the battle for power will begin on Taejong, and Rain and Wilhelm will take the title of crown prince from Michel Alankes. She asks if William is ready to see Michel squirm with anger and shame. He ponders for a few seconds, remembering what he and Rin have already gone through for this revenge. Then he kneels down and kisses her hand with the words that he is ready. Wilhelm walks out of her room and closes the door. He tells her to rest. He thinks that if she asks him if he can do it, he will say yes. If she says prepare, he'll prepare. If she says win, he'll win. Everything Wilhelm does, he does for Ryan. He walks to the guarded door of the imperial warehouse and orders the guard to step aside. The man says that even though William is an imperial knight, he is not allowed to enter. Wilhelm calmly pulls the amaryllis tablet out of his pocket and shows it to the guards. He says that if there are any problems, he will deal with them himself. The guard immediately disappears, letting Wilhelm through. He goes into the room and opens a chest. He takes out a painting of a young Reinhardt. He places the painting against the chest and kneels in front of it. Wilhelm mentally tells her that she is his goddess, his son. He kisses the portrait tenderly, then puts it back in front of him. He sees young Rain right in front of him, as if in the flesh. A passion swept over him that he couldn't contain, and he took advantage of his solitude to let it out. Shuddering, he relaxed back into the thought of her being the sun for him. The next day, Rain and Wilhelm were strolling leisurely through the garden, discussing if they had plans for the day. She was called out. It was Hayes Elto. Raina exchanged friendly smiles with him, but Wilhelm's eyes widened at the sight of the accountant. Ryan asks Hayes if he has submitted his resignation. Hayes laughingly replies that he did, but the Treasury Department was puzzled by it. They accepted the application, but he wouldn't tell them his reasons for resigning. Ryan says that he could well have boasted about working for her. Hayes is still worried, though. The proposal was so sudden. Ryan assures him that there's nothing to worry about, but if he cares too much, let him tell everyone that he's Ryan's lover. Wilhelm listened to all this in silence. He remembered the tale of Alutica and Halsey, and how Wilhelm had told Dietrich on the hunt that if he were Alutica, he would not care if Halsey loved him. And the teacher replied that it was not love, it was much more complicated and confusing. Young Wilhelm's face twisted with fear for his future in love, and Dietrich then jokingly said he would punish him for such a face next time. He gave the boy a friendly smile and said that he would understand everything when he grew up, one way or another. Now he had to go to bed. Rain and Hayes stood there, bantering about how people would think he had sold out to Rudin. Wilhelm looked at Hayes and thought that he looked a lot like Dietrich, and he gloomed even more. Raina realizes that she hasn't introduced Hayes and Wilhelm to each other. This is Wilhelm Halona. I'm sure you've been listening. And this is Hayes Elter, Rudin's new financial manager. Later, they leave, and Wilhelm asks when she had time to recruit an accountant. She replies that she asked someone to do it. He wonders who, and she replies that there is one, and they are on their way to meet him. Rin finally gives Alzin what Wilhelm promised for Glencia's army. Alzin checks to see if it's a fake plaque, just in case. She replies that of course it's not fake. Now that he has proof of Wilhelm's high ancestry, as promised, Alzin will probably return to Glencia. He replies that he would be glad to go home, but some circumstances have arisen. He places a letter on the table in front of her. It is from Glencia, and it says that Fernach is coming to the capital, ostensibly to visit Tejong, but actually to see Amaryllis in person. Ryan realizes that Glencia is concerned about their actions. Of the two princes, they are undoubtedly on William's side. Many aristocrats have a grudge against Michelle. The Margrave will call them all out. In the coming battle for the throne, they will stand united against Michelle. And the arena for this battle will be the Great Church. She tells Wilhelm that lords with huge armies are coming to the church, and the emperor wants to involve them in a struggle for the crown. And it will be he, William, who will lead the fight. Rain asks him if Wilhelm realizes that the emperor won't care if the knight dies. He replies that he does, because he will still have Crown Prince Michelle. Wilhelm listens to her attentively, but he himself is skillfully peeling a grape with a small knife. Raina continues that if Michelle dies, Wilhelm will be the undisputed heir, supported on both sides. Rin is outraged that the emperor is so ruthlessly sending his child off to war. She asks Wilhelm if this fact hurts him. He simply replies that no, he is even grateful. She doesn't understand his answer, asking for an explanation, but Wilhelm silently shoves a peeled grape into her mouth instead. He licks his fingers from the juice and, while Rin blushes rapidly, calmly continues that this battle is a great chance for him. He's grateful for it. She still doesn't understand what it means. A chance for what? He answers, looking her in the eye, that it is a chance to cut off Michelle's head and solemnly hand it to her in front of everyone. Rin agrees with him. Of course Michelle must die. She firmly apologizes that the one who will pierce him with the sword will be Rin and not Wilhelm. Wilhelm is in a position where she can order him to kiss her feet, and he has to do it. He says with a wry smile that he can do it right now if she wants him to. Rhine interrupts him, embarrassed and confused. She doesn't care about his flirtations. Her past and future are at stake. She leaves, saying they need to rest. Wilhelm just smiles as he watches her walk away, and again remembers Dietrich's words that Wilhelm will understand what love is. Then he stands up and thinks hatefully that he knows much more about love than Dietrich. Late at night, Rin walks with Wilhelm through the cemetery. He, noticing that she is tense, throws his cloak over her. She tells him she's not cold, she's just not at peace. And then they hear someone's voice. They see a group of people led by a man who belongs to the Voice, named Erich Mayo. Wilhelm draws his sword with lightning speed. He tells Rin they haven't seen each other in a while. He's not sure she remembers him. She remembers. He's the son of her father's cousin who stole the jewelry and disappeared while she was in the dungeon after the attempt on Michelle's life. Ryan tells him she didn't know he was here. He wants to tell her something. She sharply tells him to talk business. Tell him to bring back her father's body. It turns out that 3 days ago, the Marquis's body disappeared. Sarah gave Reinhardt a letter with a messenger to mark the occasion. According to her, when the coffin was taken to Ruden, there was a strange, loud sound that could not have been there if there had been a body in the coffin. They decided to open the coffin, and it was empty. Mark tries to comfort Rin. She firmly states that she checked the coffin before sending it through the crystal gate, which means the body was stolen after the move. She asks Rin to rest. Rin resists, but she has a high fever. She insists that everything is fine. She tells Mark to search everything from the gate to Ruden. The body needs to be recovered. Mark obeyed and left. Immediately after, there's a knock on the door. It's Wilhelm. Rain asks what he's doing there, why he hasn't come in. William came in and handed Rin a letter that lay under the door. It was addressed to the great lord of Ruden, and it contained the intention to return the bodies of the Marquis to Rinka and an invitation to the cemetery to the Marquis's grave tonight. Rin was ordered to take one night with her, and so they arrive at the cemetery, just as the letter had said. Rain suspects that the knight mentioned in the letter was Wilhelm. It's a dark and secluded place. If someone dies here, the rest of the world won't know about it. Rhine asks Eric if this was Castaria's plan. He is confused and says she had nothing to do with it. He just wants to take care of his father. He declares to Reinhardt that now that she is about to become crown princess, it is Erich Mayo who should be the head of the Rinka family. His hands tremble, and he says that he is much closer to Rinka than some adopted woman. Rin agrees with a businesslike calmness, saying that if he kills her right now, everyone will think it's a struggle for Rinka's supremacy and not the Empress's machinations. He begins to shout fearfully that he is not going to kill Rin. Rain continues that it is unlikely that the Empress would want to let her live. Eric finally gives in and asks her not to pretend to know anything. The Empress only told him to call Rain to the cemetery, while he's yelling about how no one asked him to kill Rin, and it was his personal desire to steal her father's body, not Castaria's orders. One of the men behind him pulled out a sword, and in one fell swoop, slit Eric's throat and kicked him to the ground. William hides Rhine behind him, then picks her up in his arms and whisks her away. The men chase after them. Rin has realized from the start that something is wrong here. These aren't Eric's men. The Empress put them on him. Rin wasn't even thinking of making Eric the head of Rinka. It's the Empress, the conniving woman, the schemer, trying to cut off their heir again. Wilhelm finally stops and places Rin on the ground. He tells her to hide and be patient for a while, and he draws his sword from its sheath again. Suddenly there was a rustle, then a terrible rumble, and Wilhelm jumped out of the ambush with his sword at his pursuer. The man was dead before he even realized it. Rain sees this brief battle with her eyes full of terror. She holds her ridiculously small knife in comparison to Wilhelm's weapon and thinks that the Wilhelm in front of her now is the Wilhelm they know on the battlefield, the true thunder of Rudin. Suddenly, she is attacked from behind by one of her pursuers. Her throat is torn from the side. The attacker misses, and Wilhelm immediately kills him right in front of Reina's face. He threw the sword aside, sat down by Rin, and put her in his lap. Rein didn't understand anything, only smelled the strong odor of blood. Wilhelm is beyond angry. How dare that vile man hurt her? Rein tells him it's okay, it's okay. She cannot walk, so she asks him to carry her to the horse. Wilhelm bewilderedly agrees and lifts her in his arms. Luckily for them, the capital's guards ran to the noise. They saw Reinhardt and told Wilhelm to carry her quickly to the palace, asking him to leave any remaining problems with the attackers to them. Rin is amazed that in William's arms she is reminded of Wilhelmina from a past life. She can't explain to herself why. One day he appeared to her in Helka, asking for shelter and food for his soldiers. They were returning from destroying the barbarians in Renbo's southern territory. Reinhardt, clenching her teeth, let them in. She thought it was Michelle who had sent them, knowing she was preparing for war. The first thing she thought of him was that he was a rather large man. She remembered that he was taller and sturdier than the current Wilhelm. They had lunch together. Rin was alert. Will was also cold, but polite. She didn't remember how they'd started talking about Michelle, but Rein had made a mistake then. She asked Will directly if he was being rewarded for his loyalty to the crown prince. Maybe he had sworn an oath to the Chevalier. But why has the Emperor been sending him to the outskirts for over a decade? She asked then. Will calmly replied that it was just being used, like a tool, for its intended purpose. Rin became angry. What did he think of the tool, former crown princess then? Did he think she was also used for her intended purpose? She adds that living people are not tools, and Michelle is just a scumbag. He doesn't know that. The soldier next to Will tried to shut her up, but Will calmly stopped him. He proposes to end their meal there. Rin is too drunk to talk adequately. Wilhelm and his soldier leave. Rin continued to drink alone and straight from the bottle and thought what a fool Will was. If she were him, she would kill Michelle and become emperor herself. Will is being used and he doesn't see it or doesn't want to see it. Suddenly, Rin wakes up, all bandaged up. Mark is sitting next to her and Rin asks where she is. Mark replies that Wilhelm brought her to the palace and begins to lament what a severe injury her mistress has suffered. She can't laugh or cry for a while, or the wound will open. Rain asks where Wilhelm is now. Mark flinches and hesitates to answer for a long moment. Rein stares at her with fear in her eyes. She finally squeezed out that Wilhelm was torturing the men who had attacked them right now. Rin sits on the bed and thinks sadly that it's her fault after all. This is how she raised Wilhelm. Dietrich had once told her that she should use the boy as a chess horse. Now she understood what he meant. One was not to become attached to a chess piece, but to use it and go all the way. Alone, she herself had used him in cold blood, though she had cared for him to the best of her ability. And when he asked her for love, she cynically set her sights on him. If you water flowers only at will, they will wither. What to speak of a man who was raised in such a manner? Even if he didn't fade, whether he grew up properly was unknown to Rin. She quickly pulls herself together and decides that since she broke it, she should be responsible for it. She shouts to Mark to get Wilhelm now. Wilhelm enters the room, blood on his shirt, and calmly asks if she called him. Rain looks at him sadly and invites him to sit down. But Wilhelm refuses, saying that he can listen to her standing up. Then Reina stands up and says that if he won't sit next to her, she will come to him herself. He quickly picks her up and tells her she can't get up yet. He apologizes and says he'll do it himself, puts her on the bed and sits down next to her. She tells him that he only listens to her when Rain does something like this. Wilhelm says he's sorry he couldn't protect her. She replies that that's not why she called him. Ryan asks what he thinks it would be like if she raised him in a loving embrace, what he would grow up to be. Obedient, kind, affectionate maybe. They would talk at night in the winter, wrapped in blankets and eat corn. In spring, they would admire the blossoms, and in summer, they would swim in the pond. She asks bitterly what he would be like if she had raised him this way. After a moment of silence, Wilhelm asks if she regrets raising him the way she did. Rin honestly admits that she had regrets until recently, but she doesn't want any more. She touches his face affectionately and says that she doesn't regret anything anymore, so let him not regret it either. Completely unexpectedly for Wilhelm, she pulled him to her and kissed him on the lips. A few moments later, she pulled away and told him that she would give him absolute certainty in the future so that he would not be broken again. Rin tells him of her decision to stop building a wall between them and treat him as an outsider. His world is already small with only her in it. Wilhelm is true to himself and her. He only wants her love and will do anything for her. She nestled into him again in a kiss. She adds, looking languidly into his eyes, that she should never hesitate. He quietly apologizes if he's done something wrong. She asks him to be quiet and to sit closer. They kissed hotly on her bed for a while, and then, when Rin was already inebriated beyond belief, William pulled away and said with a gentle smile that he couldn't touch someone so scarred. She laughs, but he still jokingly asks her to stay serious. Later, sitting on her bed, he says that he was thinking of a way to get her father's body back. He decides to take a knight's oath. It is such a way for a knight to change his lord on his own. The knight undertakes to always follow his suzerain, obey all his orders, and never harm him. William will be heavily criticized if he breaks his oath and kills Michelle. Rain adds that he will not be able to become emperor either. So Wilhelm decided to take an oath during the religious assembly in exchange for the body of the Marquis of Rinka. This way, he would pretend to renounce the title, and it would be harder for them to break the deal. Reina cried out that he would no longer be her knight and could not hurt Michelle with a finger. Wilhelm quickly calmed her down with kisses on her forehead. He tells her that he loves her, has loved her for a long time, and loved her even when she sent him off to war. He whispers in her ear that he would go to hell for her. Rhine tries to object, but he promises her that he will bring her Michelle's head, and then Rain will love him back. Rhine thinks, looking into his eyes full of tenderness, that this man was first a tool, then an incredibly dangerous warrior. They merge again in a kiss. Now, with accumulating trust and compassion, she sows, nurtures, and reaps her own sin. Rin tells him, letting the situation go into his hands, that she loves him. Wilhelm replies that he is happy. There's a void between them that nothing can fill. Her guilt and his obsession with her are connected by a thread. That day, they were bound together. It must have been that day, Rhine thought, when he was so enthusiastic. We see William in the Emperor's garden. Dulcinea comes out to meet him and asks Kilia, who is accompanying her, to leave them alone. She thanks William for responding so quickly to her request. She holds out the glove to him with the words that, although it is not that important, she wanted to return the item to him. She holds out the glove to him. He reaches out and pulls Dulcinea sharply against him, wrapping his arms around her waist. William wonders if she really just wanted to give him his glove. At such a lovely moment in the moonlit garden, and in such a gorgeous outfit and jewelry, Dulcinea is frightened. She realizes that Wilhelm knows all about her, but she thinks she can't stand it any longer and presses herself against the knight and asks him to kiss her. That night, Dulcinea confessed her love to Wilhelm, and from then on they continued to see each other secretly at night in the Emperor's garden. But Wilhelm had other things to do. He tortured the mercenaries who attempted to take Reinhardt's life. The servants who cleaned the dungeon where it took place felt sick for days. So cruel was the torture. One night, Dulcinea and Wilhelm lie side by side on the grass in the garden. She thinks, looking at him, how such a calm man could do something so monstrous. She asks if he will be attending tomorrow's great church meeting. He replies that his mistress will be there, which means he will be there too. She rests her head on his arm and looks into his face. Suddenly, Wilhelm stands up abruptly. He says that the crown princess cannot lie with a man as rude as him. She does not understand. They are lovers, and he is not rude at all. He asks in surprise how she can so easily talk about being in love. It's a common thing for titled ladies to have fun with men in secret. Besides, Dulcinea is already married to the heir, so it is unlikely that she has serious intentions for William. The crown princess is confused as to why such a gorgeous man has an inferiority complex. She begins to say that he is wrong, that she is in love with him with all her heart. William remembers a past life and knows what Dulcinea is really like. He bluntly tells her that she enjoys watching someone of royal blood humiliate himself in front of her by kneeling. And here he is, William, illegitimate son, knight of the lowest order, a perfect toy for Dulcinea. She immediately grabs his hand with a pleading look. Wilhelm cannot hold back the unpleasant memories and suddenly, even to himself, slaps the crown princess's hands. She presses her hands to her chest, looking at him puzzledly without a shadow of anger. He immediately apologizes, but she has nothing to forgive him for. Dulcinea is not offended at all. She asks him to sit closer. She asks him to remember that she loves William, not the crown prince, but she really wants him to bow down to her. She says that she always has to beg him for affection herself. He asks, gazing dreamily at the sky, if Dulcinea has ever imagined holding his hand under the light of the sun instead of the moon. She asks him not to change the topic of conversation and says that since this love is punishable for them in this life, they can only hope that they will meet in other lives and love each other again. Wilhelm admits to her that he has already lived this life, and he has already been her prisoner. She does not take his words seriously and says that she is jealous of the Marquise of Rinca. Wilhelm objects. The Marquise has given her something. Dulcinea blurts out that she didn't get the title of crown princess and the riches by choice, and all she wants is William. He replies cryptically that since she wants it, she should get it. That night, Dulcinea does not understand the meaning of his words. But the next day, the emperor's illegitimate son announced that he would pledge allegiance to the crown prince. Michelle and her mother discuss that Rin lost her father's body, which is a shame. Michelle says that now their business is finally on the upswing, and the empress adds that she always told her son, the throne belongs only to him. The crown prince and his mother rejoice. This upstart wants to swear allegiance to Michelle. What a stupid move. The mother urges her son to be careful. They still have enemies besides Rudin. Dulcinea understands the reasons for their excitement. William is the most famous knight in the empire. She also realizes that this oath will make him loyal to the crown prince's family in the event of his death. This meant that if Michelle died, Wilhelm would be obliged to marry his widow, Dulcinea. So she took Wilhelm's plan personally. Meanwhile, Rin is in her chambers preparing to go out to pray. Her scars from her recent wounds look very bad, and she wonders if she should cover them up so no one will stare. Wilhelm walks her to the church. He notices that she looks exhausted. Rain says that she just didn't get enough sleep. He replies that she is very beautiful and cannot be disfigured in any way. She laughingly accepts the compliment and reminds him that it won't be long before he takes his vows. He says he has no choice, as it is the only way to get her father's body back. She objects. The empress may not get the body back, but Rin will be without her beautiful knight. He stops abruptly upon hearing this, and in a trembling voice asks her to repeat her last words about the beautiful knight. She strokes his face and says that he is her favorite, her Wilhelm. In a burst of emotion, he clutches her tightly in his arms. Rain asks him to resend it. They stand in a prominent place. But Wilhelm asks for just one more minute. He is so happy right now. Fernac Glencia arrives and achidically greets Wright as the Marquis of Rinca. They exchange pleasantries in public, she thanking him for the long journey. He chirps back that her words make him feel all tired. There are rumors in the crowd that the two have indeed made a military alliance. Fernac whispers to Rain that she still hasn't returned the soldiers she hired years ago. She replies that a dead debtor cannot return anything, meaning Dietrich. The heir, Glencia, notices a gruesome scar stretching down her neck. Rin doesn't have time to respond as Wilhelm arrives to pick her up. It's time for them to go on duty. She says goodbye to Glencia and walks with Wilhelm to Rinca's residence. Fernac looks at Wilhelm and thinks that he went to war for the woman he loves, even though the war did nothing for him personally. Fernac thinks that he has always been frightened by the look on Wilhelm's face. He tells his escorts that it is time for them to go too. At this time, Reina and Wilhelm are already walking down the aisle, and she thinks about the fact that all the guests will see her scars, and the Empress will be sitting right in front of Reina. The others might not approach her because of the awkwardness. Rin sits down tiredly on a bench. William asks her why she shouldn't sit down. She says she's fine. She's even grateful. The Empress will think that Rin is hiding her wounds, that she would be ashamed to walk around with her face bandaged and a trail of medicine scents behind her. But Castaria is mistaken. Rin is not going to hide her scars. She's going to show them off, even if the Empress doesn't want to look, because those scars mean she's alive, and the past stays in the past. It's the only way to move on. Rin will survive by all means. Johanna, her maid from childhood until her banishment to Rudin, approaches them. The girls throw themselves joyfully into each other's arms. Reina apologizes tearfully for not visiting her, but Johanna is just happy to see her. That's when Rain sees a young man he doesn't know. It is Johanna's husband, Frederick Shunaido. Reina congratulates Johanna on her marriage, as it turns out that she got married just after Reina's exile. Rin thinks she'd get married quickly, too. If you are a servant and the mistress is dishonorably thrown out, you have to save your own name. She tells Johanna to move the conversation to another place and time because the imperial family is about to arrive. They must not be seen together, or the maid will be in trouble. Johanna says goodbye and promises to come to visit Reina. Reinhardt sees that consort Johann is uncomfortable standing next to an ambiguous person like herself. She takes her seat next to Wilhelm again and hopes that the couple will not cross paths with the Emperor. Wilhelm asks her that it seems that Rein and Johanna were inseparable friends, but she doesn't seem to know about the hardships Rein had to go through in Rudin. Rein decides to explain to him, like a small child, that sometimes he needs to be gentler. People's relationships are like water. You can't cut them with an axe. He doesn't understand why he has to step into someone else's shoes to make a decision about these people. She says he wouldn't turn his back on her either if she did something bad. Johanna didn't turn her back. Rein decides to caress Wilhelm and teach him how to be friendly. She tells him that Johanna has also had a hard time since Rein's departure. They were both happy when they were kids. Good memories don't fade from bad events, so Rein can't blame Johanna for not communicating with her all these years. They announce the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor. Rein stands up and says emphatically that they should be welcomed, but Wilhelm is not far behind. He asks if O puts on something awful, if Rin can step into his shoes and understand him. He asks her for the same kind of attitude she has with others, that is friendly. She agrees and asks to come back to this conversation a little later. At this time, Fernach Glencia is presented to the imperial family. The Empress tells him that she had no idea that Glencia has such a handsome second son, and that she should let Fernach show himself to them more often. He laughingly bows. Now Rein and Wilhelm walk to the Emperor. They formally greet the Emperor and bow. The Emperor speaks to Wilhelm, saying how he is doing. And Reinhardt catches the Empress's hateful gaze. She looks so evil that her eyes are about to roll out of her orbits. Rin knows that Castaria hates her, has already twice missed opportunities to get Wilhelm out of the way. Wilhelm had negotiated with the Emperor and made a semi-official alliance between Rudin and the capital. Now they both needed to greet the Empress. Reinhardt taught a proper greeting, but Castaria just turned her back and walked away. And in front of Rin grew Michel. He scoffs at her scars and at Wilhelm, saying that it was not Rubin's thunder, just a light rainstorm that allowed his mistress to be so badly hurt. Wilhelm stares at the crown prince in silence, showing no emotion. Rin, however, proudly replies that it hasn't even been 10 minutes since the start of friendly relations between Rudin and the capital. Michel should be nicer to Rin. He just grits his teeth, and after throwing her the words to disappear, walks away. Rin thinks he's an asshole. Now it's time to welcome the crown princess. Ryan remembers asking Michel about her. Now they're both just his victims. She starts the formal greeting, but then Dulcinea easily extends her hand to Wilhelm for a kiss. Everyone present is surprised. Reinhardt doesn't understand why Dulcinea is even demanding this of Wilhelm. He, however, simply smiled, took the crown princess's hand and kissed it with a formal greeting. Dulcinea is overjoyed. She looks at Rin with feigned surprise and thinks to herself that she has won. She walks away with her hands clasped to her chest. Later, the service begins. As the priest reads the sermon, Rein catches himself thinking that he can't forget the incident with Dulcinea. The next day, Hayes comes to Reinhardt with a flower in his hand. He declares that he could not have come to her empty-handed. Wilhelm sniffs the flower incredulously, but does not smell any poison. Rhine apologizes to Hayes, saying they need to be careful. He replies that he understands perfectly well and that it hurts him to see his mistress mutilated. Rhine immediately asks where he learned to speak like that. Hayes embarrassedly replies that he was advised to say it. Then, Hayes takes a sneaky look at Wilhelm, stern face, all in black with black gloves, hair the color of a raven's wing. Hayes has seen him somewhere before, but he can't remember where. Wilhelm notices Hayes's groping gaze and asks pretentiously what he's looking at. The accountant apologizes, saying he was just thinking. "So let him think alone," the knight replies. Rin thinks Wilhelm is getting in the way again. She tells him that she and Hayes will be seeing a lot of each other from now on, so they'll have to get along. She pulls Wilhelm closer to her and beckons Hayes to come over. Hayes, trembling, humbly agrees. Over a cup of tea, they discuss when Rhine will leave the capital, for Hayes will go with her. She had originally intended to leave after today's ceremony. Taejong is a state of 7 days during which prayers are offered to all the gods, but the most important day is the last day, the 7th. On this day, the priest can absolve anyone who needs it. After this procedure, Wilhelm will be freed from the sin of being an illegitimate child and will become a full member of the imperial family. Immediately after he takes the oath, Rin had better stay and watch the emperor's reaction. She tells Hayes that since the moment has come, she will stay until the end of the celebration. Hayes wonders at this point if it is true that Wilhelm is the emperor's illegitimate son. Rain then gives him the bag of money and tells him that he needs to find the jewelry. Her mother, the Marquise Rinka, had a lot of jewelry. They were sold to Count Müller's daughter Johanna, but she sold them all to get a dowry. Rinka admits that she had to give the jewelry away in a hurry, but now she wants it all back. It won't be easy, but she has to ask Hayes for this favor. Hayes replies that he's an accountant, not a mercenary. Rain says she wouldn't trust a mercenary to do that. She offers Hayes dinner and he starts to agree, but Wilhelm says it's too late. The high priest of Alatukas says he will pay a visit. He wants to bless Rudin. Rhine says he could come any time, but the knight replies that this evening is the only free evening in the priest's schedule. She apologizes to Hayes, but he says it's okay and thanks her for the invitation. The next time they meet will be in Rudin. Hayes gets down on one knee and kisses the hand of the lady, squinting at Wilhelm. Wilhelm is twisted with rage, his gaze about to sizzle at the accountant. Hayes flees swiftly, wishing the knight well and slamming the door. He walks down the corridors and resents why on earth this cocky knight is following him around like that. Hayes has no claim on his mistress. Wilhelm treats Rin like a jealous lover. Rumors of their relationship have reached Hayes as well, and now he understands its origins. He senses an inconsistency. If William Helona is in love with his mistress, what he was doing with the crown princess is a mystery. One day, Hayes, much to his surprise, catches the crown princess in the garden with a certain young man. That evening, he was celebrating his dismissal from the Ministry of Finance, so he was quite drunk and somehow ended up in the garden of the crown prince's castle. He was about to leave when he saw the couple. At first, he didn't recognize Wilhelm, but today he realized what kind of man he was with the crown princess. He pondered whether he should tell Marquise Rinka, but remembering the look in Wilhelm's eyes, he decided that his life was more precious to him. Besides, he was drunk and could have gotten something mixed up, and he is leaving the capital today. Hayes reaches into the inside pocket of his vest and pulls out a letter from there, telling him to buy certain flowers if he finds any, and a cryptic question about whether his own lack of understanding of women annoys him. Hayes resolutely puts the letter aside. He needs to pack, and the first thing to do in Rudin is to go through all the papers. Left alone with Reyna, Wilhelm offers to brush her hair. To her surprise, he replies that he has seen her do it herself, but if she doesn't feel like it, he can call Mark. She laughingly agrees to let him show her what he can do. Wilhelm then gives her a massage, gently squeezing her shoulders. Rain asks where he learned how to do it. He replies that he has heard that noble ladies have special servants for massages. She says he's not a masseur. He replies that he should have prepared anyway. She jokes that she'll keep his skills in mind as he suddenly grabs her chin, turns her toward him, and kisses her powerfully. Rin is confused, and he tells her to keep her guard up around the Long who is grooming her. She asks irritably who he thinks made her relax. He smiles and says he didn't do anything but massage her. But it's time for them to go. The two of them ride off on horseback, and Rin asks him if he did it on purpose, referring to dinner and Hayes. She reproaches him for being more concerned about his jealousy than Rudin's current situation. "I mean, she has noticed," says Wilhelm. She replies that she knows him well. She tells him not to do that anymore. Why he's even so obsessive lately, she doesn't understand. "What do you mean obsessive?" he asks. She replies that he won't let her near any man, brushes her hair himself instead of Mark. That's the real obsession. In response, he only holds her tighter to him and asks if he is really that nice since she is so nice to him. That's why Wilhelm is jealous of her. But if Rin wants him to, he'll stop, because she's the only one he obeys. She, on the other hand, was thinking about how wide Wilhelm is and how tight his embrace is. He's so close he's burning the scar on her collarbone with his breath. Rin tells him quietly that she likes it. He's glad, because he likes that she's being so nice to him. Wilhelm calmly admits that he would like to kill every person who harms her, one by one, and then hang himself. Give her the whole world and die on the battlefield. That day, when Rin finally woke up and called after him, it was as if he was walking through the hellfire burning his heart. Strangely, she'd been kinder to Wilhelm since she'd gotten that scar, and he hated himself for failing to protect her. Wilhelm thinks he's worthless for letting her get hurt like that, but Reyna still hasn't left him. He realizes that she cares for him. Wilhelm says he loves Rhine more every day, much more since she told him stories or gave him the sword, and Rin thinks she's heard that before. She knows of his love, but she doesn't need it. She ends up alone anyway, and this man is a deep black shadow that consumes Rin. However, she doesn't resist him, because she's already a part of him. We see Empress Castaria angrily cursing Rin and Wilhelm. How dare this cheeky girl show her scars to all the guests? It's such a disgrace for a woman. It was prearranged that no one would speak to this lousy in front of the Empress. No one would dare. Except that rumors that Wilhelm is the Emperor's son begin to spread. People begin to look up to him with growing curiosity and anticipate the intrigue to come. But Castaria will never allow a bastard to become emperor. She stormed frantically into Michelle's chambers, screaming about the unbearable stench. She attacked Dulcinea, who was burning aromatic herbs in the crown prince's room. Castaria screams that it is this terrible stench that gives her a headache all day long. She throws the vessel of herbs to the floor with a blow of her hand. Also, she screams, why on earth would Dulcinea be so loose as to allow the Knight of Rudin to kiss her hand in public? You can't let that bastard do that. Dulcinea was horrified. She tries to justify herself but realizes it's useless. The Empress won't believe a word she says, and if a scandal breaks out, she will be destroyed. She thinks it might be better to keep silent. First, she has to calm down and apologize. She tells the Empress that she didn't want the dignitaries to think of her as neglecting anyone. She apologizes if she crossed the line and the Empress's pride was hurt. Here, Castaria slaps her hard on the arms and knocks the vessel out of her hands. She cries out that Dulcinea is too presumptuous. Of course she crossed the line. But don't let her think she's tarnished the Empress's reputation. Besides, it's not her place to say that. It was Dulcinea who stole her husband from someone else. She angrily says that a wretch like Dulcinea should not have married the crown prince, since the honor of the imperial family is at stake. She screams that Dulcinea is to blame for the death of Reinhardt's father and later for Michelle's injury. The Empress continued to look for venom, saying that all Dulcinea could do was spread her legs. But Michelle suddenly came to her rescue. He shouted that his mother was making him nervous, even though he wasn't feeling well as it was. She made up her mind and whispered that she was doing everything for him. Michelle screams that he doesn't care, because that puppy Rin is about to swear his oath of allegiance to him anyway. It's his last day out. He's going to become emperor and kill that vile Reinhardt immediately. But before he does, he needs to take measures for his own safety. His mother rushes to hug him, strokes his head, and tells him that he is her poor, poor son. He obediently says that he is always grateful to her. He tells Dulcinea that since she is meeting with the Halsey priests in the afternoon, he can go now because he is already tired. Dulcinea exits with a bow, leaving mother and son in an unseemly seclusion for their relationship. She walks down the dark corridor, then she can't stand it and runs. She chooses to go into the garden where Wilhelm is already waiting for her, and runs to him. She thinks she doesn't care what the Empress and her son say, because she has Wilhelm. She throws herself joyfully into his arms. Dulcinea excuses herself, thinking that she deliberately seduced Michel, knowing that he is the Emperor's heir. If he had not been crown prince, she would not have thought of having relations with such a scoundrel. Wilhelm asks her anxiously what has happened to her. Without raising her face, she asks him not to act in front of everyone as if he belongs to another woman. He belongs only to Dulcinea. She asks Wilhelm if he is sure of his intention to swear allegiance to the crown prince. He says he is. Dulcinea thinks the Empress is right. She took her husband from Reina. She'll take the knight too. It'll be even easier than with Michel. She tells William that since he's ready for his vows, she'll make sure he doesn't have to cling to this woman anymore, and looks him straight in the eye. She will make sure he is only with Dulcinea. On the third day of the great religious assembly, homage is paid to Halsey, the goddess of vengeance. Women flock to the church, but men are forbidden to enter because Halsey hates men. On the way to the church, Rhine catches up with Johann and asks if what she has heard is true. The mistress is not only here because of the title, but she is also in love. Rain tells her to stop talking nonsense. But Johanna, giggling, continues. She has heard that the chosen one is a young and incredibly strong knight. She had also seen for herself that he was very handsome. Rin gets angry and says that since Johanna is talking nonsense, she'll have to stay here. Johanna apologizes and says she's happy for her and her knight. Rhine says confused that she doesn't know if they get along well. Johanna is surprised, and Rain says it's probably because she raised Wilhelm like a younger brother, sometimes even a son, and she hasn't been a good mistress to him. Johanna rebukes her for her insincerity and again tells her to shut up. She protests that he is such a brave knight, to which Reina exclaims, even more confused, that he is sometimes nice. A former maid tells her that Rin is missing. If a woman calls a man handsome, it doesn't mean much. But if she says he's nice, it means she can't escape his shackles. She sincerely congratulates the mistress and asks to be invited to the wedding. Rhine again asks her to stop her nonsense. When the service is over, Johanna is glad it was short. She tells Rain that her father always got into the high priest's clutches, spent over an hour listening to some pretty blatant flattery and praise, and then made generous donations. The girls laugh. And then Johanna says that it must be strange to be a priest in the service of the Halsey. They could be punished for it. The goddess Halsey, the goddess of vengeance. On the legs of the deer whose head she carries with her, there is an apple, which symbolizes retribution, for true vengeance is a sweet fruit. Rin stops and fervently prays to Halsey that the people who decided her father's fate will taste the fruit she bestowed, even if Reinhardt herself will have her doubts. According to the religion of their empire, there are 4 gods, personifications of the seasons, all born to Halsey except for Winter, the god of winter. When Halsey left after giving birth to Alutic's child, she found the child, Winter, the son of the man who had betrayed her. Though he was the son of her enemy, she took pity on him and did not abandon him, but brought him to her castle and raised him. Alutica, in a fit of jealousy, deprived Winter's land of fertility, whereupon he turned Winter and tricked her into seducing and forcing her to give birth to Kalan, the god of summer. Remembering this, Rain looks at the painting of Winter. As crown princess, she hadn't noticed the painting, but now Winter reminds her of Wilhelm. She catches herself thinking that she misses him. Johanna is greeted by her husband. She says goodbye to Reinhardt, saying that she had a lot of fun today. But Wilhelm, who meets Rain, looks displeased and doesn't say goodbye to Johanna properly. Rain directly asks why, but he stubbornly turns away. She questioned him as they walked to the chambers, and finally he confessed. He is jealous of the maid because she knows about Reina's past, unlike Wilhelm. Rin asks him to look at it differently. Thanks to a time he knows nothing about, they end up meeting. She married Michel. He betrayed her. The mercenary who escorted her to Rudin almost killed Rin. who was there for her, if not Wilhelm. She takes his hands and tells him that when she was so desperate for support and help, it was Wilhelm who protected her. She promises him that from now on, he will know everything about her. In particular, now he sees Reinhardt, who no one else sees. She pulls him to her and asks if he is still jealous of her and Johanna. He asks if he can kiss her. She says yes. Suddenly, he stares intently at her neck and grips the back of the chair behind her. Wilhelm says that her wound is completely healed, and Rin thought it was the first time she'd seen him so worried. She doesn't understand what her wound has to do with it. He says he is glad because she is no longer in pain. He assures her that he dare not lie about his concern for her health and kisses her. He puts her leg around his waist and tells her he really likes her. He moves his hand up her thigh, but she stops him and tells him to hold on. Rein is embarrassed when he says things like that. At times, she feels that she relies on him too much. Wilhelm replies that he is very happy when she relies on him. He would do anything for her. Wilhelm pulls her close to him and tells her that he's willing to do any of the worst things, to tell any lie for Rein. She wants to tell him, to comfort him, not to do anything terrible. But he kisses Rin again, and her consciousness is confused and her body feels like it's melting. He wraps his arms around her, looks into her eyes, and tells her again that he loves her, and only her. The next day comes the highest point of celebration, a feast designed to share a meal with the gods. This banquet is attended by almost all the aristocracy of the empire. Rin stands on the balcony and remembers that she and Wilhelm practically crossed the line last night. It wasn't her first time, but she was nervous as an idiot. Suddenly, Fernach appears beside her and says that the emperor will probably officially recognize William as his son today. He took the knight away to his room as soon as he saw him. Fernach says that he should have married Reinhardt before everyone knew that William was a prince. Rein says in response that he proposed it to her in His Majesty's presence. He says he's joking and asks if Rein knows the difference between William's and Glencia's titles. Usually it is the title that is the reason for arranged marriages. William flatly refused to marry Glencia, and the reason is clear. Fernach tried to sparadize William. The latter then said that he had a woman he madly desired. Reinhardt is shocked, and Fernach nonchalantly continues that he was already tired of dealing with people, being the son of Margrave Glencius. At first he thought that. Wilhelm was just a boy afraid for his first love, but then he saw that this was not the case at all. Rein bluntly asks Fernach if he's trying to separate her and Wilhelm now. Then Fernach says that he and Dietrich were good friends. He asks Rena what she thinks he would have done if Dietrich had told him so. Fernach himself replies that he would have talked to Rena before giving her to the knight. Well now, she is no longer indebted to her. Rin mentally agrees with him that Dietrich treated her more responsibly. William and the Emperor finally leave the room. They are loudly announced to the audience. A whisper passed through the crowd that the knight and the Emperor looked very much alike. Apparently, the rumors were not lying. Reinhardt notices Dulcinea's sly look on her face. Fernach tells her to be careful with Wilhelm. A man who keeps secrets from his subordinates cannot be good. At this time, the Emperor and Wilhelm stood up in front of the guests. The Emperor makes a speech. He hopes that everyone knows the tragedy of the Holland family, in which, fortunately, Wilhelm was able to survive. So may his life be a comfort to his family. Also, he has something to announce about Wilhelm's second component. Here, Wilhelm is handed a crystal, and the Emperor tells him to squeeze it in his hand. Wilhelm clenches his fist post-haste, and the crystal inside him begins to emit a bright blue light. The Emperor says loudly that all of Wilhelm's sins are now forgiven. He is now Sir Wilhelm Alankis. Ferna quietly tells Rin that a man who keeps secrets from his favorite gyno can't be a good man. Rin should remember that and be careful with him. Rein wouldn't listen to him. She already knew that Wilhelm was the Emperor's heir. She just couldn't say so. He doesn't keep secrets from her. Fernach is wrong. Wilhelm is just an untamed beast. If Rin didn't know him, she'd be suspicious too. But she's the only one who can hug this kid, and she's the one who ruined him. A hug is the only way she can take responsibility. Her subconscious spoke to her. It asks her if Rin really feels that way, why her heart clenches with fear. Rein can't answer. The ceremony, meanwhile, is coming to an end, and the Emperor grants Wilhelm the rights and duties as his son. He thinks to himself that his second son is reliable enough to be crown prince, even if he doesn't think about it at all now. Michel walks up to them, tapping his cane, and says that in that case, he will require Wilhelm to swear an oath to Adelpho. The emperor is angry, but William says he is ready. He asks the priest to get everything ready for the rite now. The emperor begins to shout that William has just been declared a prince. If he makes this vow to Michel now, he will relinquish all rights to the throne. Michel hypocritically says that Wilhelm wants it for himself, which means there are no options about his father but to accept his choice. The emperor roared. There were whispers in the crowd again. Wilhelm would now swear an oath to the crown prince, swear unswerving loyalty to him, no way, so Michel would remain crown prince. Castaria and Dulcinea stood silently nearby. Rin at this time thinks that Wilhelm got his opportunity for revenge earlier than she could cut off Michel's head. He gave up on her earlier than she killed the crown prince. She is depressed by this realization. The ceremony begins. William places his life in the hands of Michel Alankis, kneeling before the crown prince. He recites the oaths required on such an occasion. Rin thinks she won't just leave it at that. Wilhelm has only her. She will trust him to then throw to achieve her goal, her beautiful sword. Later, Rin sits by her father's coffin. In exchange for Wilhelm's vow, the Marquis's body was returned to her. Wilhelm stealthily walks up to her and puts his hand on her shoulder. He just got here, late because his father wouldn't let him go. Rhine says the emperor must be angry, asks what he said. Wilhelm replies that the old man shouted that he could have gotten the body himself. He just had to ask him to do it. He acquires Rain, and she says that the emperor can talk nicely, pretending that he doesn't know who attacked her. She tells him that she has to go back to Ruden for a while. He'll be busy with Michel anyway. She thinks to herself that he should not have come to her at all to avoid suspicion. Wilhelm asks fearfully if she can still stay for at least a month. Rain replies that she can, but she still has a lot to do before she leaves. She says that William has a lot on his plate too. Education and duties as a prince, and a new palace, which means paperwork. He replies that it won't take more than a month. Reina jokingly says that since he's so capable, she can leave with a light heart. Wilhelm doesn't like the joke. He says with annoyance that if she is tired, she can go to Ruden. She realizes he doesn't want to let her go no matter what he says. Rhine says he's joking and still can't leave yet. The new prince needs an advisor after all. She feels like a child being thrown into a cage of lions as she imagines William among all these arrogant aristocrats. He asks if she still treats him like a child. Rhine replies that he was the one who was being cranky now, asking not to be left behind. She is still joking and pouring on the laughter, and suddenly realizes that she already thought Wilhelm was her lover. He keeps her from falling carelessly from her arms, telling her that the floor is cold. Rain remembers again that everyone she loved has left her. Her father, Dietrich, and Michel stabbed her in the heart. She asks Wilhelm, cradled against him, if he will love her until she gets Michel's head. Wilhelm wants to ask Reina if she trusts him, but she finishes and herself and immediately regrets it. She says it unconsciously. She says she still has to go to Ruden to take her father's body herself this time. She hopes that her worry is nothing more than a scratch that will heal itself if covered. She asks Wilhelm not to be jealous of her father. He replies that if she's worried about his love going cold, he'll try to make things quicker and gives her the amaryllis tablet. He asks to take it because you never know. You never know if Rin might need a plaque too. She, meanwhile, thinks that this scratch may not have an effect on the outer state of her skin, but for the soul it is like poison. Rin must not leave it as it is. William meets Dulcinea again at the agreed place. She throws herself into his arms with sobs. He asks why she is crying. She replies that she was already afraid he would not come, having waited so long for him. He apologizes for being late. He says with a slight smile that it was hard to sneak out since he is now a celebrity at the palace, too. Dulcinea is pleased that Wilhelm is in a good mood, and she had to endure Michel's lust until dawn. Every night with him poisons her painfully, and no one knows of her pain. Dulcinea weeps with anger and resentment. She wishes William would apologize more sincerely. In a fit of anger, she slaps him across the face. She doesn't realize how it happened because she was too excited. She tries to apologize, but Dulcinea just feels that Wilhelm doesn't understand how hard it is for her, and she is so upset. Wilhelm smiles and asks if she's really that anxious to get her hands on him, to put the leash around his neck that was taken from her. He says she's the only one who doesn't understand anything. He asks if she really wants him to be her faithful dog who is always waiting and begging for attention from her. She tearfully says no. Wilhelm doesn't believe her. He can see that the idea excites her. Wilhelm says that her cheeks turned red when Dulcinea hit him, and if she had scratched him, it would have left a beautiful scar. He defiantly asks her to do it. Dulcinea tells him that if she does not save him, he will become Michel's faithful dog, making her his heroine. She recoils from him and tells him to kiss her feet as a sign of loyalty. William replies that if she wants to get a kiss from him that way, so be it. He kneels down. He covers her foot with his palm and kisses her on top. She is angry. Wilhelm calls her selfish. She does not realize that for his kiss she must fall into the abyss with him. Only then will his lips touch Dulcinea's. Even the smallest wound grows if you pick incessantly, without paying attention to the discomfort, Reinhardt thinks, and doesn't realize how true that statement is for Dulcinea. Reinhardt is back in Rudin and complains to Sarah that there is no end to this paperwork. Sarah replies with a smile that all that work was on her shoulders. Rain replies that she's sorry. Sarah has heard that Wilhelm has been given the title of Earl. Does that mean he will return to Rudin? Or will he stay in the capital and maybe even marry? She asks Reyna. Rein blushes, realizing that Sarah is joking with her. She covers her mouth with the palm of her hand and panted, saying she was afraid of Rein and would rather go. Rin is already aiming a rolled-up paper at Sarah when a guard bursts into the room and yells at Rin that she has to go back to the capital right now. People start killing. Michel Alenkis died in his sleep, his body discovered by a servant in the morning. There was a knock on his door, but no answer. He had to attend dinner today, so he opened the door without waiting for permission and saw the crown prince's body stretched out on the bed. Dulcinea testified in tears. She said that everything had been fine the night before. She had only lit incense to help Michel sleep better. The court physician says there are no injuries on Michel's body. Death was caused by causes unknown to him, but it could have been an odorless poison. The first suspect was Wilhelm. The emperor had to imprison him because of Castaria's vehement accusations. However, there was no proof of this. The emperor came to him in the dungeon, praised him with a happy smile, and asked him how he did it, how William killed Michel. The latter replies that he had done nothing. If he had wished for the throne, he would have relied on his father and not taken an oath of allegiance to Michel. The emperor says that it was this oath that brought William under suspicion. Wilhelm replies that he is reckless enough to do such a thing while under suspicion. The emperor had to release William for lack of evidence of the knight's guilt. He was sent to the Red Stem estate. As he was leaving, the empress threw herself at him and screamed that she would carve the scum's face. She was barely held back by 2 knights, and William turned around and asked if his mother loved him as much as Castaria loved Michel. She became even more enraged and didn't have to be led away by force. The society was in complete confusion. People whisper that all of the crown prince's servants and cooks are so exhausted that they can't even walk. Everyone can feel the bloody wind from the direction of the palace. There were rumors about Castaria too, as if she had killed not only Holland's family, but everyone who spent the night with the emperor. She may have been behind the assassination attempt on Rin, so losing her son is her punishment. She should be grateful that Michel died peacefully. A few weeks before, Wilhelm had sworn an oath of loyalty to Michel with the fact that he would never lay claim to his title. Ironically, it is Wilhelm who is now crown prince. Reinhardt arrives at Redstock Manor, where Wilhelm has been sent, but the guards won't let her and Mark in. Then she pulls out an amaryllis tablet, and they are let in without further bickering. She runs through the estate and bursts into Wilhelm's room. She sees that he has lost a lot of weight. They haven't seen each other in weeks. Rein throws herself into his arms. She tells him that she should never have made that vow. Wilhelm comforts her and tells her that it's okay, but she shouldn't have gone to Rudin without him. She tells him that she knows everything. Michel died. The empress lashed out at Wilhelm, and he did time in prison. Rin arrived as quickly as she could and didn't even take her things. If Mark hadn't taken care of her, Rain would have gone completely crazy with worry. She tells Wilhelm to tell her everything now. She tells Wilhelm to tell her now, but he just looks into her eyes and then kisses her. Both the guards and Mark were in the room. Seeing the lovers' feelings, Mark tells the guard that they have to leave. He replies that he has no right. Mark says that Rain has shown him Amaryllis's card, so she can't be kicked out anyway, and they leave the room. William lays Rin on the bed and starts to fondle her, but she says it's not the time. She's not in the mood. They need to talk. She sits down on the bed. Wilhelm says that Michelle is dead, so it's over. Rin replies that she didn't kill him, and he died in his sleep, so what's there to be happy about? The bastard died so peacefully, Rin can't even enjoy the sweetness of revenge from the goddess of vengeance. Wilhelm stands up, extends his hand to her, and asks her to come with him. Reyna asks where to, but he only replies that he has something to show her. Reyna decides to trust him again and follows him without hesitation. They go down to the dungeon. There are guards at the entrance, and Rain tenses up. Wilhelm calms her down and tells her that these are his men. She asks why knights of the imperial court, serving for over a decade, are standing guard in the dungeon. He replied that he was imitating Rin that way. She got the brown-haired accountant on her side, and he got the knights on his side. Rin didn't immediately realize what was going on. But then she sees Dulcinea behind bars, and everything falls into place at once. She is delighted to see Wilhelm and calls him her favorite, but is startled to see Reinhardt. Her presence proves that Wilhelm is the cause of all this. Dulcinea screams, stretching her arms through the bars, asking what Rein is doing here. She almost went crazy here. She should have killed that scoundrel Michelle earlier. William tells her to stop wailing and, embracing Rain, tells the hostage that he has something to say to his mistress in Dulcinea's presence. He squeezes Rein's shoulder so hard that she can't move. She wonders why she didn't know anything about this, why she didn't guess Wilhelm's secret plans. She asks him to explain himself. Dulcinea snidely says that while Rin was in Rudin, William opened his heart to her. She tells Wilhelm that if he is so afraid, she will tell him herself. Dulcinea says that she felt sorry for Reyna because she had stolen her throne, her husband, and caused her a lot of pain. She emphasizes that she did it unintentionally. But she felt bad too. She wasn't about to put on a crown and become empress. Now, mockery and scorn, she was constantly insulted, and only one man was around on days when she felt like she was in hell, but even he belonged to Rin. Wilhelm confirms Dulcinea's words. He is glad that Reyna now knows the truth. Dulcinea says with expressive clarity that it was she who killed Michelle Alenquez. Rin begins to realize that William used Dulcinea to kill the crown prince. He deliberately fell in love with someone other than himself and swore an oath to Chevalier. It dawns on Rin that Wilhelm has also traveled through time. William tells Rain that he has a funny story for her. He says that in a past life he was in submission to Dulcinea. Back then, she begged for a title and ordered him to bow at her feet. He says she beat him mercilessly to quench her anger. Dulcinea obsessively stretched her arms toward Wilhelm and begged him to let her touch her. And Rin thought Wilhelm was wasting no time. While she was using her memories and searching for Hayes, he was subjugating the crown princess, making her a weapon in his plan. Rin starts yelling at him why he didn't consult her, doing such horrible things in secret from him. He reminds her of her words that night from a previous life, when she said that Michelle thinks people are toys. Wilhelm smiles and says that's when he fell in love with Reinhardt. She doesn't know what he's talking about. It sounds like he wanted revenge for his past life too. She thought they had the same outlook on the future. He did say he was loyal to Michelle, didn't he? Wilhelm grabs Reyna by the shoulders and shouts at her to stop talking to him like that, as if he were a stranger to her. He has no one but her. He's only loyal to Rain, and this was her revenge. He wanted to repay the people who had hurt her so much, taken away her loved ones, ruined Reinhardt's life, because Wilhelm's very soul belongs to Rain. He asks to open up to her in response to how he has opened up to her. When she asks why, he replies that he loves her. She thinks that his declarations of love made her feel scared every time. But only now does she realize that the fear was because Wilhelm has become the most important person in Reyna's life. Wilhelm asks her again to love him back and kisses her. Dulcinea looks at them and is amazed. It is strange to her that the man she hated so much has kept her alive, and the man she desired with all her heart locked her up behind bars. She tells herself not to be deluded. His whole being says that he never loved Dulcinea, that he used her. She is destined to die alone in this cold dungeon. That's when she noticed the spear against the wall. She yells at Wilhelm to look at her. She says he doesn't realize it, but true love is hard to recognize. She will help him. He takes the spear and puts the point of it to his throat. She asks if Wilhelm knows when a person realizes that he has found true love. She answers that it is when she loses the one she loves. The guards are alarmed to see her standing with a spear at her throat. They try to stop her. She screams that she is not going to harm herself. She imagines her life as a rope that she desperately clings to and sees the rope suddenly break and she flies down. She screams to Wilhelm that she will kill herself to make him realize his love for her. Even now, as she is about to commit suicide before his eyes, he can't see her true feelings. Rhine screams, clutching at the bars to make Dulcinea stop. But she goes on, screaming, laughing, and crying, that William must miss her all his life. She, Dulcinea Canaria, was his destiny, and she stabs the spear into her throat. The knight accompanying them can't believe she actually killed herself. Wilhelm says it's for the best, telling them to take care of the poison they were going to use on the crown princess. The knight says he and Rin can go back and he'll take care of the rest. Rin, meanwhile, sits exhaustedly on the floor. Wilhelm says it's very dirty here, this place is not good for her, and puts one arm around her shoulder. Rin feels like she is possessed by the devil. Wilhelm and Rain are sitting in the room. He is washing her feet. He says that, although she is tired, they still have unfinished business, so it is too early for her to rest. She complains that the water is cold. Wilhelm apologizes. He was going to ask to heat it up, but asking for that in their situation would only make things worse. Reina still can't get over the sight of Dulcinea's death. She asks Wilhelm what he was thinking, but he only smiles back at her without explaining anything. A guard enters the room and tells William that the E is ready. He gets up, walks over to the knights and asks if they have brought what he asked for. The guards answer in the affirmative, just as he ordered. He tells them to get ready. Rain can't believe her ears. She screams at Wilhelm that he has to tell her everything now. Her patience is not limitless. He replies that Rhine must finish her revenge. She interjects, "What revenge? Michel Alanques is dead after all." Wilhelm only smiles again in response. Reina is angry. She heard for sure that the crown princess killed him. Then, the knights brought the coffin into the room and placed it on the floor in front of her. When she sees it, she immediately sensed what was happening. Wilhelm apologizes for the way things have turned out. He hugs Rin and says that he wanted Michelle to crawl at her feet and beg for mercy. He wanted to show how the crown prince would shake and cry, just like Dulcinea, but he didn't have time. William opens the coffin lid and says they stole the imperial heir. He puts her father's sword in Reinhardt's hand and says that even if revenge is such a thing, Reinhardt will still like it. Reinhardt looks at Michelle and finally smiles, and then laughs merrily, drawing her sword over the crown prince's body. Looking into his still face, she remembers their parting before she stabbed him in the leg with her sword. She wants to, holding the sword over Michelle, and tells Wilhelm that she feels such joy for the first time in her life. That scoundrel, so arrogant, lost in the end. She turns to the lifeless Michelle with a gloating laugh. Is this what he expected? Divorcing her? Sending her father to his death? Leaving Rin to blink in the snowy mountains? Rin is jubilant. Empress Castaria stole her father's body, but they are now playing with her son's body. She angrily asks how she can have fun with him before she returns. She suggests beheading him or cutting off all his limbs. Or maybe send his head to the Empress and make her wander the world looking for the body of her favorite son. Or send the body so she misses the heir's pretty face. Suddenly, Rin remembers an episode from her childhood when Michelle told her that they would hold hands for the rest of their lives since they were to be married in the future, and held out her palm. She says she doesn't need to get her hands dirty with that filthy blood anymore. She gets up, and William says that she is being very generous. Rain replies that he knows, and is going to bury the coffin where no one will find it. She's about to leave, but he stops her. He asks if the invincible general, the Marquis of Rinka, could really have been killed by falling off his horse. Wilhelm says that in a previous life, Michel liked to chat when he was drunk. He once told Wilhelm that the Alankises act for sure, to stay one step ahead. He told Wilhelm that he himself had ordered to kill the Marquis because no one dares to interfere in the Crown Prince's affairs. The general was cowardly attacked from behind, unseen. After telling Rin this, Wilhelm whispers in her ear to make up her mind. Let her take her long-awaited revenge for her father. A rage boils up inside her. She draws her sword sharply and decisively and aims it at Michel's chest. She thinks she's dreamed about it in her dreams and in her dreams. Only her thirst for revenge has kept her afloat all these years. Only for revenge has she survived. And now it's over, and she's standing barely alive, covered in blood, still clutching her sword in her shaking hands. Wilhelm tells her that the sun has already risen. Wilhelm says she has hurt her hand and wants to bandage it, but she reaches for him, tossing the sword aside. Rhine thanks him and kisses him. Wilhelm tries to pull away, saying he needs to treat her wound first, but she doesn't let him go, instead pushing him towards the bed. They fall down and she tells him to stop talking, biting his lip painfully. Rain tells him to hug her sooner rather than later, and if he stops this time, she will never forgive him again. Wilhelm replies, obediently taking off his shirt, that he will never let her go after what she said. Rain thinks she's ready to tear Michel, her greatest enemy, apart with her bare hands. But now she is in the hands of her lover. She didn't realize she'd stopped thinking about her hatred as Wilhelm caressed her feet, biting her toes, and then threw one of her legs over his shoulder. The next morning, Rin rushes to leave. She needs to rest, but Wilhelm won't let her go, saying that he's been holding back all his emotions, and now they've burst out like a dam. Rin won't be able to hold them back. She asks him not to be so presumptuous, and tells him that they both need to rest. Rain then asks Wilhelm why it's so quiet, if the news of the Crown Princess's death hasn't been spread. Wilhelm replies that Dulcinea was arrested without any evidence on Castaria's orders, so she will be punished for her death. Rain thinks that's great. The Empress herself has been playing with karma all her life. Here, Wilhelm apologizes for confessing his love to another woman. Rain replies that she was able to get revenge on Michel because of that. He apologizes again, but for the fact that it was not Reina who killed the Crown Prince, as she had always dreamed. She tells him that if he wants to apologize to her, then let him tell his story, specifically what Reinhardt doesn't know about him. He warns her that it's going to be a long story, so let her be patient, if anything. Wilhelm remembers his past life very vaguely, especially the time when he lived alone. We see Wilhelm, long-haired but uncombed in tattered, dirty rags. He is chopping wood in the yard of a small house in the winter forest. A boy comes out of the house and throws a bowl of something strange that looks like slop in front of him. The contents spill onto the snow. He says it is food for Wilhelm. Wilhelm immediately rushes over to the bowl and scrapes what has spilled out into it, and the boy yells loudly that he is really eating it. Yes, let him better die. How disgusting it is. Wilhelm then ate whatever he was given and slept wherever he could get shelter from the wind. A not-so-kind man found him in the mountains a few years ago and now keeps him as a servant. He is glad because Wilhelm is very strong and hardy. Wilhelm didn't speak then, knew nothing in this life, ate whatever they gave him. Everyone thought he was an idiot, constantly trampled into the mud. And one day, his master accused him of stealing. He shouted at Wilhelm that he had given him shelter and food, but he had stolen money. He was kicked out, and the master's son chuckled and told the idiot not to come back. Wilhelm had to survive on the streets. One day, he was sleeping by the roadside when a carriage stopped nearby. The wheels were stuck in the mud. The Crown Prince and Dulcinea were in it. Dulcinea timidly suggested that they get out of the carriage and walk, but Michel said that it was beneath his dignity to stomp through such mud. The accompanying knight was wondering what to do. The wheels were very deeply stuck. Suddenly, Wilhelm appeared behind him and offered to help. Now, Wilhelm realizes that it was a reckless act, but at the time he could only think of more, and these people were obviously rich. He lifted the carriage with the Crown Prince and Dulcinea sitting in it. The knight tells him to just move it and let it go. The prince is furious. Why did the knight let this tramp touch the imperial carriage? Let him chase him away immediately. He stinks terribly. Wilhelm hears this and apologizes. Dulcinea feels sorry for him and says he should be fed. The prince says this is nonsense and orders him to go on. But Dulcinea is careful to warn him that the road will be worse further on. It is better to take a tramp to help them. They will give him some bread and raw meat. Michel marveled at Dulcinea's good-naturedness and finally allowed the tramp to follow the carriage. This is how William became his faithful dog. Wilhelm asks Rain if she has heard anything about the Devil's Night. He has. It's a flower that blooms in a snowstorm in the snowy mountains. This flower is said to be eaten by travelers, so it is called the Devil's Flower. Wilhelm came across this flower that night. The crown prince had been kind to him, and Wilhelm wanted to thank him in kind. The knights started to build a fire where the flower had grown, but William stopped them. They slapped him in the face and shouted at him that it was already blizzarding and that this poor man was getting in their way. Wilhelm started to build a fire and tried to warn them about the blizzard, but they only called him crazy, beat him, and kicked him so hard on the head that Wilhelm lost consciousness. When he woke up, all he saw were dead bodies. Their killer must have thought Wilhelm was dead, so he didn't touch him. But then he noticed the monster and his new victim. He did not remember what was happening. It was as if his body took the axe and swung it over the monster. Someone tried to stop him, saying, "Don't kill it," but Wilhelm brought the axe down crushingly. The monster was defeated. The crown prince and Dulcinea were sitting in the snow in front of him. When morning dawned, Michel told him that since all their knights were dead, he would honor the tramp and allow him to escort them to the castle and protect them on their way. Michel told him that if all went well, Michel would reward him generously and open many doors. Wilhelm gladly agreed. Rin says that he has dealt with all the horrors, survived the cold and hunger, and made it as a human being. Wilhelm goes on to say that there was a problem after crossing the Crystal Gate. His crystal was intact when they got to the capital. Michel saw it, but didn't realize what had happened at first. Wilhelm didn't know what it meant at first. Then, apparently, Michel decided to keep him to himself instead of just killing him. He and Dulcinea became William's benefactors, even though there were whispers behind his back that the prince had picked up an illiterate tramp in some forest. Wilhelm was ready to starve to death, but then he was accepted as a knight of the emperor, and he felt that he had to repay his debt to his saviors, so he silently tolerated all the insults behind his back. One day in the garden, Dulcinea approached him from behind and ordered him not to move while she embraced him. William could not move, for she was his benefactor. He did not know how to post. That's when Michel caught them. He slapped Dulcinea and shouted that she dared not do such things in such a place. She began to tearfully apologize, saying it was just a misunderstanding. Michel insulted her and shouted that he had seen everything. She was nobody in this palace at all. He continued to beat her. The crown prince sent Wilhelm to fight the barbarians far to the north of the capital. Michel probably expected Wilhelm to die in battle. The knight did not realize it at the time and tried hard to survive in order to bring victory to his lord. Michel was horrified when Wilhelm returned victorious and became a war hero. He beat him with a rod and shouted that the idiot didn't even understand why he was being beaten. When his arm got tired, he called Dulcinea, saying it was her turn. She said she couldn't. Michel threatened that if she didn't baste him properly, he would think Dulcinea had feelings for the knight. Wilhelm sat obediently on the floor with a bloody back. Dulcinea had no choice but to follow the crown prince's orders until he said enough was enough. Michel released the knight as well, ordering him to cover every inch of his body from now on, so that the crown prince would not have to admire the hideous scars on his body, and to keep his head bowed so as not to see his eyes. Soon after, Dulcinea called him to her palace. As soon as he entered, a strong smell of incense hit his nose, and Wilhelm got a headache. Dulcinea ordered him to undress. She put him on his knees with a chain around his neck and said she liked seeing William like that. Collared, scarred, bloodied, kneeling in front of her. Reina jumped up when she heard that, unable to believe her ears. Wilhelm said he wouldn't go into any more sordid details. The bottom line is that he was raised as a dirty, expensive dog from childhood and is used to this abuse for lack of anything else in his life. Rain asks why Michel didn't intervene. He was against his and Dulcinea's relationship. Wilhelm thinks that he knew everything. He just didn't interfere to protect his pride. Wilhelm asks Rain if she is curious to know how a faithful dog could betray his master, how a mindless beast who had only seen pain and fear in his life could dream of another life. She tries to guess if he was free when he came to visit her in Helka. Wilhelm replies that he had not, and that he had known Rain long before they met in Helka, and kisses her. Upon becoming emperor, Michel awarded William the title of ruler of the 7 Holy Lands, allowing him to address the emperor directly. Wilhelm understood that Michel was boasting of her impunity and permissiveness, giving such a title to an idiot who couldn't even speak properly. Wilhelm was allowed to move freely in the country, but he went to the palace of the crown princess. He had the most unpleasant memories of this place, but he had nowhere else to go. But Dulcinea's palace was empty. One might have guessed that Dulcinea had also changed her title when Michel ascended to the throne of the emperor. But Wilhelm, so loyal and accustomed to his master, seemed to be caught in a stalemate. Wilhelm felt freedom in the form of a hole inside him. He didn't know what to do with it. Someone called out to him and he started running, not caring what road he took, just to get away from people. And that's when he ran into a derelict old warehouse, a place no one cared about but Wilhelm. A perfect coincidence. In this musty room, he had found a portrait of young Rain, and he thought he had met a goddess. He had never seen such a kind smile before. No one had ever smiled at him like that before. He could barely read her name on the back of the portrait, and later dared to ask the emperor about her. He slapped him instead of answering, and demanded that he never speak that name in front of him again. He told Wilhelm nothing about Rin, but the knight's curiosity only grew. He tried to find out about her in every way possible. He questioned the servants and gathered rumors. Finally, he found out who she was and where she lived. He left for the campaign and ordered to make orders at Helka. They tried to dissuade him. There were enough provisions, there was no reason to stop there, and the emperor hated the place. But Wilhelm was adamant. He saw Rin and saw that, unlike the portrait, she was not at all friendly, very stolid. However, he became even more interested. He had a lot of questions. For example, who was the reason she no longer smiled and her eyes no longer sparkled? Wilhelm doesn't know how a dog knows what to do when he hears a command for the first time. But when he and Rin were talking about how Michel thinks people are toys, he realized that the radiant girl in the portrait is no longer there. Rin tries to justify it, but Wilhelm stops her. She was probably drunk and just wanted to get back at him because he was Michel's dog. He thought then of her words all night. He saw himself as an unhappy, beaten dog on a chain who had finally received love from the lovely girl in the portrait. Walking through her palace, he dialed on her office door and heard part of her and Hayes's conversation. He could hear part of the conversation between them, and he could hear her and Hayes talking about how she had to get revenge on Michel. But Hayes said there was nothing she could do in her condition, and that only rebirth would help her. Rin says that if she gets the chance to be reborn and start her life over, she would immediately stab her worst enemy with a sword. Wilhelm feels unprecedented. He has so often killed Michel's enemies on his orders without a second thought, and now he is ready to kill him himself, for Reinhardt's sake, to tear him to pieces with his canine sharp fangs. As if he were her dog now, Rain orders him to tear Michel and Dulcinea to pieces. Wilhelm woke up in a sweat. He couldn't get Reinhardt and that feeling out of his head, those visions of Michel's murder, even after returning to the imperial castle. He really wanted to belong to Rin, but he was Michel's dog, and sitting on a chain, it was too late for Wilhelm to change his master. One day, he asked Michel what he should do if he wanted something. The crown prince was frightened. What could this underachiever want, if not the throne? Michel decided to scare the knight into not even thinking about the throne. He tells Wilhelm that he needs to prolong the blood. Everything has a master. Wilhelm will have to kill either his master or whoever is out to get Wilhelm. Wilhelm didn't understand much of his answer then. Michel ordered him to leave. Wilhelm decided to ask next time, but the next time didn't happen. Wilhelm was ordered to fight monsters on the northern border, where he was killed by Michel's mercenary. After stabbing William with his sword, The mercenary apologizes and says that he has been promised a place and a knight's title for killing him. Wilhelm then decides that this is the end. He asks Rin what she thinks he was thinking about. She assumes it was about getting revenge on Michelle. Wilhelm replies that he was not without it, but mostly he was thinking about Reina. He thought about wanting to see her again, if only one more goodbye, and about how, if he could be reborn, he wanted to belong only to her. Then his eyes magically opened, and he found himself back in the forest. At first, he didn't understand anything, and the only reminder of his past life was the scar on his left eyebrow. He wandered around the mountains, not knowing where to go, like a wild animal. At some point, he heard screams and saw Rin with the bastard who'd escorted her into the mountains. His body reacted as if automatically. Wilhelm saved her, and she took him to Rudin. And that's how he found his Reinhardt. Without knowing it, she had become his whole world. Rin thinks Wilhelm is like the wave that suddenly sheltered her and saved her. Therefore, some part of her personality is afraid of this man. She cries on his shoulder after his story. Wilhelm says that although he is glad he opened up to her, he is even sorry now. Rain says she just feels sorry for Wilhelm. He's been used by everyone. And in this life, she herself has become the new Michelle for Wilhelm. He disagrees and asks her not to blame herself. Wilhelm says that although he doesn't know how to win her heart, he himself is happy as long as he belongs to her. Let her just be happy around him. Rain, on the other hand, thinks that she is simply ashamed of the way she behaved, especially if Wilhelm remembers her past life. She suddenly thought of Dietrich, her good departed friend, and Wilhelm suddenly asked if she was thinking of Dietrich. She apologizes to him. She just wishes she could see her friend at such a happy moment in her life. Wilhelm admits that he often thinks about Dietrich too. He constantly asks himself what he could have done to save him. He apologizes to Rhine for not saving her friend. Only after Dietrich's death did Wilhelm remember everything definitively. He was confused and not good enough. At first, he had hated Dietrich, jealous of him for Rhine. He had what Wilhelm needed, which was Reinhardt. They fought often. Dietrich was not happy with Wilhelm's single combat tactics. "The main thing in war is teamwork," he shouted to Wilhelm and threatened to tell his mistress of his folly. Dietrich deliberately pissed Wilhelm off. He said that he would write to Rain how Wilhelm spent every night pacing the bed, sobbing and crying, his cries supposedly keeping Dietrich awake. Wilhelm realizes that Dietrich was actually trying to help him, and actually everyone cared about her. He pleads with Rin again, saying that it was his fault that the commander died. He hits the sobbing floor and says that if he could go back again, he would never do that. Rain comforts him, telling him that everything is fine and thanking him for being so honest with her. Wilhelm tries to object, but she interrupts him and says that it's not his fault. Dietrich was strong and tough. No one would have thought he would die like that. She recalls Fernach's words, tells him mentally that he was wrong. Wilhelm doesn't keep secrets. He just didn't know. She tells Wilhelm that there has been no love in her unhappy life, but how else to describe the feeling in her chest? She thinks it's okay. They belong together. She thanks Wilhelm for his love in both lives, and laughingly admits that she loves him too. They were happy, and time passed. The funeral of the crown prince and his wife was taking place in the capital. It lasted 3 days and 3 nights, the first such large-scale funeral in the empire. The empress alone was out of her mind with anger and grief. She still can't believe her son is dead. Then she hears Reinhardt laughing. The empress is furious at how dare the impudent woman make jokes at her son's funeral, even in such an outfit. Castaria faints from impotent rage and excessive tension. Reinhardt, once overthrown, and the capital rose from the ashes like a phoenix. This clever woman found the petty barbarian Wilhelm, raised him into a regional knight, and made him crown prince. And William Alenkes could have died in the womb because of the empress's intrigues, but he survived and now has incredible power and authority. They are both very popular, and there are many rumors about them, mostly about their overly close relationship. People wanted to see them so badly that there was always pandemonium at Redstock Manor. Lord Rudena had once given fireworks to the newly minted Countess Johanna Schuneido. sort of in honor of the imminent arrival of her firstborn, but everyone understood that these fireworks were a celebration of Michelle's death. One of the gawkers, a laborer named Felix, stares at the fireworks until he is called out. He needs to fix a wall. Felix stretches, turns around, and we see that it is Dietrich. Later, Reina tells Wilhelm that she is glad not to be like Dulcinea. He says wistfully that Reina is going back to Rudin, and he will have to stay in the capital. She replies that it is a settled matter. She will stay in the capital until the New Year's banquet. Wilhelm objects that she will have to leave afterwards anyway. As she instructed, he became crown prince. William asks her in return to stay with him in the palace for the rest of his life. Rain asks him to stop nagging. He jokingly replies that he will destroy all people who nag at her. Mark enters, whom Reina has called to congratulate her on her upcoming wedding. She asks if Mark is going to have the ceremony in Rudin, who replies that her fiancé's house is also there, so yes. They do not notice Wilhelm turning away from them in annoyance. With a shining face, Rein hands Mark a wedding present, a white fox fur coat. Mark is afraid to even touch the gift and says he can't accept such value. Rin asks her to just take the gift and think about Rin's reputation. Wilhelm suddenly walks up to them and puts his arm around Reina from behind. He says that Rein herself has been refusing gifts from the imperial family for months, hinting at gifts from him. Rein replies that the warehouse is already bursting. She goes back to Mark and says she has a small request. Have Mark take care of Dietrich's grave in Rudin. Wilhelm, hearing this, turns pale. Rein explains that the last time she was here, she couldn't do it because she was too busy. Mark readily replies that he will do as Rein asks. She says that she owes Dietrich a great deal, so she is honored to fulfill this request of Reinhardt. Dietrich was very kind, trustworthy, and strong, and had protected many of Rudin's people. Although Mark had not known him for long, but she respected him very much. Rin is glad to hear that. But she can't believe that such a good man could leave so soon without leaving anything behind, a grave with no body and no belongings. Mark wants to object, but she stops talking and quickly changes the subject, saying she has to go now. Time has flown by like an arrow. Rin tells her that she has prepared a carriage. Let her use it and don't forget anything. Wishing Mark a good journey, and they said goodbye. Mark wondered what had just happened in the first place. When they were talking to Rin about the coffin without a body, Wilhelm's look seemed to order Mark to shut her mouth. She decides she's imagining things. Mark gets to Rudin and is greeted by Sarah and asks if Mark will stay in Rudin forever now. She replies that she has to go east first, where Hayes, the financial manager, is now. Sarah says that there is really a lot of work to do in Rudin, and Reinhardt keeps not coming back. Mark remembers how jealously Wilhelm hugged Reinhardt and thinks that the lady may not return to Rudin at all. Mark asks Sarah how come Dietrich's coffin is empty. She replies that his barracks collapsed, so no body or any belongings were found. Mark can't believe it. It turns out she was Dietrich's personal assistant, and she accurately handed over his belongings. Sarah is shocked. She asks when and to whom Mark passed things. Mark recalls that it was Wilhelm, meaning he took Dietrich's stuff and hid it, but Mark can't figure out why. She doesn't report this to Sarah. Sarah asks her what she's thinking, and Mark replies that she seems to be mistaken and she didn't give any of her stuff to anyone. Sarah says that anything is possible. It was a long time ago. She asks Mark to help her with something. It's urgent. While they are walking, Mark decides not to tell anyone about what she has remembered. Wilhelm is so fond of Madame after all. He would surely be the quickest to give her the late Dietrich's things. It is better for Mark to keep silent until she is sure. Meanwhile, Rin is sitting on her and Wilhelm's bed with her father's sword in her hands. Wilhelm wakes up and asks what she is doing. She says that she remembered Dietrich and decided to patch the cloth wrapped around the hilt of the sword. Wilhelm forbids her to do so. The cloth is not old at all, and he has special memories of it. He takes the sword out of her hands and tells her to go back to sleep. She must be very tired. He puts her down and kisses her. She says they need to sleep, but Wilhelm replies that this is love therapy and kisses Reina again. In Wilhelm's arms, Reina thought that these were the best days of her life, that she and Wilhelm were at the height of happiness. But something made her uneasy. She didn't know what it was. That's when Hayes rushed to Rudin. Mark is shocked at his arrival at this late hour. Hayes blurts out that he saw Dietrich in the small town of Delmaril. It turns out that Hayes came to this town because he caught a cold while crossing the northern mountains. Thanks to the care of a local hunter living at the foot of the mountain, he recovered within 3 days. A hunter calls him to taste the rabbit stew his daughter has caught, but he no longer hunts. Riani is so fearless that she fights the barbarians herself. Hayes is very surprised, and the old man continues that Riani once saved a man from the barbarians and brought him here to their town, and now he is her fiancé. The hunter himself was shocked when it happened. Then Hayes sees this man. It was most definitely Dietrich, but the old man called him Felix for some reason. The hunter tells him that the Lord has sent a high-ranking man to them, a great honor. They introduce themselves to each other, Hayes stammering his name. A young girl runs out of nowhere and throws herself at Felix with a hug. Hayes realizes that this is the same Riani, surprised that she is so small. The old man, meanwhile, reprimands his daughter for acting like a monkey in front of such a guest. Riani replies that she is an adult, and there is nothing to reprimand her. Hayes stares at Felix in silence, wondering how it is that he ended up in this town. The Lord wouldn't let his knights chill in the nooks and crannies. Hayes suspects Dietrich is a deserter. He decides to find out and, if anything, write it down, since he is an official after all. He decisively asks Felix what his hometown is. He replies that he doesn't remember anything. He had hit his head hard and lost his memory. Hayes, undaunted, says that this is a blatant lie and that he will put Felix down as a deserter. Riani cries out that Felix is not that kind of man. She pulls the locket out from behind Felix's shirt and screams that he saved it for a reason. The medallion is worn by noblemen, and Felix has kept it safe even with the barbarians. Felix tries unsuccessfully to calm her down. Hayes gathers his strength and tells them that Felix is not his real name. The man's name is Dietrich Ernst. He is the second son of Viscount Ernst and Lord Rudin's chief knight. Hearing the accountant's story, Mark was confused. On the one hand, it was great news, but she was troubled by the suspicion that Wilhelm knew that Dietrich had survived. And in the capital, Rin is dressed up for a New Year's Eve banquet and asks Wilhelm if it's too flashy. He replies that she is gorgeous and like a star, shines a light on him, but he has a very sullen look on his face. Rin asks why he's so serious, and he replies that she's so beautiful that William just wants to drag her back into the room. She asks if it's because of the outfit, but he says no, and thinks Rain still doesn't know him well. He says that she is wearing too much jewelry for the upcoming event. Rhine laughingly replies that she should be wearing all the jewelry he gave her, so what's his beef? It bothers her that he isn't always restrained in his remarks. Wilhelm replies that he hates all those nobles coming tonight, because they will be kissing Rin's hand and he is jealous. His heart is torn by her beauty, and inside everything is turned upside down because of those who want to take advantage of that beauty. She tells him to calm down with his jealousy. They have to go now. Later that evening, she goes out on the balcony and tells William what Lord Cicero told her. He believes that young people do not understand the value of beauty and that Rain needs someone older and more experienced. Wilhelm replies that after the banquet, Lord Cicero's lands will disappear from all maps. Rin is surprised by his seriousness. He walks up to her, kisses her, and tells her that she is truly irresistible today. She playfully asks if it's just today. Wilhelm replies that he has thought so since they first met. He says he loves her again. He says he's happy every day now. In his previous life, he was terrified to realize how much longer he would have to live this miserable existence. But now he is happy to wake up in the morning. When he opens his eyes and sees Rhine, touches her, he feels a joy he's never felt before. Wilhelm reminds her that she was going to Rudin after this banquet, but she is the only thing he lives for. Without her, his life will be gray and meaningless again. He tells Rin that if Rin leaves him, it will be the cause of his death. Only with her can he be happy. And with these words, he hands her the box containing his ring. Rin presses her hand to her face in shock as a salute rattles behind her. William says he is doing this so that their love will be eternal and asks her to marry him. She tries to ask him why William is giving her his ring. He replies that he's been wearing it since he met Rain. The pain of the past and the hopes of the present, the ring was a reminder that it could be true. He asks Rin to accept the ring, and with it, William's life. She has given him a second chance and faith in a new life. He holds out his hand and thinks her answer is a foregone conclusion. Rin closes the box and says she can't accept his offer. If she marries Wilhelm, she will become a Lankes again, and all her possessions will belong to the imperial family. It also means that all their labors to conquer lands were in vain. Wilhelm objects. The imperial family has become his own. Rain replies that in that case her lands will belong to him. Then what happens if he decides to leave her? He cries out that this is impossible, that he will follow Rain until the day he dies. But she adamantly replies that she will not marry anyone. Revenge has been taken, and now Wilhelm must live his own life. Rin kisses him firmly and tells him not to be upset. After all, even though she won't marry him, her feelings for him are known. She loves him endlessly. He says he understands and grabs Reina in his arms, saying he wants to show her something. She asks him not to say that. It brings back bad memories, but Wilhelm reassures her, saying that this time it's something nice. He brings her to a portrait of Amaryllis, the first empress, and asks her to notice the ring in her hand. She realizes that it is the same ring that William has worn for so long and today has presented to her. Rhine asks how it got to Wilhelm. He pulls her against him and then pushes her against the wall, grabs both of her hands and raises them above her head. Wilhelm says he will tell her where the ring came from if Rhine will marry him. She says no. Then he tosses the ring box over his shoulder in a deliberately careless manner. He says that since Rhine didn't accept it, the ring has no value now. Neither does Wilhelm himself. Everything he has belongs to her, and he will sit on the throne and play the role Rin has given him. Wilhelm intercepts her under her thighs and tells her that the only order he can't obey is to leave her. He pulls her legs up threateningly. She asks if he wants caresses right here and now. It will be cold. He replies, covering her with kisses, that he can't hold back and he doesn't mind the cold because he's climbed the Fram Mountains. At this time, a lone guard was walking along the gallery and thinking how unfair life is. While the aristocrats are having fun at the banquet, he has to wait for the imperial palace all night long. Then he hears suspicious noises, turns around and sees Wilhelm and Reinhardt engaged in passionate misbehavior right in front of the painting of the first empress. Later that night, Rin looks at the sleeping Wilhelm and remembers his words in the gallery. She does unwind the cloth around the hilt of his sword and now stands in front of the bed with the blade in her hand. Wilhelm felt her gaze abruptly awake. She easily drops the piece of cloth into his hands, then dryly asks for an explanation. She gave him the flap from one sleeve and the other to Dietrich, so let him tell why the flaps from both sleeves ended up on Wilhelm's sword. Wilhelm recalls how the day after Dietrich's death, Mark gave Wilhelm a piece of blue rag. She found it when she looked around the battle site. She decided to give the flap to Wilhelm since Dietrich was his teacher. Wilhelm looks at the cloth in his hands and remembers all the lessons Dietrich gave him and all the reprimands. Mark leaves, and Wilhelm smiles bitterly, then begins to sob, hiding his face in his palms. Rain pounces on Wilhelm, demanding that he explain now where he got the flap she gave Dietrich. She screams that there is no body, not a single thing in his grave, and Wilhelm watches in silence as Rain suffers. Wilhelm is careful to say that he missed the right moment for this story. She doesn't believe it. They've always been there for each other. He's had all the moments he wants. She has been talking about Dietrich recently, so why did Wilhelm keep silent? Is he planning something secret from Reinhardt again? She shouts. William falls to his knees and begins to apologize, saying he can explain everything and asking her to believe him. Rin loudly demands, making him look at her to say something she will believe. He tells us that he still remembers how grief-stricken Rin was after the war ended. She refused to eat and became increasingly exhausted. He was afraid he would kill her by showing her the shred, for she had already been sobbing for 24 hours. He was afraid that he would lose her completely because of the grief she was experiencing. Wilhelm says that as a child, she was like a goddess to him, so beautiful and strong, someone to rely on. She noticed that he had grown a lot when they met again after the war, 3 years later, but she seemed very small and weak to Wilhelm. With tears, Wilhelm says that the man who was so strong in his eyes suddenly became small and fragile, Wilhelm was afraid of breaking that fragility and therefore didn't want to upset Rin even more. Reina interrupted him, shrieking that it only meant that Wilhelm didn't trust her. He shouted back that he had put off this conversation until a better time each time, but he hadn't realized how far it had gone. She repeated that he had had many moments during that time to tell her the truth. He cried out that he was scared. She's the one who has a lot of people around her, and he only has one Rein. He was afraid whenever she was being firm with Wilhelm, afraid that Rein would leave him and he would be all alone. That's why he's been silent. Wilhelm desperately apologizes for this. Rein tries to calm him down and gently asks if there's anything else he's hiding from her. And if there is, let him tell her right now. She doesn't want to go through this anymore. Her heart can't take it anymore. Wilhelm falters and tries several times to start. He tells that it was not her father who gave Reinhard a second life. On the day he was killed, he did not die immediately. Wilhelm managed to climb Mount Fram. There, he met a dragon who called his child Amaryllis and told him that William could try to kill him. If he succeeded, the dragon would give him his last life to live his own anew. But not just to Wilhelm, but also to a man of his choosing. It was Wilhelm who gave Rin her second life. He doesn't remember much of what happened next, just the cold and the snow. He thought about the fact that he had to survive at all costs. It was only through sheer willpower that he could climb to the top, thoughts of Rin keeping him from falling. He must see Reinhardt at least one more time, even if he died right in front of her. He got to the dragon, and the dragon told him he smelled blood on him. The smell reminded him of his longing for his beloved. He sobbed that his love, Amaryllis, had left him. She had promised him that she would return once she had lived her 9 lives. But after all these years, it was not she who had come to the dragon, but her descendant. The dragon asked Wilhelm to kill him. He once swore that he would die with Amaryllis, but she would never come back to him. So let Wilhelm kill him here and now. As long as blood flows from his wounds, the dragon wants to end his life breathing in her scent. If Wilhelm succeeded, he would give him life to meet the one he dreamed of. Wilhelm slit the dragon's throat, and in an instant, the monster's body was reduced to a blazing ash. When the flames subsided, Wilhelm saw a ring on the ashes that caught his eye with its golden luster. He grabbed the ring and fell unconscious, waking up on a snowy mountain. Wilhelm says that every time he touches Reina, he's not sure it's not a dream. He's afraid he's about to wake up and find himself back in the cold, dirty world as a beggarly ragamuffin. Or maybe he's still there, dying of blood loss somewhere in the Fram Mountains. He says that he shouldn't have taken revenge so early. While Michelle was alive, Rein needed William. He goes off on a rant that now he has nothing to give Rin. He's already given everything he can. He had given her his heart and soul, and now Reina wanted Wilhelm to live his life. Rin has no sooner gotten angry than she pulls herself together. They realize it's mean, yet he gave her this life, this chance. It's stupid to be mad at him. Wilhelm kneels before her, leans his face at her feet, and begs her to forgive him again. She asks only that he never lie to her again. Rin threatens that she will definitely leave him if he tips her off one more time. He says it won't happen again and begs her not to leave. After calming down, Wilhelm realizes that Rein believes him again. She says she should thank him. He gave her this life, gave his all for her revenge. She needs to do something in return. Rin tells him he can choose anything except forgiveness for lying, and she'll give him that. He stammers on about marriage, but she rules that out as well. She says other than those 2 things, he can ask for anything. Then he'll tell her later. Right now, she needs to rest. She assumes that he's overstretched himself too. Wilhelm replies that this is his mistake. They wish each other good night and hold hands for the night, as if he is a child again and they are in Ruden. Upon waking up in the morning, Wilhelm finds a note from Rin saying that she has to go to Glencia for a while. He doesn't know why, but Rin wants to ask Fernak about how Wilhelm behaved in the battles. Fernak replies that it's rather strange, but it's as if William knew in advance what paths the barbarians would take, even though this child was quite clearly on the battlefields for the first time. Rein recalls what Wilhelm told her about his memories, as if they only began to manifest themselves after Dietrich's death. She asks Fernach if this means that Wilhelm was different at the beginning of the war. Fernach replies that no. He had been with him on the first expedition and had been afraid of everything at first. But as soon as the first blood was shed, he suddenly gained a cold confidence, as if everything that had gone before in the boy had been a lie. Without any indication, Wilhelm picked a path to attack the barbarians. With great skill, he began to select surprising tactics. Such skill is hard to explain as innate talent. He was, after all, a man new to war. Fernach admits that he thinks of Dietrich often too, and remembers the latter being very surprised. He's sorry to hear that about Dietrich. It would be great if they could continue to fight side by side. Rhine listens to this in silence with his lips pressed together. She realizes that Wilhelm lied to her. He knew about the barbarians' ways from the beginning, and therefore that they would attack Dietrich. But he never told anyone. Rain tries to run out, but her legs won't obey and she collapses, while Fernach tries to find out what's happening to her. She thinks she is going to drop dead when she learns that Wilhelm did not help Dietrich on purpose. The next day, she wakes up still in Glencia, but can't remember where she is. Fernach passes into the room and tells her that she fainted yesterday, so he ordered her to be built here in the most spacious chambers. She says it was an accident. Fernach objects. There are no accidental fainting spells. He jokingly bows and says he did his best. He asks her about her plans for the day. In the capital, His Highness must be waiting for Rin by now. She replies that she had better go back to Ruden first. Fernach says that she has to receive a guest before that. She must really need that person right now. Rhine wonders who it could be, Sarah or Mark. Either way, she doesn't want to see anyone right now. But Hayes walks into the room. Hayes informs her that she is just in time to arrive at Glencia. He was just bringing the man she needs to meet. He just arrived, so Hayes can call him right now. Rin rubs her head tiredly, thinking it was one of the lords who decided to join Ruden. She is surprised that it was not followed all the way to Glencia. She asks Hayes to invite the man in and put the tribute collected in the carriage. A tiny Riani appears in the doorway, followed by Dietrich. Reyna is stunned. She can't believe it's real. Felix introduces the couple who have entered, the huntress Rioni and Sir Dietrich Ernst. Rhine doubted it was him until Hayes said his name. She asks him to say his name again. Dietrich jokingly says he didn't say hello properly, so now he will do it again. And he kneels down in front of Rain. He says he is honored to meet Lord Ruden and kisses her hand. Dietrich then sincerely apologizes for the disrespect he had previously shown. Rhine is unable to answer him and calls out questioningly to Hayes. Hayes hurriedly begins to explain. Riani was hunting in the mountains as usual when she came upon barbarians carrying a hostage. She rescued him, showing great bravery. But the man had a serious head injury, and Riani had to work hard to take care of him. It turned out that the man had lost his memory, and Dietrich had forgotten everything up to the moment of the barbarians' capture. Riani tries to put in, nearly crying, that she didn't know anything about anything. She didn't intentionally seduce a knight by being a commoner. Rhine interjects her name, then starts laughing merrily and thanking Riani for saving her favorite knight. She tells Dietrich that, though he doesn't remember, he was the Hobriest knight of the Ernst family and her personal attendant. Therefore, Rin would like Dietrich to return to his post. Riani huffed. She thinks that they will have to part now. She is a commoner and he is a knight, but not an ordinary one. Then Rin tells her that Riani can be her maid. The girl immediately shines with joy. Reyna said with a smile that this way Riani could go with Dietrich to Ruden. Hunters were always welcome there, and she could show off her marvelous skills. Riani squealed that it was a great honor for her. She threw herself on Dietrich's neck with great joy, and he was happy too. Later, the guests leave, and Fernach asks Rin if she is okay. She asks to be left alone for a while. Fernach leaves, but warns that if she wants to talk, he is ready to listen. Rin ponders her feelings. She is torn between the joy of the meeting, the realization of betrayal, and loneliness. Suddenly, she feels a strange pain in her stomach and gagging. She doesn't realize what is happening to her. 5 months later, the Emperor goes to Wilhelm's room to find his son sitting in front of a portrait of Reyna. He ponders that the man who killed his wayward son was even worse than Michel. He asks if it is true that Lord Rudena and the Crown Prince have come to be at odds, but Wilhelm ignores his father. The Emperor looks at Wilhelm with fear and thinks he has gone completely mad. He tells him that a letter has arrived from Ruden asking him to return the sword of the Marquis of Rinka and have Wilhelm give it to his father. In response, Wilhelm asks if Rain has written anything else. The Emperor is angry that the Crown Prince is only interested in that and says that he does not have to answer that question, just let Wilhelm give him the sword. He replies that he should let Rin come and get it herself. The Emperor starts yelling that if Wilhelm is going to break up with someone, he needs to shut people's mouths first, because the imperial family is now the talk of the town. Why authority means nothing to him? Why on earth would he lower their image to street gossip? He shouts. He asks what happens to the imperial network if the Crown Prince cuts ties with the one who has been on his side for so long, and why the room where the heir to the throne lives is such a pigsty. He looks at the jewelry box with jewelry falling out of it. He yells that Wilhelm can't even give orders to the servants to put the jewelry box in order. The Emperor grabs the box and is about to throw it away, saying that it is useless anyway. Wilhelm gets up, takes the box from him, and says he will go to Ruden himself. The Emperor tells him that Rain does not want to see Wilhelm, not even to open the gates. William replies that she will have no other choice, because he has a sword that is dear to her. Wilhelm throws on his cloak and calls his knights Jonas and Egon. He tells them to put the box in their bag and bring 6 horses. Already on the road, Wilhelm thinks that there is nothing more he can do. Since his mistress has left and refuses to return, the faithful dog can only go after her personally. It turned out that Rain had cut off the water route from the capital to Ruden, so Wilhelm and his companions had to take the overland route, which should take about 2 weeks on horseback. But they arrived in only a week. His knight Egon announced at the gate that His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived. There was no response, and then Wilhelm ordered Jonas to shoot. Then the gate opens, and Wilhelm, pale, sees Dietrich alive and on horseback. He calmly greets the Crown Prince like an old friend. Wilhelm quietly asks how Dietrich survived. He replies that, thanks to Wilhelm's efforts, it took him a long time to come back. Anyway, he sends a message from Rena that she does not want to see Wilhelm. Wilhelm is not going to take no for an answer. He says that one cannot refuse an audience with the imperial family. Dietrich replies that a person has the right to refuse if they are sick, not feeling well. Wilhelm tries to interrupt him, but Dietrich finishes by saying that pregnancy is also a reason to refuse. Wilhelm is dumbfounded. He asks if he has correctly realized that Reinhardt is pregnant. Dietrich replies that she is. All of Ruden is waiting for Madame to give birth to a beautiful baby boy. Wilhelm tries to say with parched lips that it could be his child, but Dietrich does not give him hope. He declares that he too is expecting this child. He emphasizes that he is the one who will have a beautiful daughter. Wilhelm is outraged. He reaches for his sword. Dietrich shouts to him that Reinhardt only spared Wilhelm because Dietrich is alive. But if the Crown Prince raises his sword against him now, Ruden will be out of the empire. The waterway already blocked, Ruden is ready for war. He adds that these are Lord Ruden's words. He goes inside, the gate slamming shut behind him. The 3 horsemen can't understand what's happening. Wilhelm grits his teeth and says that it's all just impossible. It's not going to happen. He starts screaming as hard as he can for Reinhardt to at least open the window and talk to him. He yells that she promised him she'd come back. Reinhardt stands inside and covers her ears with her hands so that she can't hear Wilhelm's voice calling her. When Reinhardt found out she was expecting a child, she was surprised, to say the least. She hadn't had a period for years. Her doctor explained it by saying that the cycle is disrupted when a woman is under a lot of stress. But amenorrhea goes away when everything around the woman comes to normal and the stress recedes. She yells to the doctor that she doesn't even have a belly, she can't be pregnant. Now she is amused, because her belly immediately began to grow like a yeast. At that time, it was only 3 months to delivery. And now also pregnant Riani is very worried. The mistress does not eat even finely cut fruit. Dietrich comforts her. He has returned from his conversation with Wilhelm and will now talk to Reinhardt himself. He knocks on her room and enters. He asks if Wilhelm has left. Dietrich replies that he hasn't yet. but they are setting up sentries for the night. Rain thanks him for his concern. Dietrich admits that it's like he's seeing Wilhelm for the first time. Raina says it's normal for Dietrich to have lost his memory, but Wilhelm plays his part so well that she feels as if she doesn't know him either. Dietrich tries to cheer her up and jokes that he also got into the role perfectly. He wanted to get the most out of this conflict with Wilhelm. It seems that the body itself remembers what to do. Rain, after a second's silence, apologizes to him. She is not in the mood to joke. Dietrich is not offended. She is going through a very difficult time. He thinks that the guy he talked to today is not a man at all, but a predator. He had been told that he had been the one to train Wilhelm before. Dietrich had been very much surprised at this even then, and now he sees that such an apprentice could not have gotten out from under his hands. This fellow is as old as a knife that can wound even the wielder. It seems to Dietrich that he is like a wounded animal that wanders around, simply not noticing anything. If he had been Dietrich's apprentice, he certainly wouldn't have grown up like this. Rain asks if Riani is all right. Dietrich replies that she is full of strength, as the lady herself has seen, although she should have taken maternity leave. Rain quietly tells him that she too hopes he has a beautiful baby girl like Dietrich himself, hinting that she heard their conversation with Wilhelm. He begins to make excuses, saying that he was deliberately trying to mislead Wilhelm, hoping that he would just leave in frustration. Rain says that perhaps Dietrich is right, and that this will actually turn Wilhelm away from Rudin. She's just worried that there might be bad rumors about Dietrich. Rain is a wicked woman who has slept with both crown princes and now has her sights set on the young knight. Dietrich promises her that he will shut up anyone who talks about her like that. She says she's glad of it and asks him to take her to dinner. His wife will swear if she doesn't eat at least something, and Rain hopes she can actually swallow something. Dietrich wanted to say something to her, but changed his mind, looking into her trust-filled eyes. It just didn't seem to him that Rin was looking forward to this baby, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. At night, Reinhardt dreams of her father, who calls her Pai and asks her not to be ashamed of her tears, but to cry whenever she feels like it. They sit together on a bench under a spreading tree, and she cries on his chest about her soul being torn apart. Father asks why, and Rein says that she watched Dietrich and Wilhelm talking. If Wilhelm had shown any joy on his face at the sight of Dietrich, she would have run out to him as she was, barefoot. But Wilhelm kept his hand on his sword. Rin admits to her father that she even tried to get rid of the baby. She climbed to the top of the tallest tower in her castle and was about to fall down the stairs. But standing at the top, she couldn't bring herself to fall because her baby is just like herself. Rin was an unwanted child herself, but she was lucky enough to meet the Marquis of Rinka and grow up surrounded by care and love. So she can't afford to give up a child who hasn't even been born yet. Maybe she'll even love him when he's born. Her father hugs her and starts to tell her that love will eventually yes someday, but he doesn't have time to finish. Rain wakes up crying because it was only a dream. Dietrich knocks on her door with the news that Wilhelm has returned to the capital. Dietrich purposely went after him and followed the crown prince across the Ruden border. Rain thinks he left with more ease than she had realized, though he is not the kind of man to give up. Dietrich says that Wilhelm passed one thing for her. She asks hopefully if it is her father's sword. Dietrich replies that not really, and tells her to bring the package into the room. Rain thinks this is again some kind of ploy to make her feel better. She thinks there's no way he'll be able to talk her into coming back when a jewelry box is placed in front of her. She remembers asking Hayes to find her mother's resold jewelry, but Wilhelm found it. She opens it and sees the very same necklace she gave to Sarah in payment for food for the soldiers years ago. She clutches the necklace in her hand in shock. Suddenly she screams and smashes the box against the floor, falls down herself and begins to sob. She screams at Dietrich that Wilhelm has decided to hit her where it hurts the most. He'd bought back all the jewelry long ago, but he'd kept it a secret from Rin until he needed to win her affection again. All he does is pander to her weaknesses so she won't leave him. She is furious and orders Dietrich to throw all the jewelry into the river. Dietrich tries to calm her down and says that he will throw everything away. And it was on that terrible, truly hellish day that Rin gave birth to a baby boy. A little boy with black eyes and hair the color of a raven's wing. 3 years later, William returns to his castle after a hunting trip. He has brought a mountain of corpses with him and orders the maids to take everything. The poor girls can't handle the disgust, but orders are orders. Normally, crown princes outside the castle travel the empire in search of luxury and pleasure, but not the new crown prince, William Alankes. He preferred to participate in all the battles fought in the empire, and so his years passed. He began to put things in order, starting with the conflict in the south of the empire. He was a paragon of unprecedented valor that no one could rival, yet he was like the embodiment of the god of war. There were those among the inhabitants who were unflattered by his methods of governance. They feared that the empire would be plagued by wars if this man became emperor. They say the empress went mad after the death of her only son, or maybe it was also the work of the new crown prince, people whispered. Rumor has it that William was having an affair with Lord Rudin, and it's also rumored that the old emperor tried unsuccessfully to conceive another heir. William is not often in the palace, but if he is there, he always spends his time looking at the portrait of Rin in his room. That's where the emperor found him again. He tells him that everyone has already decided that Wilhelm is dead, since he hasn't been around for so long. He replies that he is alive, unfortunately. The emperor is not happy with his answer. He says that Wilhelm made up an excuse to start a war, and now he is ravaging the hunting grounds. First, he was a fanatic about wars and now hunting. What is he going to do when he hands over all the game? His father asks. The emperor is disgusted by the sight of him. The first time he met him, it seemed that he could make mountains, but now he was as useless as a broken toy. He's just an empty shell. Wilhelm probably hopes that his father will leave him alone, but he leans in close to his ear and asks if it is because of Lord Rudin's child that Wilhelm is making such a fuss. And he answers his own question that of course it is because of the child. Wilhelm says that this story is 3 years old. The emperor adds fuel to the fire and says that there are rumors that the child is the child of a knight, Ernst's son. Wilhelm asks that this conversation stop. He thinks that Reyna has not abandoned him, but that Wilhelm has made a mistake. He should have obeyed and waited for her here quietly. So he decided that he would just wait for her here, and then she would definitely come back. The emperor angrily hisses to Wilhelm that it is rumored that baby Rin has black hair and eyes. Wilhelm is amazed, and the father repeats that the baby looks just like Wilhelm. He adds that it's all rumors, but Rhine is careful to hide the baby's appearance. They had already sent a person who checked everything with the crystal. The stone glowed in the child's hand, so its existence cannot be ignored. The emperor tells Wilhelm that this is definitely his child, and so they need to declare him a prince. Amaryllis's blood is paramount, and besides, Rin couldn't fool them for so long. So he's not going to wait any longer. The emperor demands that Wilhelm bring his son to the capital in person. As he departs, the emperor hopes that at least the new heir will bring Wilhelm to his senses. But the man replies that he can't. He says that until Rain allows it, he can't go near the child. He's afraid that if he shows up at Rudin to pick up the baby, Rhine will be so mad at him that he'll definitely never come back to him. The emperor is furious and orders Lord Melius to send for Reinhardt. Have her personally bring the offspring of Alankes as an apology. She has driven the emperor's only heir mad, so he will personally raise his grandson as the next claimant to the throne. Unexpectedly, Rain agreed and said that she would personally bring the child to the emperor's palace. 4 years after her departure, on a rainy fall day, Rain crossed the Crystal Gate again. 3 days before her arrival, Wilhelm had picked out a suit for her meeting. The maid suggested a velvet jacket with mythological motifs, but Wilhelm found it strange. He said it would look like he was bragging. Then he was offered a simpler option to make him look presentable, but not flashy. The palace was surprised by the crown prince's sudden change of mood. He hadn't even looked like a human for more than 3 years, and now he had decided to dress up for the reception. The maids were knocked off their feet. He had only worn a few black suits over the years, and now he suddenly wanted to wear a robe. The maids lamented that it was impossible to come up with something good. Wilhelm was so rarely in the palace that all the clothes he had were simply too small for him. It's hard to find the right size for the crown prince when his body grows larger every time he returns. The maid leaves thinking that the costumes she managed to find Wilhelm didn't like. She doesn't know what else to do. Then Wilhelm says to bring the tailors. He tells her to bring them in to take the measurements again. He tells her to bring them to take the measurements again and tell them to finish the sewing in 2 days at the latest. The maid asks in fear, "How can it be done in 2 days?" The maid fearsomely asks how in 2 days, but then she remonstrates and says that everything will be done as the master commands. Will watches in silence as she runs away in terror. The day Rain arrived in the capital, it had been raining since morning. The fall season had begun much earlier than usual. Lord Rudena arrived at the Crystal Gate. Wilhelm was waiting for her, sitting on his throne in his new dress suit. He ordered everyone out of the hall when Rain arrived, though Egon had warned him that the audience would be better with more people. He tries to contradict the crown prince, saying that they are escorts. Wilhelm replies that he has saved Egon's life more than once. He does not need an escort. Finally, all the guards, except Jonas, leave the hall. They still wait a long time, but finally Rin enters the throne room. Jonas thought, looking at her with all his eyes, that she looked remarkably lifeless. It's as if she's not walking towards His Majesty's throne, but towards death. But why has she come alone? The guard thinks. Why does she not bring her son, the crown prince's heir? And then they see Dietrich following her with a child in his arms. They approached the throne, and Rin thought, looking boldly into Wilhelm's face, that he had changed far more than she would have guessed. Now he looked rougher and more pathetic. She immediately forbids herself these thoughts. She still hasn't come to her senses. Life is so fleeting. Here she is again facing her enemies in this throne room. Wilhelm stood up and, staggering and holding out his hand, took a couple of steps toward her. Rain and Dietrich bowed their knees and heads in synchrony, greeting His Majesty. Wilhelm is shocked. Meanwhile, Dietrich hands him a child with the precious imperial blood of Amaryllis flowing in it. They return him to the crown prince as he has reached the appropriate age. Rain assures him that the boy has no injuries and is perfectly healthy. The boy is agitated, and Dietrich tries to calm him down. The child politely introduces himself, saying his name is Wilraj. The child rushes back into Dietrich's arms. He reassures the boy, telling him that this uncle is his father and also the crown prince of the Alankes Empire. He picks up the child and holds him out to Wilhelm with an offer of a hug. The boy is still repeating, "No!" He breaks into shrieks as Dietrich persuades him to go to his father. The child utters only one word, and Dietrich remembers how once he himself could say nothing but the same word. Suddenly, Wilhelm firmly tells everyone to leave the hall, including a confused Jonas. Dietrich asks Rain what he should do. She replies that he should leave with the child. It is not a good experience for Wilraj. Everyone leaves the hall, and Wilhelm and Reinhardt are left facing each other. He tells her that they have met after 4 long years. She tells him that she never thought she could be so disappointed in someone, but life is funny. She pretends to bow and asks, in a deliberately polite manner, how the crown prince has been doing all these years. William asks her why she speaks to him as if they were strangers. She replies that she doesn't know what to say to him anyway. She, Reinhardt Delphine Rinka, Lord Rudena, greets Crown Prince Alankes. He mentally asks him not to look at him with that look. She too feels out of place. She too was in a lot of pain. As the Marquis's adopted daughter, she decided to keep this child with her. She fed him, Dietrich played with him, and took care of him as if he were her own. She nurtured him, even though he reminded her of a hateful man. A man she missed madly every day of her life, tormenting her soul. As the child grew older, however, he became even more like his father, and Reinhardt found it unbearable to spend time with him. Dietrich was taking care of the baby more and more instead of her, so she decided to give the child to the Emperor. She decides that she can't hesitate. She should just hand over the baby and quickly return to Ruden, no matter how touchingly Vilrai calls for his mother. Already standing at the crystal gates, Dietrich asked if she was sure of her decision, if they still had time to think it over and say no. Reyna said firmly that she was sure. It's a child she gave birth to, fed with her milk. She thinks she's a terrible mother to such an innocent child, giving it such a terrible fate. She is worse than any monster. And Wilhelm, she thinks, the one who swore her love, now stands before her pretending to be an innocent lamb, as if he is the victim of this situation. He's a monster too. Wilhelm reaches out to her, begging to let her touch him. He says he missed her body, her warmth. He missed her so much and needed her so much. She slaps him on the arm and tells him that she is no longer his mistress, but one of his subjects, despite having borne him a child. Tell him to stop acting like they are longtime lovers. In her mind, she tries to pull herself together. If she bends under his pressure now, she'll never be able to get out of his arms again. Now it seems to her that he has grown even taller and more handsome after years of separation. But she says aloud that he disgusts her. Wilhelm replies with a smile that she is lying. Rain told him she would be back soon, but he had to wait too long. He thought she would smile and hug him, but maybe she feels bad about losing 4 years. She tries to yell at him, but then William grabs her hand, first kissing and then biting her finger. She tries to pull away, but can't. He pulls her sharply against him, taking away her last chance to escape, but she keeps repeating that she can't go on like this. She breaks free from his arms, though, just asking him to let her go. Rain asks him to stop pretending like he doesn't understand what's going on. But Wilhelm says with a sincere look that he really doesn't understand the reasons for her behavior. She wondered tiredly if he had decided to build a victim all the way to the end, if she really needed to be blunt to make him understand. Wilhelm shouts her name, but she shouted even louder, asking why Wilhelm had not helped Dietrich 5 years ago during the Barbary War. She got Lord Glensia's testimony that Wilhelm knew Dietrich was alone at the outpost. Wilhelm knew that Dietrich had no support, but still did not come to his aid. He gave no instructions, just ordered the knights to stay where they were until sunrise. Wilhelm had memories of his past life, so why didn't he help Dietrich Ernst? Rhine had no intention of having a long conversation with Wilhelm, but once she started, she couldn't stop. Her poor heart clenched with pain. She forbade herself to drop a single tear. She can't show him her weakness, even if she kneels down again and begs him to forgive her. She can no longer have the feelings for him that she used to have. Wilhelm says with coldness that she is saying that name again, Dietrich's name. Reinhardt thinks that Wilhelm has shown her his true face for the first time. He tells her that if he had seen it coming, he would have killed Dietrich. But things happened as they happened, and that's what they ended up with. I should have killed him. It would have been fairer. Rain starts yelling that Wilhelm lied, that he didn't remember anything before Dietrich died. He deliberately didn't save him and therefore killed him. Wilhelm replies that this is true. His memory only came back to him in the war. He didn't realize what was going on at first, but the more he killed, the more he realized that was what it was all about. But that doesn't mean he killed Dietrich. He tells Rin that he had the sword in his hand, but he didn't kill Dietrich with it. Wilhelm goes off screaming that Dietrich is alive and right now waiting for Reinhardt outside the door. Wilhelm didn't kill him. Rain yells back that it doesn't mean Wilhelm is innocent. He wished Dietrich harm and pretended he didn't remember anything. He asks if that's the problem. He went to war for her, cut down thousands of barbarians for her, brought her new lands, rebuked her lordly position. But despite all that, he became her enemy because he couldn't help Dietrich. He says, looming over her, that he is about to tell her the whole truth. He really knew about Dietrich being ambushed and really didn't go to his aid. Wilhelm pins Rain against the wall and asks if this all means he's to blame. He says again that he didn't kill Dietrich and asks what she's even thinking, with such a wild expression of fear that it really made her uncomfortable. Suddenly, she pretended to steel herself and sagged. Wilhelm immediately became overwhelmed and began to apologize. He says he will now tell the whole truth. She swings his arm away from her with a sharp sweep of her hand, freeing herself from his captivity. She says that he tricked her, and now that Rin knows his true identity, she makes no more of hearing anything. He really is a Lankis. She screams that it was obvious. William has the blood of the imperial family she hates in his veins. She isn't even disappointed anymore. She announces to him with a smile that she will give them the child because he is also an Alankes, and Rin herself leaves. She asks Wilhelm not to try to contact her again, and mentally asks him to let her leave. Rhine turns around, but he grabs her arm. He turns her around and yells that if he lets her go now, she'll never come back. Wilhelm can't just give up. He pulled her close to him and screams in her face that he promised her anything she wanted, confessed his fear of losing her. What did she say to him then? He asks angrily. That life didn't end with their revenge, but he's not going to play her games and remember the past anymore. He wonders in desperation why what he and she did has become mere memories to her. Slightly calmed down, he asks Raina if it's all because of Dietrich, if she left Wilhelm because of him. He asks her to answer honestly whether she plans to live happily ever after with Dietrich. Rhine tries to pull her arm out and begs her to let go. He flares up again, saying she didn't listen to him when he begged while standing in front of Ruden's gate. She screams that he betrayed her first. She was just asking him not to lie. He replies that he didn't lie either. She should know how weighed down he feels right now. Rhine orders him to shut up. She had already done what he wanted. Why should she listen to anything from him now? Suddenly, he puts his arms around her and pulls her tightly against him. Wilhelm tells her curtly that he will not survive if he lets her go now. He runs his fingers over her scars on her face and neck and reminds her that Rin loved him. The signs of that love are obvious. He can't believe her words that Wilhelm disgusts her. She replies scornfully that she would spit in his face if it wasn't impolite to the man who avenged her, so let William show her respect and let her go. But he replies that she can hate him. It's okay. Rin thinks how disgusting this whole thing is, and he says she can spit in his face. She thinks she can't. He leans in close to her ear and says it's okay as she looks at him. Hatred boils up in her, and with it, determination. She grasps her father's sword from the sheath on his belt, pulls it out hastily, and holds it to his throat. Wilhelm has a look of horror in his eyes. Reinhardt's mind flashes back to how much she hates him, and blood appears on the blade. Reinhardt remembers his words when he proposed to her, that only death would separate them. She decides that since he said so, it must be the only way. She falls down with her throat cut by her own hand. She thinks she's going to die as she was meant to in her previous life. Wilhelm holds her on his lap and calls her name frantically, while blood oozes from the wound on her throat. He sees that the wound is shallow, and if he stays calm and stops the bleeding, Rain will be fine. He tries to put pressure on her wound, but Rin begins to wheeze. William apologizes for hurting her and promises to be more careful, but he has to stop the blood. He can't let Rain die. He yells to Jonas and Egon to get a doctor. The guards swiftly carry Rain out of the room. Wilhelm is torn with horror and grief and berates himself. He thinks he is the only one to blame for everything that has happened. Unable to contain this nightmare, he falls to his knees and screams loudly in pain. The bleeding Reinhardt, meanwhile, is carried out of the hall and smuggled into the welcome palace. The emperor was in an indescribable rage. He slapped his son in the face and shouted at Wilhelm that he would deprive him of the throne if he didn't deal with the situation. All he had to do was take the puppy away, and he started a bloodbath in the imperial palace. They try to explain to him that Reinhardt cut herself, but the emperor vehemently replies that it was Wilhelm who incited her, the useless fool. He slaps Wilhelm again and screams if he knows how low the authority of the imperial family has fallen because of the crown prince. The emperor continues to slap him on both cheeks and shouts that Wilhelm is only good at massacres and intrigue. During the night, Reinhardt wakes up and realizes with regret that she is still in the imperial palace. She couldn't die, perhaps because she can't hold a sword. Since her wounding, she has been thinking about Fernach's words about what would have happened if Dietrich had given command of the camp to her, whether or not things would have taken a new turn. Rin thinks it wouldn't. But Dietrich and Wilhelm are completely different. Rin thinks that Dietrich was always family to her, but with his death, she lost everything. Rain blames herself. What was she thinking then? Believing in love? Was she so blinded? Her thoughts are interrupted by Wilhelm, who asks if Raina is awake. She gets up on the bed and asks if he has been here all this time. Wilhelm replies that he was wrong and apologizes. He says that Rin hasn't regained consciousness in 4 days, asking if he should call the court physician right away. Rin looks thoughtfully at his battered face. She replies sharply to Wilhelm that it is better for His Majesty not to be here. He asks her not to call him that. He agrees to leave and says he will return when her wounds are healed. Rin yells at him not to come over and throws a cup at him from the bedside table. She yells that she hates him, why he keeps coming to her, let him leave and never come back. Wilhelm tells her in a shaky voice that she shouldn't scream like that because of her wound, and then she clutches her throat in pain, the bandage on it quickly turning red. Wilhelm rushes to her to help her, but she pushes him away with an effort. She calls loudly for Dietrich. Wilhelm remembers all the times she had called Dietrich instead of him like that, and tears come to his eyes. Rin yells at him that Wilhelm himself said that she could leave him whenever she wanted. He starts to say he was wrong and tries to apologize, but she screams that she wants to leave, that since he won't let her, she has no choice but to die. He begs Rin not to say such things. If she does, he won't be able to live either. Reyna gloatingly orders him not to die even after her death. After all, if Wilhelm follows her to the other world, she will not be at ease there either. She thought Wilhelm was Winter, but he is actually Alutica, who pretended to be unhappy and pretended to be Winter. Rin mentally apologizes to her father. She has accomplished her revenge thanks to this man and will now end her life. Wilhelm asks her for a favor. Rain looks at him sadly. He reminds her that Reinhardt has promised to fulfill his every request in payment for the gift of a second life. Wilhelm asks her to give herself to him for 3 days. Next, we see Dietrich with little Wilraj. They are looking out the window together. The baby is looking at the fall rain. He wants his mother, but Dietrich could not take him to her. He ponders whether he should have stayed with Rain then, but Dietrich realizes that he must take care of the child first. He ponders how Dietrich Ernst would have acted from his memories, whether he would have felt as helpless. And Wilhelm and Rain are lying in bed in her room, and she indifferently lets him kiss her. He thinks this is the last chance to touch her. When he looked into her eyes, he realized that Rin would not grant him the next time. He looks into her cold-blooded face, at the way she turns away from him and melancholically allows herself to be fondled, and realizes that Rhine is really just keeping the bargain. Wilhelm remembers catching a bird once as a child and being amazed at how warm it was. So now he has found his light in Reyna. He asks her to tell him that she loves him, but he realizes that she would want him to die. But Wilhelm cannot die or he will disappear from her world. He asks her with tears in his eyes how she can live without him, how she manages to endure it. He'd put that bird in a cage as a child and promised to give it everything it needed. Now he promises the same to Rin, hoping for love in return. He takes her hands and puts them to his throat. William says it would be better if Rhine killed him, but he lets go of her hands and they fall limply to the bed, and Rhine stares at him with empty eyes. His bird was begging to go free and wouldn't sing, but he cried and wouldn't let it fly away. He decided that the bird was attracted to the blue sky, so he covered it up and then put the bird in a box. William runs his hand over the old scar on Rin's neck and says that the scar once proved her love for him. He asks the bird in the box to sing for him, but it is silent. Wilhelm did not know how to take care of the people he cared for. Rain lies motionless, staring lifelessly at the ceiling. His bird in the box died, and 3 days later, Rin left for Ruden without looking back, leaving the emperor's grandson in the palace. On the way from the gate to Ruden, Dietrich asks Rin if she is sure she is all right. She answers dryly that she is. She left quietly at night. Wilhelm felt nothing but her cold kiss on his cheek, but they were both overcome by the unbridled grief of loss after the parting. Time passes, it goes on, even if something is heartbreaking. Empress Castaria died and a modest service was held for her. Fernach has come to the capital to see Wilhelm, but it is difficult to find him in the palace. But he met his old friend Dietrich. Even after losing his memory, he remained friends with Fernach. Glencia helped him fill in the holes in his sword-fighting memory. Dietrich had never held anything more dangerous than a kitchen knife since losing his memory. He thanked Fernach by saying that he had enjoyed learning to shred people like carrots. They sometimes had lunch after such lessons, and Fernach thought that even after losing his memory and living with a country girl, the manners of Dietrich's past made themselves felt. Meeting at the palace, Fernach asks Dietrich if he has come here on Lord Ruden's business. Dietrich replies that he had. Fernach would like to have dinner with Reyna, but she is very hard to reach. Dietrich replies that he has already made an appointment with Crown Prince Vilrai. They parted amicably, Dietrich saying that Rain was not eager to meet with Glencia anyway. and there was a child languishing in the palace. He was gazing curiously at the street outside the window when Dietrich entered the room with welcoming arms. The boy throws himself into his arms and proudly shouts that he is 5 years old. Dietrich, laughing, praises his pronunciation. He says he is proud that Wilrai has put on weight. The boy doesn't believe it, but Dietrich assures him that the baby is most wonderful. After Rhine left her son as a sacrifice to the emperor and left, William Alenkes no longer fought or hunted anyone. He spent a whole year hugging the portrait of Rin. The emperor gave him the crown without further ado and retired to a well-deserved rest. Wilrai took his name and became Devon Wilrai Alenkes. But the poor child was not happy about the title and the luxurious palace. He dreamed of the cold stone walls of Rudin, and everyone knew it, down to the smallest palace staff. Wilraj brags to Dietrich that he can read now. He has grown a lot, no longer cries and eats a lot. Dietrich gives the boy a hearty smashing. Suddenly, the boy asks with hope in his eyes if Mom has arrived. Dietrich replies that Mommy is very busy and couldn't come. The child's eyes fill with tears. Dietrich hurries to reassure him that the monsters from the farm mountains keep squinting toward Rudin, so the Lord doesn't have time to come yet. She has a war to wage. Dietrich wasn't lying. The barbarians disappeared, but as the white flowers bloomed, the monsters came down from the mountains and invaded the northern lands. Dietrich pictured the horned, toothy monsters still advancing. Luckily, they had Amaryllis's book. Perhaps it was because of it that they knew the way to destroy the monsters. Dietrich tells the baby that her ladyship really needs to defeat these monsters, which is why she is so busy. Wilraj trustingly says that Mommy must be scared too. He asks Dietrich if he should lead the men instead of Mommy. Dietrich says he will be sure to tell her that Wilraj is worried. She will be pleased. He thinks to himself that this child is always worried about his mother. Wilrai asks Dietrich how many nights he needs to sleep to see his mom. Charlotte tells him that if he remembers one night, Mama will come. But he has slept 10 nights and Mama is still gone. Just Dietrich. Dietrich doesn't know what to answer. He tells the baby that if he remembers the nights, Mommy will surely come. The little boy asks for a promise on his little fingers. Later, closing the door behind him, Dietrich marveled that he had to obey that woman, Sierra Glencia. It was Fernach's younger sister who had confessed her love to William at his coronation. She was publicly reprimanded and banned from entering the capital. But it was only after her banishment that she learned the sad fate of the new emperor, that Lord Rudena had used Wilhelm to achieve her goals and then banished him. Sierra was very angry with Reinhardt. She didn't understand how one could play with such a man and throw him away. Glencia and Rudin fought together against the monsters, so Sierra walked into the tent where Fernach, Rain, and Dietrich were discussing a plan of action one day and told the Lord to his face everything she thought. She shouted at Rain that if she didn't want Wilhelm, she should give him to Wall. Fernach tried to reason with her, but Rain laughed and said that since she was friends with Fernach, she would pretend not to have heard Sierra's words. But she didn't give up and was eager to fight. She doesn't understand how Ryan doesn't want Wilhelm, but she's not going to give him up either. She decides that since she is forbidden to enter the capital, she will go to Rudin and avenge the emperor. And so it was to curb another of this woman's foolish requests that Dietrich came to the capital to meet Wilhelm. War is an expensive business. Thanks to the book of the first empress, it was quite easy to resist the monsters, but there was no end in sight for the enemies. The battles continued. Fernach cries out that since William has defeated the barbarians, there is no one to hold back the monsters anymore. And the previous emperor was afraid of Glencia and therefore only sent 10 credits for support. Fernach fervently expresses his hope that Wilhelm will be different. After all, he has fought himself and knows that they cannot give up the north. It turns out that he rehearsed his speech for Wilhelm in front of his adjutant Alzen. He said it was unlikely to work. They begin to fool around, but then the door opens and Dietrich enters, saying that he too has an audience with the emperor. Wilhelm lived as an outcast for a year, but then, unexpectedly, he accepted his role as emperor. At first he was lethargic, like a dog on a leash, but then people remembered that he was Rudin's mad dog. Fernach and Dietrich think that seeing all 3 of them at once, Wilhelm will just try to get rid of them. Fernach says that since he is so annoyed with his duties, He should give the throne to the receiver. Dietrich says that the crown prince is too young for the throne, and the boy has seen his father only twice in the last 3 years, at the coronation and at the crowning ceremony. Fernach reproaches him for loving the boy too much and advises him not to get too attached. It's presumptuous. Rhine will return to Ruden anyway, and the boy will live here in the capital. Alsen inserts that Fernach is also worried about the child. He orders Alsen to shut up and says that Dietrich already has children to worry about. They are finally summoned to Wilhelm's office. The imperial palace was built by Lil Alenkis. It evokes a special chivalrous atmosphere and is so luxurious inside that it has been compared to the most beautiful and ornate lady. However, the living room the men entered was musty, dark, and deserted. Wilhelm thinks that the furniture and everything else is just expendable. Fernach is horrified at how much furniture Wilhelm has destroyed and calls him crazy. Dietrich advised him not to talk about it now. Wilhelm entered the living room. Dietrich remembered with considerable surprise that the emperor was only 28 years old, and already he gave off an aura of despair and death. The emperor greeted them formally in a voice completely devoid of emotion. Dietrich recalls the last meeting at Ruden's gate. He greeted Wilhelm on purpose so that the next time they met, the emperor's wrath would fall on him and not on Reinhardt. Dietrich looked at him and wondered why he had changed so much. His gaze is absolutely poisoned. He speaks to them dryly and matter-of-factly. He calmly admitted that inviting 2 lords at the same time is against etiquette, but since Fernach and Dietrich are friends, they will forgive him this liberty. Fernach asked for sponsorship for the army. Wilhelm briefly agreed to provide it. Glencia is pleased that the emperor is finally supporting his troops. Dietrich asked for Wilhelm's attention. He had a message from someone. Alsen and Fernach looked at him in horror, but Dietrich continued. He tells the emperor that he is acquainted with old Glencia. She is now engaged in the fighting on the northern front line. Dietrich himself has done his share of fighting, but now he has put the battles behind him. Sierra and Lord Rudena remain in the north, and Sierra asks to deliver a message to Wilhelm. The emperor briefly grants permission. Dietrich gathered his wits and read out a somewhat bombastic message saying that Sierra is hard to fight alone, that Lord Rudena is a hard ally to work with, and that she, Sierra Glencia, is declaring war on Rudena. She hopes for the help of the Sword of the Empire, who also fought once in the north, and that is the only weapon they need. Dietrich is finished. Alsen and Fernach are shocked. Sierra wants to meet the emperor on the pretext of war. They ask Wilhelm to refuse her, which he does. Dietrich then informs, also in an official tone, that he has seen the young crown prince, who is very eager to see his mother, but he is only 10. He therefore asks the emperor to go with the crown prince to Ruden. Dietrich blurted out this request like a machine gun, and then jumped up, bowed, and said that he was begging the emperor to do it. He thinks to himself at this point that the emperor should help Devon to go to Ruden. William looks at Dietrich in silence for a long time, then replies that there will be enough knights in the north. Dietrich asks again. Devon wants to see his mother. He begs him to agree to it to himself. But Wilhelm stood up, saying he was not doing any more hearing. At the door, he suddenly stopped and turned to Dietrich. He speaks as if Dietrich had stated that he remembered everything, but that is a lie. Dietrich babbles that he could not lie to His Majesty. Wilhelm replies without turning his head that Dietrich would never have invited him north, and, on Knight Ruden's part, it was foolish. Dietrich lets out a chuckle and wonders what he has done. Wilhelm, left alone, reasoned that if he hadn't been invited north, he wouldn't have thought Dietrich was trying to fool him. He would have just assumed that he really remembered everything. But he told Wilhelm at the very beginning that he drives people with eyes like Wilhelm's away from God. Dietrich tries to bring back the boy who was once close to Rain, not recognizing Wilhelm as a madman. One day he nails the door of the room where her portrait hung to the boards, hoping that he will never see her again. But today he brings an axe and cuts down the door himself. He walks into the room, throws the axe away, and falls to his knees, hugging the portrait. He thinks that Rain keeps only idiots around, and Wilhelm can't help himself from remembering and suffering when he barely hears her name. He tried so hard not to think of her or look at her again, but what can he do when her friend is so careless? Now Wilhelm wants to go to Ruden to see her face again, but he can't, because then he would hurt her. Because he is a prison, a poison. He won't let her breathe. He mentally asks her why she hasn't told him how Wilhelm can live without her. Suddenly, Wilrai enters the room and stammered a greeting, calling his father His Majesty. Wilhelm smiles and tells him that he should call him Papa. It was as if he had just remembered his son. Wilhelm beckons the boy to come closer and hugs the frightened little boy. He thinks that Raina is so generous that she showed concern even for him, a ragged ragamuffin then in the woods at Ruden's. Then William will be kind to his favorite son. He will do anything for little Devon, even meet the one who hates him so much. He takes the child in his arms and thinks the boy would make a great hostage. When Reinhardt arrived at the garrison, the fall of Ruden was about to begin. Sierra tells one of the soldiers, looking out of her tent, that she wasn't expecting her anymore, but Reinhardt has indeed arrived. She says that the Great Lord always took other people's things, but she was afraid of war and thought it would never happen. The soldier replies that Sierra would have been better off torturing the knights, but she yelled at him to bring Rin. Glencia declared war, but it was impossible to fight Ruden and repel monster attacks at the same time. That's how the Union army came into being. Dietrich usually commanded the army and kept Sierra in check, but now he was away, so she continued to cause trouble for Ruden. Rin rode straight into the northern garrison. The soldiers looked at her with all eyes, but because of the modesty of her outfit, and because of the little black-haired girl who rode with her, Sierra meets her and apologizes for the lack of luxurious wards. They didn't have a chance to build proper barracks because of the rain. Rhine replies that she doesn't plan to stay here for long, so they wouldn't be needed. Sierra is surprised. She looks at the child and asks Rhine what she must have come to show off. The girl, meanwhile, has crawled under the bed. Sierra shouted to her that you can't go in there and took the little girl in her arms. The little girl proudly announced that her name was Bianca. Sierra said that Bianca was now covered in dust. Reinhardt interrupted from her cooing and asked Sierra why she was making the soldiers gruelingly train. They go into battle already tired. She adds that she is aware of Sierra's hatred, but let her stop taking her anger out on Rain's people. Sierra drops the baby to the floor and cheekily replies to Rin that apparently the boys from Ruden have already complained to Mommy and she's come to protect them. She's the commander of the troops, so she's training soldiers who don't have a commander now. That's what they do in Glencia, and the soldiers have to adopt their commander's style. Rhine calmly replies that he won't waste his time on that. Sierra just needs to realize that Ruden's soldiers come from Glencia. Sierra replies that that's why she trains them with great diligence. She remembers her roots. Rhine, on the other hand, asks if the Glencia warriors would enjoy such training. In the afternoon, it rained and the food was spread right into the barracks. Rhine notices that the food is too luxurious for this garrison. It was a dinner specially prepared for Sierra. Bianca asks her mom if she can eat it. Rhine replies that Bianca will have a hard time digesting it, but Sierra interrupts her that the baby can eat all the same things as the Great Lord. Bianca says that her mom won't let her eat fried food, and Sierra tells her that as a child, you should eat whatever you want to eat so that you can have healthy eating habits in the future, and that's how everyone lives in Glencia. Bianca immediately excitedly asks her mom to let her go to Glencia. Sipping her wine, Sierra states that the Lord has come here in person, so they will treat Ruden's soldiers with the utmost care and respect. But after a few drinks, she starts talking about the Emperor and asks why Rin doesn't like him so much. Sierra doesn't hesitate to tell Rin that she's so noble and looks down on everything, which is why she ignores other people. Rhine starts to get annoyed. Sierra tells her that Wilhelm rejected her, even though Rin left him. She asks her to tell Rain what is so special about her, why she seems like an insurmountable wall to Sierra. She firmly asks Rin why she hates the man so much. Rin starts to answer what exactly she hates, but then Sierra is called out loudly. One of the soldiers bursts into the tent and shouts that white flowers have grown at one of the footstools. This means that tonight is going to be a devil's night. Sierra says that these flowers only grow in winter, but now it is fall. The soldier assures her that there are at least 100 flowers on the north slope. Sierra doesn't understand how this is possible. Rhine says that apparently the temperature has dropped very low, and now all the monsters that have been starving all summer will wake up soon. Sierra orders all units into position, and the battle begins. They say that monsters are even worse at night than they are during the day. If Sierra had known this would happen, she would have trained the soldiers differently. She sees that all her soldiers are tired, and it is as if she hears her brother's reassuring voice ordering her not to give up, but to gain strength and patience. Suddenly, a huge monster, 3 times the size of Sierra, appeared in front of her, and she thinks she's going to die right here and now. Help came from nowhere. Wilhelm cut off the monster's head. Rain and the child hid in the tent, holding her knife in her hand. Suddenly, Wilhelm walks in with a bloody sword in one hand and a severed monster head in the other. So, on a rainy, moonlit night, she met her favorite enemy again. She can't believe what she sees. Rin decides she's already dead and this is her death vision, but Wilhelm says there's nothing wrong, turns around and leaves. Her daughter is shaking with fear. Reinhardt reassures her and thinks it is fortunate that Wilhelm looked at her very coldly. That night, about 50 Imperial knights quell the influx of monsters. Emperor Wilhelm shone on the battlefield. He chopped the heads of monsters as easily as if he were picking flowers in a field. By dawn, half of the soldiers were seriously wounded, but all survived the devilish night safely. There was a meeting the next morning. Everyone realized that they had succeeded thanks solely to the emperor. Sierra apologized to him for his lack of vigilance, for the monsters had hardly appeared in the fall. William asks her why then only 800 soldiers out of 1,000 participated in the battle. He is told that 200 soldiers were scattered to protect Lord Rudin. William coldly asks how Lord Rudena ended up here on the front lines if she is supposed to be in her castle. Sierra can't answer that question. She can't say that Rhine is here because Sierra bullied her soldiers. She apologizes again. Here Rin steps in and, without looking at Wilhelm, says that no one could have predicted such events, and at least Sierra acted decisively, and the Allied forces were not defeated before the Imperial soldiers arrived. Wilhelm responds to her by formally addressing her that war is inherently unpredictable. He adds that when talking to someone, you have to look at that person. Rhine's hands tremble and she apologizes. Wilhelm says that Glencia is no longer in command of the army from now on. Rhine wonders what he's doing here and notices the ring on his hand. Wilhelm adds that due to past events and the specifics of the situation, Sierra will still be present at the meeting, so let him be brought up to speed. A map of the lands is revealed on the table. Reinhardt watches Wilhelm lead the meeting and confer with the others in the room, and thought about how she just wished he would live his life and never show up in hers again. She sees a completely different man in front of her. Wilhelm has learned to live without Reinhardt, thankfully. But she doesn't understand why, since he's doing so well, she's so short of breath. Why is it that when she looks at him, it hurts like shards of glass? At first glance, everything seems fine, because he's wearing the ring he threw away again. That means he's changed his life. Reinhardt panics. She finds it hard to breathe and feels nauseous. She wants to leave as soon as possible. Under Wilhelm's leadership, the meeting went smoothly. Dietrich became commander, and Sierra was assigned to guard Lord Rudin. It had been raining for a week, and Reinhardt had to stay in the camp. The protagonists of the most famous rumor had to stay together for a whole week. The people around them were very worried, but Wilhelm, to everyone's surprise, simply said that the crown prince would like it. A little boy is standing in front of a closed door. His father has told him that his mother is there. He has to go in and say something, but he doesn't know what to say because he is very shy. Wilraj doesn't know if she is in a bad mood, if she will be happy to see him. Meanwhile, in the room, Bianca is raging. She is bored of being locked up and screams to her mother that she wants to break free. Ryan tries unsuccessfully to hold her back. The girl flies out of the room and confronts the young crown prince. They are both terribly surprised. Rin comes out after his daughter and takes her in his arms. She tells Bianca that children are not allowed to play here, but the girl looks at Wilraj and asks her mother who the boy is. Rin looks down and sees her son. The boy, very embarrassed, greets the Lord. Rin recognizes him immediately. Her first child, the baby she abandoned, that poor boy. She sees that the child has seen no love at all in his short life, and she feels sorry for him. She does not allow herself to be sentimental and greets him like an old friend, and then beckons him to come closer. Crouching down, she holds out her arms to him and releases her daughter, and Bianca realizes what's going on. Rhine mentally apologizes to the boy for hurting him because she raised Bianca very differently. She clutches Wilraj tightly to herself, thinking that she didn't even get to see his face before she'd already left him. She hopes she can give him some love at least now and try to apologize.